World Series. Getting it all started with Freddie Freeman and a man on.
It is a fastball. It's ripped down the line. It is gone. A fifth consecutive World Series game with a Freddie Freeman home run. And the Dodgers are on the board first in Game 3.
The call courtesy Fox Television. Freeman on facing Clark Schmidt.
I think it was more the talk was trying to talk about Clark Schmidt. A lot of us have not faced him, so we were just trying a lot of emphasis on game planning and stuff like that. And obviously, when you come into a road park, you want to try and strike early and quiet the crowd down. We were able to do that in the first inning.
Game 4 is tonight at 8:08 p.m. Elsewhere in Monday Night Football, Pittsburgh Steelers defeated the New York Giants 26-18. Calvin Austin III scored twice, and Russell Wilson had 278 yards and a touchdown through the air. The Washington Wizards notched their first win of the season, 121-119 over the Atlanta Hawks. Kyle Kuzma had 25 points and 11 rebounds. Jordan Poole 26 and Corey Kispert 21. The Wizards tied a franchise record with 21 made threes. The return game between the Hawks and the Wizards Wednesday in D.C. Tonight, center stage at Capital One Arena, the Washington Capitals against the New York Rangers at 7:15 live play-by-play here on The Fan. What a matchup. The teams have combined for 11 wins this early season. Michigan Wolverines quarterback Jack Tuttle has announced his retirement from football. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Just me today. B's got some stuff to take care of. You're listening to B. Mitch Finley. My name's JP Finley. I have a new Maryland Terrapin shirt. Now, Landfill, look at me. Look at me in all of my beauty. Is there any way I have a jacket over my shirt? Could you at all identify that this is a Maryland shirt?
No.
Shout out to Eagle Eye Valdez from 40 yards away. He's like, looks like somebody got new Terp swag. I don't know how the hell he figured it out, but he's right. If you're looking on the stream, I got new Terp swag. Shout out to Steve Lieberman. We had a lot of fun yesterday in College Park doing the show. We're back. I'm back in studio today. Let's see who won today, Jeff. Scrolling up. Tay W. First comment on the stream. Good morning, Tay. Good morning to everybody on the team. You heard from Landfill. Jeff is here. Saw Jeff parking his car this morning. The parking enforcement was right behind me. I was trying to be your fullback, Jeff, because I know you're the white whale of that parking enforcement. They're trying to get a hold of that green Jeep, dog.
So you seen that parking space I was in?
Yeah.
I had to hurry up and bust the U.
When I saw this very aggressive green Jeep pulling a U-turn in the middle of the street, I was like, oh, it must be Jeff. I have stuff to give him. So I pulled up right on you. You were shook.
No, I wasn't shook. I'm looking. I'm like, who is this car trying to box me in? Like,
well, I was running interference on the parking enforcement behind you.
Oh, so look, where I parked at is a dead zone. So
sure it is, bud.
They can't boot me there. They can't ticket me there. Nothing. So
that's a good spot, right?
That's a good spot. That's why I was like, hold on, let me whip around.
Well, I'm glad it worked out. A lot of sports last night. Shout out to the Wizards. First win of the year. Let's go. Maybe we talk a little Wiz later in the program. Yankees. For the Aquarium boys, that joint is over. I didn't love the ump strike zone. It seemed a little inconsistent, especially on the bottom half. And that was a big called third strike. Was that Torres, I think? But the Dodgers are just a wagon, dude. I don't know what to tell you. It was a good 2 TV night, though. Had a lot working. I still, even with the Wiz getting their first win, the World Series, I still watch mostly the football game. I talked to Bees last night at like 8, and he was really impressed that I was watching baseball instead of football. I was like, well, Bees, the football just hasn't kicked off yet. I think with that football game last night, I was reminded of a few things. Are we sure the Giants are well coached? They just make dumb mistakes. And Daniel Jones throws a bad pick late, and TJ Watt's a monster and forces that fumble late. But, like, they just make bad mistakes, dude, like over and over and over. They have some talent. The kid Tracy could play. For all the conversation that, Motor Singletary was going to replace Saquon, it's all Tracy. And it does make you kind of, if you just want to play the math and the salary cap game, which oddly, I think some fans are far too obsessed about salary cap space, like it's your money. Like there's any advantage to a fan for a team being $30 million under the cap if they're not spending to it. But the logic behind not paying veteran running backs because you can generally not match the level of production and success, but you can get near that level of production and success at a far cheaper rate was on display last night. Saquon's been killing it all year, but the kid Tyrone Tracy, a 5th rounder out of Purdue, I believe, has been fantastic since he's kind of assumed the role there for the Giants. Last night he went 20 carries for $145 with a touchdown. But at the end of that game, I thought it was pretty apparent he was getting overcooked, and he kept coming off. He kept needing to blow, going to the sideline, but he was all the offense they had because Daniel Jones is just wildly inconsistent. And finally, Cam Hayward took him down, and Cam Hayward is a big man. Jeff, give me a size on Cam Hayward. That dude's got to be 6'3", 330 or something. Tracy's head hits the ground hard, and Hayward, this is pretty rare when it's not like a clear injury, like a bone is broken or like an ankle got twisted the wrong way. But when the defensive tackle, give me the size.
6'5", 295.
God damn.
Sheesh.
That's a big fella right there. Did you notice at the end of this game, he takes Tracy down hard, and I think he got linebacker support on it, and he calls for the trainers. Like when the D tackle is calling for the trainer to come help the running back, and there's no clear, like, oh, his arm went the wrong way. You know the kid is cooked. They took him right off the field. You hope that he's okay, because last night was one of those, man, they might be overusing this dude, but that's also the position. That's also the game. But just the Giants are a mess. I think you can make a real argument they're poorly coached. 11 penalties for 65 yards last night. And when they had a chance that, frankly, I thought was unnecessary, they pulled to within 8 late in the game. You could just kick there. There's no rule against kicking there. But all the analytics bros came at me last night when I asked, like, why do you feel compelled to go for that? Okay, I understand the math. You can go for it. I can subtract 8 from 14. I can do all these things. And if you want to play for the win on the road, that's fine. Did you see the play call? Because you could tell me all damn day to go for 2 there, but did you see the play they called on the 2-point conversion? I'm legit asking. Landville, did you stay up and watch that? Have you seen it?
It was a dumb screen. And
yeah, but with it was like swinging gate. Like it was,
yeah.
They had the line split, and then nobody.
Yeah, and they didn't block the guy. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
he ran straight through.
I don't know if maybe Daniel Jones, because I was back and forth on audio between that and the World Series. Maybe it seemed like Daniel Jones went fast on it, which I don't know why you would, but they certainly didn't block. The play was immediately blown up. That play call, which I believe Daboll took back play calling, was just unbelievably awful. I was just thinking about this last night. So John Mara, I feel like Mara is trying to do his best to let Joe Shane and Brian Daboll not have to deal with the New York media constantly asking about their jobs. And I applaud that from Mara, okay? But he keeps saying they're cool, they're fine, don't worry about it. We're not looking to make changes. But if you're the Giants, how are you not looking to make changes? And if you're not, That team is now 2-6, I believe, this season, right? Yeah, they're 2-6. Since Dable took over, they had the good year. They went 9-7-1, and they were able to beat the Vikings. Then they had to pay Danny Dimes, which just looks like a cataclysmic mistake for everybody who wants to celebrate their salary cap. Like, I don't know what the Giants have going there with Daniel Jones. I mean, they've drafted maybe fairly well, but if you are really going to not, if you're really going to keep going with Shane and Dable, you get out of the Jones contract after this year, right? There's no guarantee on there. You start to save $20 million in cap space. Like, you can get out of it. You know what's great is I don't have to look at Tankathon anymore for where the Commanders are going to be drafting. If the season ended today, you know where Washington would pick?
29th.
Correct.
Silly.
Dude, you know what's awesome? This is now my 4th football season doing this radio program. I've been doing football for a while, but 4 hours of radio is a different beast. This is our 4th season of B. Mission Finley, and nobody's calling about the draft. Like, we haven't made it to Halloween without draft talk in a while, and damn, that feels good. But if you're the Giants, dude, just let me play this out. Right now, the Giants have the 9th pick. Who knows what that looks like down the road? I watch a lot of college football. Maybe outside of Cam Ward, I don't know that I'm particularly excited about any of these quarterbacks. But if you're John Mara and you're telling the truth, and maybe it is to be determined. I think that's fair if it's a tentative assurance about his coach and general manager. But, like, if you don't make a change and you want to keep running it with this crew, you're talking about a team that they went 6-11 last year, 2-6 this year. They make bonehead penalties. The play call on that 2-point conversion was just asinine to me. And you're going to have a top 10 pick. You're going to let these dudes run the show again? Like, you're going to re-rack it with this crew, and you're going to end up drafting Quinn Ewers to rebuild the franchise? I don't know. Like, the NFL's gone crazy. Maybe, like, they trade for Dak. Who the hell knows, right? But it's one thing to want some continuity, and I understand that and applaud it, but do you want continuity with these dudes? Like, have they shown you that? And then I flip it over to Pittsburgh, watching them last night, who there is some bizarre scouting element to watching Monday Night Football and knowing that's the Commanders' next 2 games. You know what I mean? Like, all right, well, they got the Giants this coming weekend, and then they get the Steelers. Also, let's point out a little schedule incongruity if we can. Commanders just played the Bears coming off a bye. Then they get the Steelers coming off a bye. And their bye's not till week 14. File that one away, Jeff, when we air our grievances later in the year. That you get 2 teams coming off a bye and you don't get your bye till damn near the end of the season. Things that make you go, But the things with New York that I think are very alarming, the way they ran the football against Pittsburgh, that's a really good defense. I don't know what Tracy's status is. Jeff, see if you give me a Tyrone Tracy injury update from last night. I imagine he was concussed. It sure looked that way. And a concussion on a short week to a running back where there's a lot of collisions. I'm going to let the doctors handle that, but that would seem pretty doubtful to me. Malik Neighbors drops the ball all the time. He's an explosive talent, but the drops are bad.
He suffered a concussion.
He's concussed, so he's going to be in the protocol. I find that hard to believe. He's ready to rock Sunday at 1 o'clock, but things happen. So I guess they lean back on Singletary. Attention, New York. Everybody that wanted to run Bobby Johnson out of town and say he was the problem with that Giants O-line, I think you're wrong. I think you've been proven incorrect, as a matter of fact. Bobby Johnson here in Washington, that O-line is performing. Those guys love him. I think that for a lot of those guys that were in the room last year, the change from Eric Bieniemy and Juan Castillo to Cliff Kingsbury and Bobby Johnson, very well received. Believe me when I say that, very well received. On the Washington end of this, we got to see what's up with B-Rob. He didn't get many carries in the second half. I guess he was on the Junkies this morning. I don't know if they asked him about that. If they did, I'd love to hear that answer. He was really a non-factor from the third quarter on. But for the Giants, are you really going to re-rack that? You think it's different without Danny Dimes as some rookie quarterback? Or a rookie and Tyrod? Or a rookie and Brissett? I don't know what they got. And I understand and applaud Mara because they've had so much turnover. If you think about since they fired Coughlin, which maybe was the wrong move, I don't know. And maybe they claimed it wasn't a firing and he retired, but he didn't seem very happy about it. Think about what has rolled through. So they hired Gettleman up there, who just churned and burned coaches. You went McAdoo, if you recall, who they gave Spagnuolo an interim chance at it. They fire Spags at the end of the year. He goes to be the Chiefs DC and just keeps winning assistant of the year. Maybe you should have given Spags a real chance at it. I don't know. Then they hired, let me be totally honest with you here, Landfill. The Shermer that the Giants hired, what was his first name? It was either Kevin, Pat, or Mike. Giants head coach 2 seasons, Shermer.
I think it was Pat.
Jeff, you got to guess? I know it's either Kevin, Pat, or Mike.
I feel strongly that it was not Mike.
Okay.
But it could have been Kevin. I think it was Pat.
Because there's another Shermer that was on the skin staff that was his son.
I'd put like 80% that it's Pat.
80% Pat. Where you at, Jeff?
I'm going to go with that, too, because that name just sounds familiar.
Pat Shermer. Way to go there, boys. Pat Shermer was there 2 seasons. I mean, listen to the record since they fired Coughlin, okay? McAdoo gets an 11-5. Then they immediately fall apart. New York chews him up, 3-13. Shermer, 2 seasons, 5-11, 4-12. Remember Joe Judge? Remember how that went? Joe Judge lasted 2 years, 6-10, 4-13. They hired Daboll. He has the 9-7-1 year where they win that Vikings. Dude, if you go back and think about this, I believe that Giants team made the playoffs at 8-7-1, right? Okay, no, they were 9-7-1 in the regular season. The Vikings win got them to 10-7-1. If the New York Giants football organization could go back and redo it, they beat the Vikings, who were really good that year, at Minnesota. You remember Kirk had the check down on 4th down in the playoffs. That won't haunt them. They beat the Vikes 31-24 to go to the division round. Then they played the Eagles the year the Eagles were a wagon and went to the Super Bowl, got their doors blown off 38-7. You get some truth serum in John Mara, hell, even Brian Daboll. You think they wish they lost that Viking game? Because that's what got Daniel Jones paid. They paid him $45 million a year for the next 2 years. And then they weren't in the quarterback sweepstakes in all these drafts. I don't know. I almost wonder the way he hadn't been good, but I almost wonder if they wish they took Bo Nix or even J.J. McCarthy, who got injured. What is when the Giants send out their renew your season tickets because of this? What is that angle? Jeff, what are they selling? Dexter Lawrence is fantastic. I don't know that a nose tackle sells tickets. Just that it's New York? You want to be there?
I guess. Or they got strong fandom. We was in it same way.
We have seen this movie. Whether you make a change or not, and you don't want to, I understand that for continuity. I don't know. All that said, I think it's terrifying that the Commanders are going up there as favorites this weekend. And then you flip to the Steelers, and we all kind of questioned why you make the move from Fields to Russ Wilson. Mike Tomlin rarely misses, dude. Wilson last night was really good, 20-28, 278. He connected on a couple deep balls that were really good throws. He did have the fumble at a really inopportune time. Russ also not very interested in running with the football, not interested in a lot of contact anymore. But when that Steelers pass rush, and TJ Watt is phenomenal, I don't want to take anything away from him, but Alex Highsmith on the other side, damn good. Just really, really good. and Minka Fitzpatrick floating around on the back end. And that team is good, man. And I don't know, kind of how it goes forward. I do know this, Landville, that there's no guarantees on Highsmith's contract next year, the year after. He signed an extension and he's making good money, but there's no guaranteed money. And if that is a dude that ever hit free agency and he's young and he's a really high motor, aggressive pass rusher, that's the kind of fella I'd have some interest in the free agent market, Landfill. I want you to know that. The Steelers, dude, they might be something that matters. And for all the talk of the Ravens and now the Bengals seem like they're fading, the Steelers might be something that matters. And it's easy if you want to be dismissive of them. But since Russ, they've always had the defense. Since Russ has taken over, the offense now has a vertical pass game. They run the ball well. That's something to watch. If you look just at the AFC, Bills are 6-2, Steelers are 6-2, Ravens after that god-awful loss to Cleveland, 5-3, Houston 6-2, Chiefs 7-0. The cream is starting to separate from the crop in the AFC. Sure, the Broncos are 5-3. I think that's like if the Broncos get in as the wild card and have to play Houston or Baltimore. Imagine if Baltimore gets to go to Denver. Give me all the stock in the Ravens in that game. I think I would look at Denver as a little fool's goldie, but they do have a good defense and they try to run the ball. Playoffs right now would be Broncos going to Buffalo in round 1. I will lay the points, Landfill. Whatever the points are, I will lay them. One very lame thing from last night. I guess I'm very late. You want me to break? Okay. Hell, B's not here. I'm just yapping. One incredibly lame thing from last night that we, at least as a people, nobody else is ever going to admit it because, at least for a long time, the Roonies ran the NFL. But there's one very lame thing they're celebrating in Pittsburgh that we need to dispel. Nobody go anywhere. Be Mitch Finley.
The LA Dodgers dispatched the New York Yankees 4-2 in Game 3 of the World Series. Freddie Freeman with an early 2-run homer, his third homer in 3 games. His ankle feels great.
My ankle is that much better, and that's because the days off I was able to calm it down, get some treatment, and then I was able to work on my swing. That's the key. Just been able to find my cue, and I've been seeing the ball pretty good.
Interview courtesy Fox TV. Game 4 is tonight, 8:08 p.m. as the Dodgers look to wrap it up. Pittsburgh Steelers beat the New York Giants 26-18. Russell Wilson 278 yards passing and a touchdown. Washington Wizards get their first win of the season, beating the Hawks 121-119. Kyle Kuzma 25 points, 11 rebounds, and 7 assists. The return game is Wednesday here in D.C. The Capitals welcome in the New York Rangers at 7:15 tonight on the Fan. Caps have 5 wins. Rangers already have 6. Michigan quarterback Jack Tuttle retires for football. 6'7" point guard Jalen Warley has announced he's leaving the Virginia basketball program. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Beat it. Beat it. Shout out to my friend Lee Armstrong. Just welcomed a baby boy to the world. He and his wife, Nolan Armstrong. Congrats, Nolan. Can't wait to meet you, pal. He just sent me a picture. The first thing he did, they're literally like in the nursery. What do you call it? Where the babies are. I should know this. I've been there. Where the babies are in the hospital. Hospital. Yeah, that works. He's playing Hail to the Redskins to the little boy. He's hours old. He also said his wife wouldn't let him name him Jaden. So Nolan it is. Nolan's a good name. Congrats, buddy. Did either of you watch the game? Jeff, you were probably at the club. Landfill, you were probably asleep. Did either of you watch Monday Night Football?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Did you notice over and over and over the OTPHJ that Monday Night Football was giving the Steelers about their undefeated streak on Monday Night Football? Did you hear that? I think Joe Buck and Troy Aikman do a fantastic job. I honestly wish the Manning cast, I wish they would just do like 2 hours of highlights on Tuesday night, because I like the Manning cast and I like Buck and Aikman, and I flip back and forth, and I wish I didn't have to separate the two. But it was really, really gratuitous how they kept talking about this Steelers undefeated streak on Monday Night Football. I suppose it stretches 20 years or so. Landfill, do you remember what happened on Monday, December 7th? Not 1941. Let's be clear about that. Monday, December 7th, 2020. Peak COVID. We're all wearing masks. Going into the winter, the COVID winter. Do you remember what happened that day?
I probably took a nap.
That's a fair odds. Well, the Commanders were scheduled to play Pittsburgh on Sunday, December 6th. But this was peak COVID. This was crazy times in our world. So the game got pushed back, and the then Washington football team played the Steelers Monday, December 7th at 5 o'clock. Steelers were undefeated. The football team at that point, I think, was 5-6. No, they were maybe 4-7 because they got hot late. Yeah, they were 4-7 going into Pittsburgh. Steelers were undefeated. And you know what happened? Washington went up there and won. Alex Smith, Dustin Hopkins made a bunch of field goals. It was a really fun, exciting game. Pittsburgh got up 14-0, And Logan Thomas caught a touchdown from Alex Smith to tie it up late. Peyton Barber had a touchdown in that game. Anybody remember the Peyton Barber era in burgundy and gold? And my thing is, I understand that Monday Night Football is more of a branding exercise, right? Like the actual brand of MNF is a separate thing. And that was not a Monday Night Football game. I believe it wasn't even on ESPN. I think it was a CBS game because it was a weird afternoon. And it was 5 o'clock. I'm not saying that their records shouldn't count, but they got to chill promoting the hell out of it because you lost on a Monday 4 years ago. Like, just, I get it, but it's kind of fugazi. That's all I'm saying.
I remember that game, the Steelers, they were 11-0, but they were a terrible team. Like, it was one of the more remarkable things that
They started really good and then just got awful.
They were so bad. Yeah. They turned into a terrible team after about 8 weeks, and they somehow managed to win 3 games that they really should have lost. They ended up finishing the season, I think it was 1-4 down the stretch. They were so
and they
bad.
got boat race in the playoffs.
Yeah, and they lost to the Browns. That was the worst 11-0 team I've ever seen. I was in awe of it.
They were bad. All right. Driving downtown this morning, I was listening to the Ryan Russillo podcast. And he was just openly mocking the young man Tyreek Stevenson. And it allowed me a moment of pause because I was at NBC all afternoon yesterday and we talked about the Hail Mary and we showed the clip over and over, and that was fun, and you realize how fun that is. But this dude Stevenson, when you go back and think about it, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? What are you doing? It worked out well for Washington, no complaints, but if you live under a rock, Tyreek Stevenson was the Bears defensive back who was jawing the whole game and got in Terry's face, maybe laid a cheap shot right into Terry's back at the crown of his helmet. It's debatable. I don't think it's really debatable, but I think Tyreek Stevenson on the game winner for Washington is talking smack to fans as the play is developing. It was unbelievable. We didn't get a chance to do this yesterday. Here's Tyreek Stevenson explaining what was going on with that Hail Mary.
The play was I supposed to box out 85. At the beginning, the play was, cheering with some Bears fans, wasn't taunting no fans. It was just cheering with some Bears fans, and the Washington fans reacted how they wanted to. And my job was to box out 85. And, when I went up to hit the ball, it was pretty much to knock it down. No interceptions, and especially in a close game like that. So just try to make a play for my team, and it either could have went. Oh, Tyreek, good pass, knocked down, or we're in the situation we're in right now.
I suppose it could have gone either way.
I mean, he said multiple times his job was to box out 85. He didn't do that.
No,
he went for the ball, and he ended up tipping it to him.
Yep. If you recall, when the Bears were on Hard Knocks, I gave you my immediate read on Matt Eberflus, that this is not a quality head coach, and that he tried to change his image for Hard Knocks and act like he's super cool. Good luck. Maybe they make the playoffs and lose in the wild card. That's my assessment of the Bears. Here's Matt Eberflus on giving up a Hail Mary to lose it.
You're defending touchdown there, and them throwing a ball for 13 yards or 10 yards, whatever that is, doesn't really matter. It's always going to come down to that last play. And it came down to the 2-second play to the last play.
Pause
we got
that
to
real
execute
quick,
on that one.
because he's just wrong. If Terry doesn't get the 13-yarder before that, you can't even run the Hail Mary because you have to throw the ball 85 yards in the air, and you can't. That was probably about as far as Jaden can chuck it, especially with the rib injury. And it was, 65 yards in the air? So if you don't have the 13-yarder before it, you're running some nonsense hook and ladder, throw a million laterals, see what we can do. So, Coach, you're incorrect. How about a coach that knows what he's doing? Bill Belichick on the Manning cast last night. It was pretty fun because he had Lawrence Taylor on there and everything. Bill Belichick talking about the Hail Mary that the entire NFL has been discussing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a ridiculous play. Doesn't get the call, doesn't know how they're going to play it. It looks like Washington is trying to run a little bit of an over route too, where they would run past that jump ball area, and then everybody kind of scrambles back to the middle once Daniels buys time and resets. But it's really a great job by Washington. They have two guys going up for the ball, one guy playing for the front tip, one guy playing for the back tip, and obviously a terrible play by Stevenson. He has no idea what's going on and runs over there and jumps up and volleyballs it up in the air for a game-losing play. It was terrible.
Tell them how you really feel, Coach. God, I love that. I can listen to that all damn day. That's my idea. Not that anybody asked for the Manning cast. Is instead of go head-to-head with Monday Night Football, do a Tuesday night like the old NFL primetime. Just Eli, Peyton, bring Bill in there. It's fantastic. What else is fantastic? Wizards get their first win of the year. And we got to have an honest conversation. I'm not knocking you. I need somebody to explain to me the appeal. I saw a dude on Independence Avenue today driving a purple. Not that the car, the vehicle's not a statement enough. My man had a purple Cybertruck. Please, somebody call and explain to me why you buy the Cybertruck. Nobody go anywhere. You're paralyzed. Are we going all MJ today? Is there like an anniversary or something? I'm into it. Do you think either Taylor Swift or Beyonce are bigger pop stars than MJ was at his peak?
No.
I don't think anybody is. Maybe the Beatles or something, right? Like, I think that's another planet. In the 80s, there wasn't like constant information like there is now. Wiz get their first win last night. Shout out to the Washington Wizards. Look, man, this is not going to be a season where they win a ton of games, so don't be overly alarmed by that. But, down on the road in Atlanta, it's a good dub. I think I saw Chase Hughes posted some stuff that Bilal Coulibaly played some really good defense. I find that really encouraging. Kuz dropped 25 and 11. Jordan Poole had 26 points. Kispert added another 21. Sarr playing some good defense. Encouraging. They're 1-2, Landfill. This may be the closest point to 500 all year. Now, I did want to have a brief conversation. Driving down Independence Avenue this morning, and I've seen a few of these. And Jeff, answer the phones. If somebody will call in and tell me why they've bought a Cybertruck, I would love to hear it. There's somebody on there, Jeff, line 2. I'm not mad at Cybertrucks. If you have one and you like it, good for you. I'm not here to tell you what is right and what is wrong. I just know when I see them, I'm like, yo, that thing is ugly as hell. This dude that was driving one today picked it to be purple. Jeff, all right, so Landfill tweeted out who was actually buying Cybertrucks. And Jeff replied, I would buy one.
Yes. The high-end ones, dude, those things are racing Porsches. I like they're all-wheel drive. Each tire basically got its own motor. It's a durable truck. It's spacious. I've been inside of it at the car show last year, or was it earlier this year? I would get one. It's a durable truck.
Okay. This dude Mike responded, people who want to buy an American-made truck that runs on electric because they care about the environment and they like the power it puts down. That's fair. I mean, the Tesla plant's in Texas or something, right? Like, it is an American-made truck. It is electric. But, like, I'm pretty sure GMC or Chevy has an American-made truck, too, that is electric. I know that there's an F-150 that's electric. I know that. I don't want to judge because I'm sure I'm going to end up knowing someone that has one and there's a reason to it. They just look different. Chief Hog 202 says, people who just want to say they have a Cybertruck. People don't buy for need anymore. They buy for clout. A look at me society, if you will. If I was to get one, I wouldn't get a purple one. I can tell you that. Does this dude on line 1 have one? Okay.
I would never buy one. Why would you want? It was like Indiana Jones meets Temple of Doom. It's horrible.
All right. You seem to care a lot about this. Why?
Because I see too many of them in Fairfax and they're ugly. And why would you spend money on them? And why would you give Elon Musk any money anyway?
All right. Thank you, Kev. All right. That's one vote anti-Cybertruck. I could see Drab driving a Cybertruck, although he's a BMW man.
Yeah, Drab only drives BMWs, 10-year-old BMWs.
I could see Drab driving a Cybertruck. Here's my thing: if you want a truck, I've never I drove a truck for a while, right? I'd never understand people that put the covers on the truck, like the pickup covers, unless you're like it's a legit work truck and you have your tools in there and you want to be able to lock it up. But the Cybertruck to me doesn't even have the functionality of a truck because it's like got that weird slanted roof. Like, it's not a truck. To me, it's more of an SUV than a truck. Right?
I get with that.
No, nobody is buying that because they're a carpenter and it's useful. Like, that is not for contractors. It is for the dude I saw on Independence Avenue who's probably like a lobbyist driving to Capitol Hill. I don't know. Maybe they're dope. Landville, would you drive one?
No.
Would you rather have a Cybertruck or a Hummer?
Ooh.
Definitely the Hummer.
Oh, yeah, I gotta take the Hummer.
Now, I've never driven a Tesla. I don't own a Tesla, but my buddy Papa has one. I've ridden in it a bunch, and they're dope. Like, riding around in a Tesla feels different, rides different. I get the Tesla appeal, right? And I think, like, if you get what's the little Tesla? Is that the Model 3?
Something like that.
Bro, it's not particularly expensive. Like,
No.
I think you can get one of those for like 40 grand. It's like the same cost as probably a nice Honda Accord or something. Now, obviously, you can go up in brand and price. I understand. How much is a Cybertruck?
80 grand.
You know, that's not as much as I would have thought. Hold on. You sure? Because I'm seeing 100. I'm seeing it starts at 100. But damn, that is a lot of horsepower. It says it's 600 to 845 horsepower. And I don't know a lot about cars, but like, who is it? Somebody with one?
He don't have one, but he know why people like it.
Why do people buy Cybertrucks, sir or ma'am?
Well, a lot of people get them because they weigh over 6,000 pounds, so that's a tax write-off. So a lot of guys that probably own LLCs, small businesses, stuff like that, get them because of that reason.
Really?
And then at the same time, it's electric, so you can get a tax break on it.
All right. So you're getting all sorts of tax breaks with a Cybertruck. That has
That's
value.
right.
All right. Thanks,
Yep,
dude.
that's right.
That was useful.
You got it, bro. All right.
I'm not here to judge. If you want one, drive it. I don't really understand the purple, but I wouldn't understand purple of any vehicle. A Geo Storm, Suzuki Sidekick. I don't know why you get a purple car. Barcelona Nate joins us next.
This update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Washington Capitals versus the New York Rangers tonight, 7:15, right here on The Fan. Head coach Spencer Carberry this week on the Junkies on the quick start this year for his team.
We've made some changes to what we're doing systematically in the summer and tried to implement them through camp. So I think that's part of it. I think there's some guys, like you said, that came in that have helped us offensively. I think it's a combination. Then there's some guys that have finished at a high rate early in the year.
The LA Dodgers take complete control with a 4-2 win over the Yankees in the World Series. Freddie Freeman hits a 2-run homer, and he says Walker Buehler was outstanding.
Yeah, Walker Buehler, he's been doing this his whole career. Big games, big moments, steps up when you need him. 5 strong innings, and then our bullpen came and did a great job. I mean, this is what you got to do. You got to pitch in October, and we've been doing that.
Interview on Fox TV. Buehler had 5 shutout innings. Game 4 tonight at 8:08 p.m. Monday Night Football, Pittsburgh Steelers defeated the New York Giants 26-18. Calvin Austin III scored twice. Washington Wizards get first win of the season, 121-119 at the Atlanta Hawks. Kyle Kuzma, 25, Jordan Poole, 26. They'll play again on Wednesday, this time in D.C. 6'7" point guard Jalen Worley announced he's leaving the Virginia basketball program. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
I got people asking me questions about flexing games. I'm deep in the flex zone. Got to flex. Didn't you? Whenever you hear this song, means it's time to talk to our guy, Barstool Nate, Eric Nathan, Little Nate X. What up, Nate Dogg? How are you, buddy?
JP, can you hear me?
I hear you, man. You sound good.
Wow. You sound amazing. How are you?
I'm good, dude. You know where I was yesterday? All day?
I do not know.
College Park, University of Maryland, dude. It was fun being over there.
My alma mater. Our alma mater.
Our alma mater. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I haven't talked to you. I guess we probably texted Sunday, but it was such a zoo. The Hail Mary heard around the world, man.
Look, this team is special. I don't know what else to say. Like, it was one of the more ugly games we've seen in a while. The offense stalling out in the red zone every single time. Field goals are good, but boy, are touchdowns better. And this team found a way. And we haven't seen a Washington football team find a way. And I put that phrase in quotes, just good teams. And we've talked about this forever, JP. Good teams find ways to win games. Even if you look bad the entire game, good teams pull out victories in the end, and bad teams lose those games. We've been on the losing side of those games for as long as I can remember. Winning that game, I think it just shows everybody what we've already thought, and now we know that this team is different. Jaden's different. This coaching staff is different. The team plays for each other to the whistle, and it's just special. It's just really, really special to see.
It is, man. It's been that game the other night. You don't want to get too caught up in it because this team has certainly going way back, won Super Bowls and been in games that really matter, right?
Sure.
But I mean, we can no longer call it the Snyder era because thank God he's gone. So I kind of think you call it like the FedEx Field era, although now it has a new name, so it's kind of hard to call it that. But whatever you want to call this more modern era, the new millennium, the 2000s of the Redskins football team Commanders, as far as a singular moment, not a game, because they did win a playoff game in Tampa, Gibbs 2.0.
Yeah.
That week 17, 2012 was pretty special. Beating the Cowboys at home. Alfred Morris had about 1,000 yards. You like that game, the electrifying game. Like there were other games, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think there's been a singular moment as exciting as that. A walk-off winner in the whatever we want to call it, the modern era.
You go back to RG3 and you think about some of those moments. You think about Santana Moss against the Cowboys.
Yep.
And you think about,
even
Sean
the
Taylor.
Santana game, as spectacular as that was, Romo had a drive at the end of the game to win it. Like a walk-off win is just so different.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you whatsoever, especially because of just how much we've been through as fans over the last few years, with the selling of the team, all the drama that came with the selling, not just the selling of the team, all the Washington Post articles and just the will he, won't he, and the yacht and just everything with Snyder. It beat us down for so long. Then the stadium is leaking sewage on it was just, everything was bad all the time. And then we get new ownership and we get new front office and we get Jaden, and we're sitting here as fans like, hey, we don't, it was like, we don't even know if this is gonna work. It was just like, there was no telling that all this new stuff was actually gonna work, because we hadn't seen anything different in so long, and it's working. And this was, we've had some size of relief, and we know that Adam Peters is different, and we know Josh Harris is different. But last season stunk. We were awful. So just this win, I would say it is a defining moment of, you want to call it the new era, but not just the new era, of this entire franchise. It is a big time defining moment. And I know it's just a regular season game against the Bears, but there is also that wrinkle to it against Caleb Williams, where that'll never stop being a discussion. So I think it is a monumental point, even if it's just a week 8 regular season game that we can all talk about for years to come. It's that was the moment that we knew things were different.
Yeah. For them to be able to hit that and to respond, like you said, it's funny. I had this tweet that made me look really smart. I was like, they got 25 seconds left and a timeout. Going to need a magic trick from Jaden Daniels. And sure enough, they got it. It's all of the things. Nate, you should have. Are you coming to a game? You coming home for Thanksgiving or anything? They play the Cowboys that Sunday.
I don't know yet. I would love to come to a game with you, JP. Is that an open invite to sit with you?
No, I'm working, dude. I'm in the press box, but I am sure somebody somewhere could get Nate Dogg a ticket.
I have not been to a game in quite some time, because I did not support Dan Snyder, and I was not going to support that stadium and the Dan Snyder regime. Well, so I have not been to a game in a very, very long time.
It's different now. And one thing I was going to say is not only the flow of that game, right? Where the defense, dude, you realize that their defense is now ranked 10th in the league in points allowed?
This defense should get a Mount Rushmore-esque statue in Landover, Maryland. This defense, I think I poo-pooed this defense because, the pieces on paper truly aren't there. If you want to talk about talent or whatever, you look up and down the depth chart and you look for the talent, right? And this defense is doing everything and more. Every single play, every single player is playing so far above our expectations. It's like you cannot say enough good things about the coaching and the players just executing on defense. I am so impressed by them.
And it's interesting because you can get caught up in they're just beating bad teams. And, when you're going against the Panthers, and then Caleb Williams truly his numbers were god awful that night.
He was pathetic. Yeah.
But still, the defense is performing, and they're doing it over and over. And they were dead last in the NFL in points allowed, yards allowed last year. Right now, they're 10th in points allowed, 14th in yards allowed. And Johnny Newton,
makes me feel
Johnny Newton's starting to look like a person that matters in the NFL.
It makes me feel very relieved that all my ranting and raving about Jack Del Rio was 100% spot on and accurate about just how bad he was at coordinating a defense, just how terrible he was over the last 5 years. And we just bring in someone new, and, Chase is gone. Sweat is gone. Forbes is on the bench, off the bench, here and there. Jamin cut. This is all first-round picks on the defense that we no longer have, more or less. And the defense is phenomenally better. Just just so much better. And it just really, really shows what from the top down leadership can really do for a team. I could talk to you for 3 more hours about how impressed I am with his defense.
Yeah. And I mean, you don't want to go too crazy on anything. We're talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the BetQL guest line. You can give him a follow at Barstool Nate on X or Instagram. You don't want to get too caught up in saying dumb stuff. They got a game this weekend against the Giants. The Giants, you got to really wonder what they have, what they're building. I know John Mara wants to have some level of continuity, but are you sure you want it with these dudes you got running that program? That said, I still think this is a worrisome matchup. Washington grinded out the first win thanks to 7 field goals from Austin Seibert. Malik Neighbors kind of torched them before he got a little banged up. I think Washington's a much different team now in week 9 than they were in week 2. Looking ahead, they got 5 games before the bye. They got 3 of their next 4 are division games with the Steelers in between. And the Steelers might be something that matters too. All of a sudden with Russ Wilson and that defense. How far are you allowing yourself to look? How much are you willing to consider for this team?
Well, starting on Sunday with the Giants do not score points. They have 117 points all season in 8 games. Washington has more than double that. So, if this defense can play as they've been playing, I would like us to be at the point, and I know this might sound crazy because this is still a rebuilding year or whatever. I would like to be at the point where we don't look at a pathetic Giants team as a trap game or anything like that. I want to look at it as, yes, we are beating the Giants on Sunday. This isn't even a question. Now, this could be another step we have to take as a fan base where we look at games that way because we're not used to looking at games that way. But I'm going to say right here on the number 1 rated after show in Washington, D.C.
I like how you couldn't figure out what time it was.
We are going to destroy the Giants on Sunday, and we will feel silly if we ever doubted it. That's what I'm going to say.
So when the Panthers were coming to town, I was confident. And B-Mitch was yelling at me about it all week. I was like, yo, they're going to kick the Panthers' ass. The Panthers suck. Yeah. And B didn't want to hear it, and I'm guessing Jeff didn't want to hear it. Landfill was all for it. I'm not saying that this week. You're going on the road, division game. The Ravens just lost to the Browns. The division games are just different. Yeah. And I think it's important to keep that in mind. But I think Washington's better. I think offensively, there's not a lot that New York scares you with. Maybe Neighbors. This Tyrone Tracy kid runs hard as hell, but he's concussed in a Monday night game. I see it hard for him to come back. That offensive line, attention New York Giants, Bobby Johnson was not the problem. And then the thing that scares me in this one is some questions about the Commanders' tackle depth. Coleman was inactive last week because of the concussion. Lucas gets hurt in that thing. I saw him walk out of the building in a walking boot. Trent Scott having a start would give me great pause against that Giants D-line. I think you're really hoping you get Coleman back this week. I think Dexter Lawrence is a problem. Bobby Okereke's a linebacker I've liked a lot since he came out. I think he came out of BC. So defensively, I think they have some pieces. But, dude, I've been saying it. I'm not going to stop. There's no fading Jaden. He just outdueled Caleb Williams in maybe it was a bit of a pillow fight. It wasn't an offensive explosion for either team, but he just did that with a rib injury, like a pretty severe rib injury.
Yeah.
If my choice is that kid or the other guy, I'm taking that kid.
And let's say this, and I was thinking about this earlier. Thank God Jaden gets the ball out so quick. He does not hold on to the ball. He does not look like a chicken with his head cut off, running back and forth in the pocket, taking sacks for minus 20 yards. He gets the ball out or he runs, and he doesn't make bad decisions. We cannot talk enough about how much he protects the ball. He does not throw interceptions and he does not fumble for as much as he runs, and he doesn't take a ton of sacks. I mean, Daniel Jones is he's 5 years in, and he's still leading the league, second to Deshaun Watson in number of sacks taken. I am just so impressed every single game by Jaden's decision-making, his poise, and his awareness on the field to protect the ball, not turn it over, not take sacks, and not throw interceptions. So while I think the Giants, as of last week, they were number 1 in the league in team sacks. And the one thing, that they have is that defensive line and getting to the quarterback. But Jaden doesn't take sacks, he's the kryptonite to this Giants defense. So I feel great about Jaden against the Giants. I have no worries. I might go for a walk during the game, come back, and we'll be up by, 28. That's how good I feel about it.
Wow. Confident man.
Yes, sir.
What is the vibe up there? The Yankees are down 0-3. The Giants are 2-6. The Jets are 2-6.
It's bad, man. It's bad. Aaron Judge, depending on who you ask, might be public enemy number 1 right now. That man is having the worst playoffs possible and not showing up in the World Series, not taking the bat off his shoulders, just striking out. The Giants are god-awful. The Jets went all in on a 48-year-old quarterback with 0 Achilles tendons. They are just the worst franchise in professional sports. It's dire. And then the Rangers are still the Rangers. They have 1 cup since they cured polio. So it's not great to be a New York sports fan, but thank God you and I were on the other side of that. We have the best football team. We have a Capitals team that is just awesome. And the Wizards and Nats are coming up. They're both young, talented teams. So, yeah, it's great to be us. It's terrible to be a New York sports fan.
Somebody on the stream, Nate, and I want to let you defend yourself here because I know how you operate. You're willing to take anybody head on.
Yes,
Nate
sir.
Dog. TW said you sound shorter than you did last week.
Sounds shorter.
I'm just saying it. That's what TW just wrote. And TW is our guy. He brought me a bottle of vodka to a barbecue appearance. He just wrote, Nate sounds shorter.
No, I don't even know how to respond to that. I guess I'll just hold my L. I don't think I shrunk at all. I'm not old man yet, losing height, but I'll work on my height, I guess. I'll dangle some weights on the monkey bars. I don't know what else I can do.
Offensively, besides Terry McLaurin and obviously Jaden, who's impressed you most?
B-Rob, obviously, I think he's one of the top 5 running backs in the league right now. But if we want to talk weaknesses on the Commanders, I have to go wide receiver. Drops, lack of separation, and just lack of a true number 2 option. Even Noah Brown, I'm not going to say a bad thing about him after what happened on Sunday. He had a very, very bad drop.
Yeah, he caught the one that mattered. But actually, you can hear Noah Brown's going to be on with Grant and Danny today at 3:00.
Yeah. So I just think the lack of a true number 2 pass catcher on offense is the offense's biggest weakness right now. Over the offseason, I shouted it from the rooftops. We have to get a compliment to Terry. We have to get a compliment to Terry. And, Noah Brown, I like him. Diami has been better than last season, but he still ain't doing much.
Diami's really good on those tunnel screens. It's very
right,
he has
but
really
it's
good
very
vision.
one-dimensional. So I think going into the offseason, wide receiver is a big spot that we have to upgrade. I think everybody's pulling their weight for what they are. I'm not here saying that they're terrible, but they are exactly what we thought they would be, maybe a little better because Jaden makes everybody better. But I think, I know this might put it too simply, but taking the Texans number 5 wide receiver that they cut and making him your number 2 wide receiver, that's usually not gonna, pay dividends.
Hold on now. I'm gonna ask you this question and then I'm gonna open the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I didn't allow for this to be a conversation yesterday because yesterday was just a day of emotional fun coming off a Hail Mary win. The red zone offensive woes are now, there's not a lot of real reasons for concern when you're 6-2 and first in the division. They're 25th in the NFL in scoring in the red zone. They've scored 18 touchdowns on 35 red zone attempts. Luckily, they've scored a bunch from outside of the red zone, so the point totals don't really dip. Like they are third in the league in points. But we've now seen it when they play a little bit better competition, like the Bears, who as of today would be a playoff team, that they get bogged down a little in the red zone. How concerned are you about the red zone situation?
Let me put it optimistically, because I'm an optimistic guy. It can only get better. You know, they can only figure it out from here. It's been bad. It's been putrid. How concerned am I? You can't win in the playoffs by kicking 7 field goals a game. You know, you have to put 7 on the board 2 out of 3 times at least. So my concern level in week 8 going into week 9 is, I'm they have to be much better at getting it into the end zone. There's no other way of putting it. I don't know if it's experience thing with Jaden. It's a big difference in playing NFL red zone football than college red zone football. And we just have to remember he's still very young and inexperienced in the league, and different parts of the game will come to him at different times. You know, he might be good playing from, the other 30, getting the ball downfield when the field is more wide open, but now he has to just get laser focused on these last 20 yards in the red zone, punching the ball in. It's part of the game that maybe is going to come slower to him, but it's only week 9. We just have to remember that he's not a 10-year veteran who has seen every defense that defensive coordinators will throw at him. He's so inexperienced in different aspects of the game, and he's picking it all up on the fly. So I'm going to say it'll just get better. Jaden will just get more experience, and with Cliff coaching him, it'll just come easier and more natural to him. And hopefully by the playoffs, knock on wood that we're there, that it won't be an issue anymore. But I'm not, we all have to take a beat and remember that we have a rookie quarterback who is doing incredible things, but not everything's going to be incredible. Most things are, but not everything.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think it could improve, right? I wonder if specifically in the Bears game, you know what? I'm going to save that. I'm going to go to break relatively. I'm already quite late. Nate, thank you, buddy. Appreciate your time.
This was phenomenal radio. Thank you, JP.
If you don't say so yourself. Our friend Barstool Nate, give him a follow on X and Instagram at Barstool Nate. When we come back, phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How concerned are you about the red zone struggles for Washington? I'll give you one reason I'm not that concerned, even coming off that Bears game where it was an issue. Phone lines are open.
In the NBA, after 17 seasons, Rudy Gay has announced his retirement. He was the number 8 pick in the 2006 draft out of UConn, averaging 15.8 points, 5.6 rebounds, in 1,120 career games for the Grizzlies, Raptors, Kings, Spurs, and Jazz. And of course, he was on that UConn team that was upset by George Mason in downtown D.C. as they made it to the Final Four in 2006. The Wizards defeat the Hawks 121-119 behind 26 from Jordan Poole. They'll face the Hawks again in D.C. Wednesday. Tonight at Capital One, it is the Washington Capitals and New York Rangers at 7:15, live play-by-play here on The Fan. Steelers beat the Giants 26-18 in Monday Night Football. World Series Game 3 went to the LA Dodgers 4-2 over the New York Yankees. They lead the series 3-0. Freddie Freeman on target to be the MVP. He had a 2-run homer in the first inning, his third homer in 3 games. Walker Buehler, 5 shutout innings. Game 4 tonight, 8:08 p.m. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to MJ. I don't know why 10/29/24 decided to be MJ Day, but I'm about it. About it. B is off today, taking care of some stuff. So you get me. Hope you enjoy it. Here's a question. The Commanders are 6-2. Their defense is 10th in the NFL in points allowed. Their offense is 3rd in the NFL in points scored. All the things you're supposed to do, they're doing, and they're doing it well. I represent Queens. She was raised out in Brooklyn. But when you look at some of the advanced stuff, if you want to get advanced, and you don't have to, because you know what, there is a cottage industry of people that try to make football more complicated than it needs to be. Some of it is useful. A lot of it is superfluous, and people just like spouting off the stats because they sound smart, right? Drop DVOA at the pub while your boys are eating chicken wings, you sound like an expert. But if you want to look at some of the numbers seem a little problematic. On third down defense, they're not doing so hot. 23rd in the NFL. They're giving up conversions 40% of the time. Some of it's just eye test. That first Giants game, they kicked 7 field goals. This game against the Bears, they kicked 4 field goals. And one thing we've learned about Austin Seibert, pull up my man Seibert. Seibert is deadly inside of 50. But you don't want a ton of field goals that are under 30 yards out. You know how many field goals Seibert has kicked inside of 30? 9 in 7 games. He's 9 for 9. That's awesome. He's 6 for 6 inside of 40. It's great. But if you're kicking inside of 40 and especially inside of 30, means you probably should have scored a touchdown. And it is an occurrence. It's a reoccurrence thing. They are 25th in the NFL at scoring inside the red zone, 18 of 35. Scoring touchdowns. Now, listen, if you would have told me on the 4th of July, hey, JP, week of Halloween, you're not going to be talking about the draft, and you're going to be talking about how the 6-2 Commanders aren't scoring enough in the red zone, I would have taken that deal in a second. These are good problems to have as far as a good football team needs to score more, and they're scoring a lot from outside of the red zone. But like at some point, we have to adjust our thinking to, this is just a really cool, fun start to hey, how good is this team? How many games are going to matter when the weather's really cold? Could they be hosting playoff games? And if you're ready to twist your brain to that side of things, then these are the conversations you have. Now, for me, I've watched all of it. I wonder at least if Sunday's game plan against Chicago in the red zone was slightly impacted because they didn't necessarily want to run Jaden close to the goal line. I wonder if that wasn't an issue or at least a factor. Because go back a few games, he's taking some big hits at runs near the goal line. And they know he already had the rib thing. That's one little quirk I would add here, specific to the Bears game. Now I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to go to Cairo is in Ashburn. Cairo, how concerned are you about the red zone struggles?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bud.
All right, cool. I am both concerned and not concerned. I'm concerned because, I mean, the stats are the stats. The eye test is the eye test. You know, it's there. It's a legitimate concern. But I'm also not concerned because I think this team has shown in previous games, specifically comes to mind is the Ravens game. They scored, I think, 2 touchdowns in the red zone in the Ravens game, and that's against a far better defense than
one was on fourth down.
One was on fourth down. Yes, I forgot about that. That was the Terry.
That was the Terry in the corner. Yeah, the back shoulder.
Yeah, but I mean, even so, like touchdown's a touchdown.
Yeah, that doesn't absolutely.
But yeah, I think a lot of it might be game plan or maybe, like you were saying, injury concern.
Oh, you know what? Both of Terry's touchdowns were inside the 10. I thought the other one where he found him kind of on the crosser on the backside of the goal line was further out. But that was a 7-yard touchdown pass in the second quarter.
Oh, really? Yeah, I thought that would have been like at the 15 or something.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too. That's how I remembered it.
But I think, I don't know if this is Cliff Kingsbury or maybe it's concern for like, you know, injuries or whatever, but it's like, I see them abandon the run quite a bit. And I'm not saying like Jeremy McNichols or Austin Eckler are like world beaters in comparison to like how good Brian Robinson is, but it's like, I'd like to see him run with them a little more inside the red zone. But I think the biggest thing is penalties in the red zone. That is what I see.
Penalties have been a consistent, again, if you go back to the Giants game, the Bears game, penalties inside the 20 have absolutely been a consistent issue. It's a good call, Cairo. I appreciate you, bud.
Getting you something. All right, see you.
Thanks, brother. I'm going to ask Jeff. I'm going to ask Landfill. Everybody on the phones, you're going to get your say. Are you concerned about the Commanders' red zone woes? I think concern might be too strong, but it's at least something you got to pay attention to. Something else you got to pay attention to are your appliances. Because I didn't for a while, and I got bailed out by my guys at Better Appliances. Better is a family-owned small business serving Metro DC since 1945, celebrating 70 years of service of appliance repairs and sales. Here was a situation in my house. My wife kept complaining about the dishwasher. Hey, the dishwasher's not really cleaning the dishes. Hey, the dishwasher's making funky noises. You know what I did? I ignored it because I'm an idiot. But the people at Better bailed me out. We got to the point where the dishwasher just wasn't working. I called them. They came out. I really appreciated it. The service technician was like, listen, you might need a new one, but why don't I try a lower cost option first? He tried to fix it. The fix worked for like 3 or 4 days, and then I had to call him. I'm like, yo, I think this thing is just shot. It was past its lifespan as far as useful dishwashers go. And the next day they showed up. I got a brand new dishwasher, awesome service, really good, fair pricing. Going with Better has made my family's life better. It's Bettar. You're not just a number when you deal with Better Appliances. You're a customer, and they take care of you the right way. If they can't help, they'll find somebody who can. BetterAppliance.com. Better get better. BetterAppliance.com. Bettar. This might be my 1 seed of MJ songs. My mind. I also love PYT. Not enough to eat. Maybe, honestly, Landfill, are you playing this because the answer to the Commanders' red zone woes are in this song? Look at the man in the mirror, boys.
I mean, they might be.
Hunter on Twitter says penalties are the concern. B-Rob had a walk-in TD outside of the false start. Ertz almost had one. Richard John says power run game with bigger personnel packages. They have the personnel. Use it. Woo! Change his ways. Let's see what Jay in DC says. Jay, how concerned are you?
I'm not too concerned, JP. I just think from the Bears game, it was a little bit of Jaden being hurt, and they caught us in their cover 2 scheme they was in, and we threw the ball in the red zone a lot. I guess their cover 2 is kind of tight, and it's that defense. As a former high school coach, I mean, I just think we need to do some more power running game, a triple option with using Luke, the former quarterback, put him in the game in the red zone, let him run out, read option with 2 running backs in the backfield instead of using Jaden a lot down there. Just try something different.
I like it. I don't hate it. Thanks for the call, Jay. Appreciate you, bud.
Mm-hmm.
Landfill, are you concerned about it? I mean, this is such a hot start.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. I think that's the one thing that's stopping them from being, one of the best teams in the league, up there with the Chiefs and the Lions. It's just they're great at getting the ball to the red zone, but when they get there, it's kind of like 50-50 whether or not they get in. And that's just disappointing. I don't really understand. I had like flashbacks to the Gruden era a little bit because I think they did that a lot too, where they'd get to the red zone and they just couldn't get the ball in, and it's frustrating.
Yeah. I mean, that was back in the tight window conversation. You remember when Jay said if he threw the ball when I told him to, he'd have 60 touchdowns, and Kirk said, yeah, well, I'd have 20 interceptions or whatever that was. If you go back, I want to say it was the 16 Skins team. Kirk threw for almost 5,000 yards that year, if I remember it right. Yeah, Kirk threw for 4,917 yards. Think about that. 4,900 yards, and they only had 25 touchdowns. They were 29th in the red zone that year. 61 red zone trips, and they only scored 28 times. That is astonishing. So it's not that bad. It's tracking poorly. I also think if you look at some of the red zone concerns, B-Rob missed a game. There seems to be a little, I don't know how to describe this. Do you feel the same way about Austin Eckler now as you did maybe in week 4? Like, if you look at his splits, the yards from scrimmage has stayed pretty consistent. Like, he had 58 yards from scrimmage the other night against the Bears, but it didn't seem as maybe impactful as it had earlier in the year. He had 7 carries for 52 yards in that game. Jeff, I'll squeeze these callers in if we can get them. The week before against the Panthers, he only had 20 yards from scrimmage. But, like, the impact has been the same. It just hasn't maybe felt the same, which perhaps is stupid. I don't know. Does that sound fair to you?
Yes. Yeah, the plays aren't quite as big. I mean, I think that's again with like the kind of they're moving the ball really well up until the point they get in the red zone, and then it's just kind of a series of struggles, miscues, penalties, all kinds of things just start going bad for them when they get there.
Yeah. And the penalties have been really inopportune because the OZ touchdown was clean and Cosby was just downfield. I'll go to Dusty real quick. Dusty, what you got? How concerned about the red zone issues are you?
I have no problems at all with their offense. I think they're doing great. I think the biggest problem they had in the last game, I think Jaden wanted to play. I don't think he was 100%. I think when he rolled out to throw that pass and he got hit by Sweat, I think that kind of banged him up a little bit. They were taping him up. if you take, say, the touchdown throw to Ertz that was questionable, if he's not hurt, maybe he puts it right in the breadbasket. I just don't think he was 100%, and I don't think he was running as much as he would have. I think when this guy's 100% healthy, I think their offense is unstoppable. That's what I think.
It's a good call. Thanks.
All right, buddy.
I think Jaden was clearly hurt. Was he at 100%? No way. I still think he was really damn good. He might be onto something. The shot from Sweat and then the shot he took on the sideline from the linebacker that really got up into his left side of his ribs, I think must have had him hurting pretty good. He's still able to perform at a really high level and then chuck it 65 yards when he needed to. Let's try Al in Hyattsville. Al, what's your level of concern with the red zone struggles?
I'm somewhat 50-50. I think it really just depends. I think we have to, like the last caller or like a caller or two before said, start being more creative in how we want to attack the red zone. You know what I'm saying? Let's like you said, Luke McCaffrey, he former quarterback. Let's start trying to figure out how to get him in there and manipulate that area, because we got the talent. It isn't that we don't have the talent. Now I think it's just a matter of creativity. We got to figure out ways to be more creative down there to get those openings and be able to score more. So I'm at 50-50 at this point.
All right, Al. Thanks, buddy. I am not concerned about this. There is a school of thought going back to the Arizona days that the Cardinals would get off to hot starts and then defenses would kind of catch up to them. I only think you would see that probably mid-November on. I also think Cliff's different. The offense is different. The Bears also have a really good defense. So as we look specifically at that Bears game, you got to credit Chicago that came in. I think they were top 10 in both yards allowed, points allowed. And I think that is a factor in all of this. The fact that we're concerned about red zone offense on a team that's 6-2 and has the third best points scored and the 10th best points allowed, that is very refreshing, folks. Tyler Dunn from Go Long joins us next.
This update brought to you by Commuter Connections, guaranteed ride home. Washington Capitals versus New York Rangers tonight, Capital One Arena. Head coach Spencer Carberry this week on the Junkies. Lefty shooter Connor McMichael has 3 goals and 5 assists in the first 7 games.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I've seen Mike and known him since he first came into pro hockey, and he is always someone that I just feel like continues to push the envelope year after year after year after year, whether it was in the American League or now he's doing it in the NHL.
Play-by-play 7:15 p.m. tonight here on The Fan. Dodgers down the Yankees 4-2. They're 1 win away from another World Series title. Freddie Freeman with a 2-run homer and Walker Buehler 5 shutout innings. First pitch tonight, 8:08 p.m. from Yankee Stadium. Steelers defeat the Giants 26-18. Commanders preparing for the Giants Sunday at MetLife. Sunday's hero Noah Brown joins Grant and Danny at 3 p.m. and running back Austin Eckler live at 5. Wizards basketball takes down Atlanta Hawks 121-119. Jordan Poole 26, Kyle Kuzma 25, and Corey Kispert 21. The Wizards tie a franchise record with 21 threes. After 18 NBA seasons, Rudy Gay has announced his retirement. He played for the Grizzlies, Raptors, Kings, Spurs, and Jazz, averaging 16 points a game. Former Florida State point guard Jalen Warley announces he's leaving the Virginia basketball program. Get a free ride home for an illness, unexpected emergency, or unscheduled overtime when you share the ride to work. Get started at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. Byron Kerp on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Right now, I am excited to get to the BetQL guest line and welcome in Tyler Dunn from golongtd.com. Tyler, what's up, dude? How are you?
What's up, JP? Great to do a little home and home with you here, man. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I went on Tyler's podcast last week. He was in Ashburn a couple of weeks ago, had this really cool Brian Robinson story, which I want to talk about. But let's start, dude, with what'd you make of the Hail Mary the other night?
Oh, my God. Guilty as charged. After Chicago went up, I had to assist with our 3-year-old. That's the witching hour. That's all dads and moms know.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, all right, let's put the live chat to bed here and make a few final comments, go up, help out. And as I'm helping out, I just, looked down at the phone, saw it was blowing up, and told Sonny, we got to hit pause on this witching hour. Unbelievable. Probably one of the absolute most absurd, ridiculous plays I've ever seen in my lifetime. And the future is bright in DC.
Saying that, the Commanders are 6-2. Jaden just looks fantastic. What do you kind of think their ceiling is in an NFC that maybe the powers to be aren't Detroit has performed, but San Fran looks uneven. I don't know. What do you kind of make of the future in Washington going forward? We understand, but like this year,
they're Super Bowl contenders. I don't even think there's a shred of hyperbole to verbalize that. It's time. I mean, this is a team that can contend for a championship right now. I mean, we've seen this before, by the way. We've seen quarterbacks in their first and second year just completely take the league by storm. I know Joe Burrow tore his ACL as a rookie, but his second year he takes the team to the Super Bowl. CJ Stroud a year ago was phenomenal, and I think you can make the case that this offense is just as good, if not better than those two, because it's so different. I mean, it was wild to just kind of walk around that Commanders locker room and see Jaden Daniels up close. He's built so different than any quarterback in the NFL. Just tall, thin, like a 4x1 track sprinter. I think there's a reason Lamar Jackson lost 15 pounds into this season. He gets into the open field, you can't catch him, and you combine that with an absolute hammer of a running back in Brian Robinson Jr., a legit wide receiver one in Terry McLaurin, and that cannon of an arm. I mean, we all saw it just there. I mean, flick of the wrist at 60, 70 yards. This is a quarterback and an offense that is impossible to prepare for. So, yeah, I think they're contenders, and I don't think it's even a debate at this point because the NFC is so wide open, like you noted.
That's crazy to hear that, dude. Like, everybody in Washington just has such shock and PTSD from everything that's happened for so long that I really think people locally are like kind of scared to say the quiet part out loud. But it's night and day different.
But you know what? I think there were scouts around the NFL that saw that something really special in Jaden Daniels. Like we also did at LSU, we did in college, and we won the Heisman for a reason. But you know, Bob McGinn does his draft series at Go Along here, and there were scouts that were unafraid to bring up the name Patrick Mahomes. I mean, as early as February and March of that whole draft process. And they said that his game is just special to that degree. And then you factor in the speed element and the athleticism that Mahomes just doesn't have. And there are many scouts around the league that were really flummoxed. Like, why is Caleb Williams discussed as the no doubt about a first overall pick when this guy has a higher ceiling? I think we're starting to see that now. I love Caleb Williams. This fourth quarter was great in its own right. And look, he really doesn't have that great of a coach, offensive play caller coaching around him to maybe maximize his gifts. But I think that Jaden Daniels just proved in that game that he's the superior player, at least right now.
So switching, I think, they've got the third best offense in the league if you're looking at points scored. And the defense all of a sudden is surging. The defense all of a sudden is 10th in points allowed. Is the defense good, or have they played some opponents that make you look good of late?
Probably a little bit of all the above, right, JP? Like, I mean, let's see how this defense does against some of these other NFC contenders before we can just anoint them. But I'll say this, like, they sign these veterans like Bobby Wagner for a reason. Like, it's not just this blank canvas, we're going to roll with a bunch of first and second year guys and grow together. Like, I love the blend of experience and youth, going on paying for a Dorrance Armstrong. When they went about free agency that way, they had all the money to spend, more than any team in the NFL. Part of me wondered, are they going to just go all in on one or two guys, make the big splash, win the press conference, or maybe they just kind of punt on this year? They kind of went in between, signing a lot of guys who can kind of be stewards for the Dan Quinn defense, yet not just completely killing the cap. And, they're still so flexible to do whatever they want in future years. And I think we're seeing that was the right decision. Like, you can win now with these players while still kind of working in some youth. And you've got the right head coach. I mean, Dan Quinn, everybody there is hurting, I'm sure. But when I was spending a little time around the Commanders, players and coaches alike, they just couldn't say enough about him as the ultimate culture builder, right? There's that magic word we hear from every first-year head coach, but it just seems so real there. He knows how to empower players, how to make them feel like this is their team in every conceivable way. And it's one thing to kind of say it, but he walks the walk.
Yeah, Quinn has been really, really good. And, I think a lot of people in Washington had culture fatigue, if you will, because that's what Ron promised to create and then didn't really create it. And then just if you're looking at resumes at the time of them being hired, it's like, okay, well, you hired an NFC South coach that got to a Super Bowl and lost. And, Quinn and Ron both checked that box. So I think folks weren't excited about the hire here, maybe like they should have been, I guess. And they all wanted Ben Johnson. But what he has done since he got here is remarkable. And when you talk to people around the league about who Quinn is, his reputation as like a leader and people that just like can bring together wide groups of different focuses and attentions is pretty damn remarkable. they've struggled in the red zone. You talked about Brian Robinson, and his story is incredible. That to me seems like it could be a real tripping up point as the season continues and they start playing better teams. 3 of their next 4 against the division. They got the Steelers in there. Then they play the Falcons late. How concerned are you about their red zone struggles?
Yeah, I think that a young quarterback, an offense still kind of breaking in. I mean, as well as they played, there's going to be a blind spot. And I mean, I hate to use cliches, but I mean, the NFL is a game of situational football. I mean, you've got to win on third down. You've got to win in the red zone. And this just seems to be something they're still trying to figure out. It helps to have a Brian Robinson Jr., though. I mean, I feel like if you get close, I mean, he just does have that nose for the end zone. You know, as we kind of sat down and got into, I mean, 2 years removed from taking a bullet to the knee, a bullet to the hip. It's unbelievable what he's been through in his life. And he really believes he kind of gained this superpower to the point where, man, I think he appreciates the fact that he's alive more than ever. Not that he didn't in the immediate aftermath of that all. I mean, he stayed up all night on his hospital bed because he didn't know what in the hell the doctor was going to tell him the next day. Like, can he walk? Can he run? Is football even a possibility? But I think he had some really hard conversations with coaches, with family members, and he's just now this season realizes, you know, holy hell, I'm lucky to be alive. Let's maximize the day. And he runs that way. And he got into all of that. So I think it starts there in the red zone. Like, God, if you can just get him a lane and get that read option going with Jaden Daniels, I mean, that's still so hard to defend wherever you are on the field. But it wouldn't hurt to have maybe a receiver, a tight end, somebody that can kind of step up and be that go-to guy down there as well.
Sure. We're talking with Tyler Dunn here from Go Long TD. You can check him out at Ty Dunn. Does a great job covering stuff all over the NFL. Just an old school reporter that digs into the information. I like it. Who is the best team in the NFC? Detroit?
I just love those Detroit Lions, man. Yeah, that group is just different. You know, I was thinking about the Lions Sunday because not only the fact that they just, put, 50 plus on the Titans. I mean, that game was a laugher in its own right. But you see Tyreek Stevenson's taunting the crowd, and obviously we all saw the video, and he just giving up on the play, just quitting. And then Anthony Richardson he's just pulling himself out of the game. It's just wild. Your franchise quarterback, the 4th overall pick, quitting on his teammates because he needs a breather. I mean, that's unbelievable. And then you've got Trayvon Diggs. I mean, he's just kind of gallivanting down the field, skipping along, hopscotching, doesn't really get George Kittle's rumbling for 40, 50 yards. And then we all saw his comment, that I'm not even sure if I can say it on the radio here. It's just, I guess quitting is in vogue with this generation. It's hard to find guys who genuinely love the game, want to run through the nearest brick wall. This is like what they eat, sleep, breathe. I'm going to sound like an old curmudgeon, whatever, but it's true. I mean, coaches say it, players say it, and I think the Lions, more than any team in the league, have kind of developed that sixth sense for we're going to find a player who will never do anything like that. I mean, imagine Dan Campbell. How would he react to a Tyreek Stevenson, just talking to the fans, taunting the fans before a Hail Mary? He'd pull that seat off the plane and ceremonially just throw it into a dumpster fire, and that player be cut. I'd get to find a new way home. So yeah, I think the Lions, top to bottom, they knew what they were looking for day one when they took over, and now you're just seeing the fruits of that labor.
Who do you think's in bigger trouble, the Cowboys or the Giants?
Oh my gosh,
Cowboys had real expectations.
The Giants were definitely the team that I misread a little into this season because, Daniel Jones, we've seen so much of Daniel Jones. I get it. He is what he is. But living here in Buffalo, being around Brian Dable, being around Joe Shane, how they go about building a team, it is very Lions-esque and knowing exactly what they're looking for. But if the quarterback, we saw it last night. I mean, Troy Aikman's breaking it down. He just is afraid to pull the trigger up the sideline to Darius Slayton, a split second late. It's high. He gets hit. There's yards off the board. It's little moments like that that just add up constantly for Daniel Jones. And it hasn't really improved for a veteran quarterback to make the mistakes he does. Nothing else really matters that much then, right? Like if he's just going to miss open receivers and take a sack when he shouldn't be taking a sack, I get there's other issues going on around him. But you need to rise above at this point if you're Daniel Jones, and he just has not. So I think that's what surprises me the most. The Cowboys are just a joke, and they'll always be a joke because Jerry Jones is the owner. I mean, it still blows my mind. Like, the only two teams that have reached the NFC Championship game since 1995, the Cowboys and obviously the Redskins football team Commanders. And, the Commanders were able to remove the disease from the building, and we're seeing what that can do for them. Jerry Jones is always going to be around with Dallas, so Dallas is never going to contend. He'll find a way to screw it up.
It's remarkable how the tours thing became a big story, even though they've been doing it and winning 12 or 13 games the last couple of years. I just think Dallas lost their physicality. I just don't think they're a very physical team anymore. And dude, I think losing Dan Quinn hurts. You got Micah Parsons is out, and you know who they would have turned to last year, the last couple of years? Dorrance Armstrong and Dante Fowler. Those guys are here now. Their offensive line, they can't run the ball. Biotish is gone. Who's the big tackle that went to the Jets? Like, they just lost a lot. And as they just continue to throw money at their skill positions, the strength of that team was both lines, and they've just gotten worse.
Totally. And it was all avoidable, JP. I mean, what a smart team does is, okay, you lose to Green Bay, not ideal, terrible finish, but you did win 12 games again. You've done it 3 years in a row. Right then, in that moment, if you're going to decide, okay, we're going all in, and those are the words Jerry Jones has used, right? Like, then find a way to get a deal done with Dak Prescott then, and then you sit down with him and say, okay, we want to figure out a way to win a Super Bowl now, so let's move your 2024 cap number down the road. Let's massage this cap situation, which every team does that's interested in winning the Super Bowl, and get CD Lamb done, and then go get you another weapon, or get 2 or 3 pieces on the defensive side of the ball. This organization, they make more money than any sports franchise in the world, so they could find a way to move mountains if they wanted to. What I've been told, though, from people who have been around ownership, is that as Stephen Jones kind of gains power, like, he's terrified of dead money. He just doesn't want to pay people not to work. So that's why Mike McCarthy's a lame duck. And that's why they didn't go out and get pieces that could help them win a Super Bowl right now. And they have a few injuries to start this season. And now you're playing fringe NFL players. You're getting absolutely drilled on defense, giving up 40, 50 points. So they only have themselves to blame. And then there's brain drain, right? Dan Quinn, Joe Witt is an absolute stud. I covered him in Green Bay when he's a corners coach. I mean, he's great. So that doesn't help either.
AFC North, Steelers might have something with Russ now. The Ravens at their best are pretty damn good. But, dude, they lay eggs. You lose to the Raiders and the Browns in the first half of the season. Like, at some point, is that on Harbaugh for not having his guys locked in all the time? What do you make of the AFC North?
Man, Jameis Winston. I didn't see that. If Jaden Daniels isn't,
I love that Jameis pulled that off.
World. Yeah, like we're not doing that Hail Mary. We're all talking about Jameis all week. I hadn't really thought of it like that, JP, with the letdown games and the Baltimore Ravens. Got to be concerning. I think we all kind of were getting carried away with this Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry combination, and justifiably so. I mean, both are unlike anything at their positions, and Henry still has a lot of juice left. I'm sure the Cowboys wish they could have a mulligan there and maybe make a pitch for him. I tend to think that they'll still be right there at the end of the year. You kind of give a really good team a pass a couple times, but that is to lose to the Raiders and the Browns, two of the worst teams in the NFL. You got to dock them for it. And I thought the Bengals might be coming on. They get smashed by Philly. The AFC was supposed to be loaded. I mean, we were supposed to look at this conference and say, holy heck, who's getting left out of the 44% club in the playoffs? And everybody gets a pizza party in today's NFL. Half the teams make it, And we're wondering who's going to get left out. You're looking at it now, there's 2 or 3 teams that just seem ready to win a Super Bowl right now. And even the Chiefs, who are undefeated, have all sorts of issues. Definitely a shock to just see the conference so wide open.
Where do the Bills fit in all of it? And the Texans, but I know your boots on the ground in Buffalo.
I think the Bills are in good shape now. Their schedule has been a little softer of late, but still to go into Seattle, that can feel like the edge of the earth when you take that flight, and to just put an absolute hurting on the Seahawks like they did. I think they've consciously tried to evolve on offense, get more physical. I mean, James Cook has been such an upgrade from what they've had at running back. The offensive line is just bullying teams. And Josh Allen has been Josh Allen, and it hasn't been turning the ball over. Now, I think everybody expected it to take a little bit of time for Keon Coleman and some of these receivers to kind of work their way in. And they trade for Amari Cooper after a really rough 2-game stretch. But it seems like Keon Coleman, things are already kind of clicking for him. I thought it might take till December for him to really ascend and be somebody that warrants 7-8 targets a game. He had a drop in Seattle. Other than that, I mean, what a monster. The touchdown over 6'4" Tariq Woolen in the end zone, taps him on the helmet, and it's the blocks that you got to love. I mean, he threw a guy into the bench on the sideline. He took down Woolen off the line of scrimmage on another play. This is somebody that kind of feeds into this philosophical shift on offense. So the offense is fine. Josh Allen's an MVP candidate. The question always is in Buffalo, how will the defense perform in January against the best of the best? Because statistically, it's about as ugly as it gets for Sean McDermott and the Bills in that moment. I think everybody here in Western New York just wants to hit that simulate to January button because nothing really matters until then.
Yeah, I think the Ravens and the Bills have landed in the same spot, and specifically for Allen and Lamar, like until they're holding a Lombardi, they're just going to be seen as not quite good enough. And whether that's fair and quarterback wins should or shouldn't be a stat, like I know all that stuff, but until one of those two is holding a trophy and one of them beats Mahomes, they're going to be viewed as not as good. That's just the reality of it.
And it's especially painful in Buffalo because, I mean, this was actually, I believe it was the first story that I had it go along when we launched back in 2020. I mean, Terry Pagula, the team's owner, he loved Patrick Mahomes before anybody. I mean, I'm talking September, October of his last year at Texas Tech. He's watching this guy on film saying, I want that. This guy is going to be a star. And usually when owners have a notion, i.e. Jerry Jones, it doesn't work out. And here's the owner of the Buffalo Bills.
Jimmy Haslam was all in on Johnny Football.
Overall. Exactly, right? Yeah. Jerry wanted Johnny. And Steven was actually right in that case, talked him out of it. But, you know, I think that Terry, he didn't want to be Jerry Jones on draft day. He had just hired Sean McDermott, had given him final say. Sean's coming in, you know, he wants to kind of implement, you know, his bigger picture plan for the team. So they trade out of that 10th overall pick. They hand it to Kansas City. They hand Patrick Mahomes to Kansas City. And here's the player that they just can't get past that owns Sean McDermott in the playoffs. You can't even make it up. I mean, these fans here have been through hell. I mean, we're talking generations, right? 4 straight Super Bowl losses and then the 17-year playoff drought. Now this. Is this year going to be different? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think psychologically it could. They let go a lot of players who have been around for those crushing playoff losses. And I sat down with Brandon Beane and pointed that, like, you're going into that game next time. These guys don't have the same scars. I think there could be something to that. But again, we won't know until they get to that game again.
Ty, this is fun, man. Let's do it again maybe after Thanksgiving or so. Check up on what's going to happen next.
Hey, man, would love to. Any day, anytime, JP. Thanks for having me.
All right, give him a follow. It's Tyler Dunne from golongtd.com. Ty Dunne, Dunne, if you want to give him a follow on social. We got to have a conversation about expectations. 12:45. Do not miss Wendy Knows Sports.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. So Monday Night Football, the Giants lost again in Pittsburgh, 26-18. It's gotten so bad up there. Brian Dable, just a few minutes ago, had to address the quarterback situation. He says Daniel Jones will remain the starting quarterback in New York. So Commanders, coming off that huge win Sunday against Chicago, get Danny Dimes this weekend. 1 o'clock kickoff as the Commanders head up to New York to take on the Giants. Commanders 6-2 after the miracle win over the Bears, remain first place in the NFC East. Wizards get their first win of the season last night. Kyle Kuzma, 25-11. Wiz held off Atlanta 121-119. World Series could end tonight. Dodgers look to finish things off in the Bronx, up 3-0 in the series. Hockey, Caps are back on the ice, hope to get back to their winning ways. Caps are home against the Rangers, 7:30 face-off tonight here on The Fan. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture. We've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention The Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crowd Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. PYT. Time to have a serious conversation. Depending where you're looking, right? There's different ways to account for these things. But according to playoffstatus.com, the Commanders now have the 4th highest chance of making the playoffs in the entire NFL, just of making the playoffs. 81% chance they make the playoffs. And it's not hard to think about it. They've got 6 wins already. They only had 4 all last year. They've got 6 through 8 games. They're 6-2. That means they got 9 games left. If you get to 9 wins, you almost always are going to make the playoffs. So they could go 3-6 down the stretch and probably make the playoffs in the expanded wild card. According to this playoff status thing, 81% chance of making the first round, 49% chance of making the divisional round, 27% chance of making it to the NFC title game. And I mean, hell, just because these chances exist, this has Washington at a 13% chance of making the Super Bowl and a 6% chance of winning the Super Bowl. I mean, it's who knows? It's a fleeting sport. That's pretty damn incredible. The thing I find really interesting is that Vegas still has the Eagles favored to win the NFC East. I don't really. If you've watched these two teams, I understand that some of this is like based on how teams have performed in the past because it's based on where people will bet, right? Like you're probably still just getting more money on Philly. But that said, if you've watched the two teams, and I know that Philly looked good against the Bengals, that's a good win. How do you figure just eye test? And if you're colorblind, so the jersey colors don't matter. If you're not looking at past success, how do you figure Philly's better? I find that one hard to believe. I mean, just look at Commanders are 4-0 at home. They have a plus 69 point differential. Get your mind out of the gutter, Jeff. Plus 69. They are third in the NFL in points scored. They are 10th in points allowed. Their defense is playing well all of a sudden. Eagles are just a game behind them. The Eagles are 10th in points allowed, 7th in points allowed, 10th in points scored. So the Eagles are starting to have some real balance. The only thing that makes me nervous about the Eagles is when they slumped, is when they didn't have A.J. Brown on the field. And if you think about the Niners, when they struggle is when Debo misses games and how different they are when Debo's in the game. And I think there's legitimate questions about Philly's defense, their pass defense particularly, but they spent a bunch of draft picks on the secondary, and they drafted the kid Quinyon Mitchell. I think he was their first rounder, right? He was out of the small school, like Eastern Michigan or something. And I remember Saban said that was the kid I wanted more than anybody, and he couldn't get it done in NIL, and the kid wanted to stay at Toledo. He was the 18th pick or so, 22nd overall pick. He's been really good. And now that Cooper DeJean, who is the pick the Eagles took when Washington traded back, Cooper DeJean missed a bunch of time early, didn't look right early. He's starting to look right now. They've got DeJean playing in the slot. The linebacker Bond has played really well. Like, they're starting to have some pieces defensively. Kobe Dean is a linebacker I loved for Washington coming out of Georgia a few years ago. They didn't take him because, they thought they had it figured out with who. I don't know that Philly is as good as they've been because I think Jalen Hurts is turning the ball over more, but all of a sudden Jalen has quieted down in the turnover department. That's going to be a dog of a game. 3 weeks, Thursday night at the Link. Washington, this next stretch, there's no chill for Washington maybe until Tennessee, first weekend of December. These next 4 games at the Giants, Steelers at home, short turnaround to take on both Pennsylvania teams within 4 days, pretty damn tough because those are 2 pretty physical football teams. And you got to turn that around right away, basically. And then you get the Cowboys at home, and the Cowboys will come limping in here. Who knows what the hell is going to happen in Dallas? Dallas is as close to the old Kyle Shanahan, we might not even be alive next week, as any organization in the NFL. We're going to learn a lot about Washington in the next 4. If there are folks that think Washington's a fraud, depending how the next month goes, nobody's going to be saying that. Right? Like, by the time we all eat turkey on Thanksgiving, we're going to know exactly what this team is. And if you can get to, they've got 5 before the bye here, right? You're 6-2 now. You can go 3-2 over the next 5, and you get to the bye at 9-4. Landville, then you start looking at some serious odds. Honestly, even if you get there at 8-5, you're a playoff team, but that means you've lost some games in the division, most likely, and you maybe have a clearer idea of where you stack up. But to me, 9-4 at the bye, and you're starting to wonder what you have planned in late January. And that ski trip or, that trip down to Florida for some sunshine, might be putting that on hold. When we come back, Wendy knows sports. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, and Billie Jean. Shout out to Wildcard Scotty. He brought in lunch, extreme pizza. It's good. I thought the meatball sub was quite good. Wildcard Scotty shows up with a gang of food, so we get 1 million people in the studio, just the way Landfill likes it. But most importantly, we got Wendy. Wendy runs promotions. I don't know if that's accurate, but we're going with that today. And Wendy's a huge sports fan. Hello, Wendy.
Hi.
Always good to see you.
Good seeing you too.
Remember when you just carried me for no reason this morning?
I did?
Yeah, I offered you a shirt, and you're like, I already got shirts.
Oh, I don't need another t-shirt.
Yeah, well, regardless. That
Wendy
was
is
me.
in charge of promotions, which makes her one of Jeff's bosses.
Are you Jeff's boss? Could you fire Jeff, most importantly?
No.
Wildcard Scotty is the person that has categorically killed Jeff every time we've had a rap battle. Hello, Wildcard. How do you do?
I'm fine. How are you?
We're good. Good. All right, so everybody's here. Are you familiar with Wendy Knows Sports, the segment? This might be my favorite segment of the week.
I am.
Okay. Wendy is in charge of promotions, major sports fan. Wendy, there have been 3 World Series games played over the last week. 3 World Series games. Who's in the World Series?
The Yankees
Yep.
and
Don't look for help. Don't look for help.
and the Dodgers.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. Do you know who's leading the World Series? It's the World Series, and it's LA versus New York.
The Dodgers.
They are. They're up 3-0. They can close it out tonight. Who do you think would be named MVP? Who do you think the Dodgers' best player is?
I don't even know anybody that plays for the Dodgers.
Now, listen, this dude is not only a star, and this is going to be a big hint, not only a star here, but also a massive star in another country.
That's like everybody in baseball.
He's a massive star in Japan. We really need a camera on Wendy for these segments.
I have not a clue.
He's a massive star here and in Japan and was part of a pretty big gambling controversy to start the season.
Nope. I don't have that one.
All right, pick one of 3.
Okay.
One of these names is the Dodgers' best player.
Okay.
Hideki Matsuyama, Shohei Ohtani, or Hideo Nomo?
2.
Shohei.
Yeah.
Bang! Got it. Well done. Now, can you name any Yankees players?
Nope.
Can you name who was the Nationals' best player? Because I know you work for them on occasion. Who was the Nationals' best player when they won the World Series?
When they won the World Series?
Yeah, it was only 5 years ago.
It was.
He was a very young man then.
Was it Harper?
Nope, he had left. Thank goodness.
Oh, before the World Series?
He left the year before, and they won because he left because he stinks.
Was it Soto?
Yeah! Soto's on the Yankees.
Oh.
Yeah. Have you heard of Aaron Judge?
No.
Well, you can't get a hit, so maybe you don't need to. All right, I think we're doing pretty good. Did you watch the Commanders' Hail Mary?
Yes, sort of.
What
it was
is that?
on the TV.
Yeah, it's how
and
most
I was
people
in the
watch.
room.
And
I heard everybody scream.
Who's the quarterback that threw that ball? Surely we got this.
Jaden Daniels.
Yes, okay. Do you know who caught that pass?
No.
He's going to be on with Grant and Danny today,
Oh.
3 o'clock.
Is he coming in studio or on the phone?
Just a phoner. Sorry to disappoint you. Now, if he was coming in studio, would you have pretended you knew who he was to get a photo with him?
No.
Okay. If I give you I'll give you his first or last name. If you think you can come up with the other one, what would you prefer?
Last name.
Brown.
Oh, God. Everybody's last name is Brown.
Just like everybody in baseball is a multinational star. It's the first name is a biblical character, if that helps.
A biblical character?
A biblical character.
That's a lot of people.
That is a lot of people. But this is a very well-known biblical story.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, arguably the most well-known biblical story. Like, little kids know that this is probably little kids' favorite biblical story.
Noah?
Yeah! You're on fire today, Wendy. Wildcard Scotty, do you have a sports question for Wendy? She's impossible to stump.
Her eyes and her facial expressions, they're amazing.
Okay,
She's on
Wildcard
point.
Scotty making it weird. Landfill, do you have a sports question for Wendy?
I'm just in awe. I just want to learn. She clearly knows so much.
I think you've gotten them all right. Last night was Monday. We always do this on Tuesday. Last night was Monday Night Football. Did you happen to watch any of that game?
No.
Do you know the two teams that were playing?
No.
They are iconic organizations in the National Football League.
Still don't know.
What are the two?
The Steelers?
Yes. Jeff, are you just cheating?
No, she said still don't know. I said you was close.
Okay. All right. Steelers are from what city?
Pittsburgh.
And what are the two teams from New York?
The Jets and the Giants.
Boom. Giants, Steelers. You got this.
Oh, okay.
There is a quarterback in last night's game that is married to a pop star. Do you know who that quarterback is?
Quarterback that's married to a pop star.
Is pop fair?
R&B singer.
Perhaps R&B singer is more accurate.
Russell Wilson?
Yeah. You're on fire, Wendy. Have you been to any Wizards or Caps games yet?
I've never been to a Caps game, period, ever.
Ever?
Mm-mm.
Don't you work there sometimes?
Yes, I work in the box office.
And you've never just like strolled the 40 feet to go look at the ice?
Like, we have to look at the arena before the start of each event. But no, I've never actually sat in the bowl for a Caps game.
Would you like to? I think they play tonight.
I work tonight
Where?
at Cap One.
Yeah, so go to the game. I think you could very easily go to the game tonight.
We'll see.
Okay. The Commanders are now 6-2.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many games they play the whole season? They've played 8.
No.
It's between. It used to be 16 games.
I was
and they
thinking
changed
17 in my
Yeah,
head.
17. You got it. You got this. Do you want to give us a Commanders season record prediction?
No.
Why not?
No.
All right. They have a bye in 5 games.
Okay.
So that will be 8 plus 5, 13 games. Give me a bye week prediction.
Oh, where they're going to.
What their record will be. You know who? Look behind you. Chris Russell's jealous. You're taking his airtime. And
Chris Russell is talking.
He's talking or eating. It's been pretty common.
He's talking.
13 games. Just tell me what you think. They've already won 6.
They've already won 6.
Yes, they have.
So the bye week will be the.
Week 14 bye.
I don't know. So let's just say they'll be at 10, I guess.
10-3?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Wendy.
Okay.
If they get to 11, B. Mitch has to wear a tutu.
That's factual. If they
that's
get to
gonna be
11,
funny.
B. Mitch has to wear a tutu.
Did you guys really make that bet with him?
Could the station provide money for a tutu?
That I can't promise you.
I'd make it a promotional thing. Go, get with a good tutu company.
We can make him a tutu.
All right, there you have it. Wendy, thank you. I love your love of sports.
Thank you.
Love Wendy. Nikki Jabvala joins us at 1:30.
I'm Roll Forsey. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. So we're still all basking in the glory of Sunday's walk-off win for the Commanders, the Rays Hail Mary to win it over the Bears. We can feel the excitement in D.C. Dan Quinn certainly can feel it himself as well.
The energy that's been created from the fans, they provide a lot for our team. And we want to give that back to them in the strongest way that we can and represent that for them. And when every time they watch us, have a sense for, man, I can't wait to see what happens next. And but yeah, we love the connection that's taking place.
What's next? On to New York. Commanders 6-2, first place in the NFC East, take on the Giants at MetLife Stadium this weekend. Brian Dable said today after their loss Monday Night Football in Pittsburgh that Daniel Jones will remain their starting quarterback. Wizards on the board with their first win. They hit 21 3-pointers last night, tied a franchise record to hold off Atlanta 121-119. Caps are hoping to get back to their winning ways, return home tonight against the Rangers, 7:30 face-off here in the Fan. And the World Series could end tonight. Dodgers won 4-2 last night in the Bronx. They look for the knockout blow tonight with Game 4, looking for the sweep in New York. That starts just after 8. This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
I got people trying to mess with me, Landfill. Might need a bouncer in here. I offered Denton a shirt. He said no, and he's wearing a Baja, is what we used to call those things. The best part was Denton's mic just not being up and him talking. There's a clip going around social media right now. Terry McLaurin was on Kay Adams this morning. And it's funny, man. Commanders got people available now. Noah Brown's on Good Morning Football, I think. John Bates, I think, made angry runs. Like, the Commanders are happening around the league. And Terry McLaurin talking to Kay Adams, I think this is something very easy for fans to support when a guy like Terry talks about the season this way.
Be real, how injured was Jaden Daniels? How incredible was it that he did that with such poise and he's hurting?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was definitely feeling it. He definitely probably took a few shots, but he's never going to show you that.
Yeah.
Like, his face is the same every single play, good or bad. And to have that kind of poise and disposition as a rookie is unbelievable. But, they got good players, too, who are making plays as well. But he has a will to win and have a rib injury going into that game. To cork that, I was about to.
There was just no panic. There was no panic. There was no panic
None.
at all the whole time. And I'm like, Andy's hurt. Tell him to heal up. You keep doing your thing.
Terry will go on in that interview to talk about he's having the most fun of his career, which is kind of what he said to us for some time now. And it's for a guy like McLaurin that has truly just had to grind it out. It's hard not to be really happy for him at this stage, right? Like, he's fourth in the NFL in receiving yards. There's always been this conversation like, oh, is Terry a top 10 wideout? Jeff wanted to trade him in training camp. If you go back and check the data,
Yeah, I'm actually maintaining a list. People that wanted to trade Terry, and Jeff is the only one on it.
Yeah, you know what? I'll double check the list because I know you put it in the shared Google Drive.
All right, so I'm gonna go get the audio.
Hang on, I'm looking at the list, Jeff. The list is the list. Pod Denton up real quick. Denton, if you can, it says guys that wanted to trade Terry McLaurin list.
Yeah, let me just adjust my my glasses
here. Who's on there?
I do see Jeff Too Funny, DJ Jeff Too Funny, actually, as it says on the list.
Scotty, can you see that? There's one person on the list. Jeff, the list Jeff, I didn't make the list.
If
I
that
don't
list is true, I
maintain
have
the list.
cornrows.
What?
If that list is true, I have a head full of hair right now.
Jeff, I didn't make the list, bro, but these are documents. These are sourceable documents, man.
I heard he wanted Cam Sims to replace him.
He does love Cam Sims.
Didn't he score this year though?
I highly.
It's like, nah, man.
But Terry McLaurin is having fun. I think this whole Commanders team is having fun, and I feel like that is part of the growth. Like, everybody is in it together. Things are going well. You're enjoying yourself because you're winning, and you're winning because you're enjoying yourself. It all starts to build momentum. This is McLaurin from this morning on Kay Adams.
Are you enjoying it? Are you finally at a place where you're starting to have fun?
Oh, I'm having the time of my career, honestly. Like, I'm having a lot of fun, and I think the cameras catch me a lot. Just being in the moment and being able to let loose, like going into each and every week and believing in the guys that we have in this locker room and the way we're coming out with some of these games. We don't really know how it's going to show up, but all the training we put in since the all season started is really starting to show up in different ways. And so when you're doing that and you're doing it with a group of guys you really love going to work with, like, it makes it really fun. And then when you're making plays too and helping your team win, that's always the cherry on top.
Are you in?
And if you think about Terry statistically, I mean, really, however you want to look at it, he is definitely making plays and is a huge part of these wins. Went for $125 last week. And it's just, there's so much about Terry that his willingness to put his body on the line over and over, and all that stuff's contagious, man. And you see it week after week. And then you see a dude like Jaden. How about the clip? Now, we can't play this clip, but this started going viral, I think, last night from ESPN. And Jaden after the play. You see that one, Denton? We got Denton Day here, Sheen's producer. You can hear him on XM on his college football stuff.
And Commanders pregame.
But it's too bad you weren't in the video with Linnell when he passed out. I think he was touched by the Holy Spirit in that moment.
The one weekend I have a wedding, of course. But please continue.
Wait, do you do that show normally? Is that normally you? And
that's literally me and Linnell. I have a wedding for a person that I did not know as a +1, and it happened to be that weekend. I was thrilled.
Damn.
Yeah.
When was the wedding? Wedding on a Sunday?
I said the same thing. It was at 4. It started at 4:30.
You had a Sunday wedding at 4:30 when the Commanders game against the Bears got flexed?
Yeah. Not thrilled.
Damn, dude.
a big time L.
So you didn't even get to watch it?
No, I had to run out of the wedding to call my dad when the Hail Mary happened.
You didn't see it live?
I didn't see it live.
Oh, how on the levels of L's, how bad is that?
This is a top tier L for a guy that is bleeds burgundy and gold or whatever the colors are now. Top tier L.
Landfill. Denton didn't get to watch it at all. Jeff left early. Which is worse?
I mean, Jeff's by far, but it sounds like we got a bunch of fake fans here.
Dude.
Are we really having a fake fan conversation?
You left early when they threw a Hail Mary.
I had to go to work. And I watched
you work at the club. The club doesn't go until 11 or midnight.
That's how I know JP is old, because on Sundays, we have day parties right after brunch.
It was 8 o'clock at night.
Yes.
That's a day party?
Yes. The day party is from usually like 12 to 9, and then it changes over to the 10 to 3 a.m.
But if you were working the day party, you were already going to be late.
No, bro. I was covering someone from 9 to 11. So I had to leave from the stadium, drop my equipment off, and go in. And like I said,
I didn't know DJs covered shifts the way that I will text Landfill to cover a producing shift.
Yeah, bro. That's why you keep a network of good DJs. So when you can't do something, somebody else.
It's a simple question. Denton didn't get to watch the game because he was at a wedding for a person he didn't know.
Yeah.
Jeff was at the game and left early. Which is worse? Landfill, your vote.
It's definitely Jeff.
Y'all are haters.
Scotty, your vote.
100% Jeff.
A true fan would have had the game plan on their phone at the wedding.
Jeff, trust me, I'm in the middle of Purcellville, Virginia with SOS on the LTE bar. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. I just need one bar. I don't care if it's grainy. It could be 240 foot. I do not care. I just needed one bar. I couldn't get it.
You're not quite married yet. You're engaged. You get married in the spring or something, right?
Right, correct.
Did you have a conversation with your fiance about
We
this?
had a conversation after, because I was under the assumption I'm gonna look like a somewhat good person here. I was under the assumption that it was on a Sunday for religious purposes. For a Jewish wedding can be traditionally held on Sunday. So I was like, all right, cool.
I did not know that.
And then I get there, and it was not for a religious purpose. It was just because they were, quote, saving money. And I was like, you had a Friday to do this in the fall.
How do these people feel now that you're talking about how unhappy you are about their wedding?
There's a reason I have not name dropped them. The wedding was beautiful, but it was not beautiful enough to have me miss a Hail Mary. Correct me if I'm wrong here. That's the first time in franchise history a Hail Mary has converted in favor of Washington.
Yeah, I've seen a few Hail Marys before halftime. Hell, there was the one against the Broncos last year that they didn't get the 2-pointer. But I've never seen Washington completely, especially a walk-off singular win.
I mean, arguably the best regular season play in franchise history.
Regular season play.
I don't think I should be giving marriage advice, or fiance advice. But hey, Dan, if the command is playing, sometimes you got to put your foot down and buckle your pants up and say, "I'm watching football." But like I said, don't take no marriage advice from me, though, bro. It's the reason why I'm not married.
I'm good.
Did you debate putting your foot down? Because it's also work, dude. Like, you make
it is also
money
work.
in doing it. I know you like money.
Yeah, thankfully.
This company doesn't give a lot of it away. So, like, when you have a day to make some.
Thankfully, I had other money-making opportunities.
You selling weed
again? Not selling weed again. Selling weed ever. I have another job, which you had me as a guest on. For those purposes, and Daddy made a lot of money this weekend doing that job.
That got weird. Did you just call yourself Daddy on the B-Bitch and Finley program?
Zaddy. Sorry, is that better for you?
No.
No. Phil, cut his mic off.
All of a sudden, listen, I was firmly in Jeff did it worse by leaving the game, but you referring to yourself as Daddy in a reference to
if I can make
with
you
me, Jeff, Lampville, and Scotty sitting around, you might have done it worse.
If I can make y'all swing to be on the same side as Jeff, I feel like I've done my job here. That's polarization.
I almost want to take calls, but I feel like
listen, wrong call is going to call.
Nikki Jabala joins us in 10 minutes. But if you want to call in real quick and tell me who did it worse, Jeff was at the Bears game and left early, or Denton was at a wedding and wasn't allowed to watch it. Dude, the whole, you're not allowed to watch this wedding before you're even married?
Well, so it wasn't
you're
that
not
I
allowed
wasn't
to watch the game.
It wasn't that I wasn't allowed to. I just couldn't. Like, she had no issue with me bolting out of there to call my dad when I got a notification that a Hail Mary pulled off. She totally got it. It's just that I couldn't watch it because of where the wedding was located. If you ever been to Purcellville, Virginia, it's not exactly a great place for signal on cell phones when you're deep into the wedding territory of that area. It's a bunch of farmland.
It's kind of suspect.
Venue didn't have Wi-Fi?
The venue didn't have a TV?
I don't think you
The
tried
venue
hard
did not
enough.
have a
Where
TV.
were you? Is there a weird Amish portion of Purcellville that I'm unaware of?
I mean, not a TV where you're watching where it's also by a wedding, unless you're deep into a kitchen. I'm just gonna walk back up there. Hey, catering
Where
guys.
was it? It's not at a restaurant, bar kind of thing?
At a wedding? No. Is that
A
like
hotel?
It's like a winery. There's no TV. You're not going to a winery to watch a football game.
Jeff, answer the phone. I don't know, man. Yours is becoming more and more suspect. Ever since you called yourself Daddy, it's gotten very weird.
I'll take that.
Can I borrow $1 on Twitter? Says Jeff has that AI fandom. I don't even know what that means.
What does that mean?
Jeff might have AI, artificial intelligence. You could be patient zero for that, Jeff, as far as I know. Big B in DC says Jeff is definitely worse because I was texting with him to meet him, and he responded he was going to meet me. Bleep you, Jeff.
The day got away from me, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you and I'm not trying.
Big B's on the line.
Yeah,
Hush.
he's on.
Big B, fire away at Jeff.
Man, let me tell you something, man. I almost missed that last play because I was like, you know what? Let me stand out in the hall because Jeff might be popping through. I know you're a busy dude. So I said he might be popping through, pause. But I said I'm going to stand out in this hallway, see if I can catch up with my man. And boom, he showed me a go. So
damn, Jeff.
Hold on. Can I explain myself?
You always have an explanation.
No, because what I went through at the stadium this week, and I'm not going to say no names because she helped me get it done. So I went up there.
Landfill, do you think this is somehow going to result in Jeff trying to claim he's famous?
No,
I have a feeling.
it wasn't it's no famous talk. I even put it in the chat. But somehow I went to set my stuff up. I got my ring road credential and all of that. And I'm setting my DJ equipment up. I usually don't get my credential until after the game, after I packed up, so I could just get my credential, walk to the South Tunnel, and go in. Well, when I get to the credential table, guess who did not have a credential for the game? Jeff Walker. So which, in hindsight, happened. Someone had to get me an entertainment wristband, and I had to be escorted from the stadium. And then they were like, they don't give us seats. They kind of just tell us, when you get in, go find a seat that's open. That's how you can watch the game. Cool. But the thing was, I didn't have no credentials, so I couldn't just walk around the stadium or get to no seat. So I literally went up to a suite and just stayed in the suite the entire time.
Landfill,
and that's because I saw Gil.
The TLDR version of Jeff's story is a whole bunch of stuff about getting in. None of that impacted when you left, bro. You were in, and then you just left.
I had to go make some more money, bro. You would have left too.
All in all, I'm really happy that Terry McLaurin's happy. That's good.
I too am happy that Terry McLaurin's happy. I have a question, though. I have a question.
For me? Okay.
This is from Ahmet. Ahmet brings up a good question here. If you had no signal at the wedding, how did you know about the Hail Mary?
So I was getting text messages every 45 minutes. Imagine the string of text messages. Here's a trick. If you have bad signal, you got to flip it on airplane mode, flip it off airplane mode. Search is super strong. You get a surge of text messages. They're all over the place. And then you got to do it every 45 minutes. It was a disaster.
Purcellville, Virginia is not that far away. Like, I know where it is. It's just past, like, you just keep going on the toll road or whatever that road becomes, Route 7.
Right. And then it's 15 minutes off the toll road into like the farmland. Like, I'm not in downtown Purcellville. I'm like all these back roads going 3 miles at 25 miles an hour, all these back roads.
David Morris says, how did he get a notification when he had SOS and 0 bars? Sus as hell.
I just told you how I got a notification. David, listen to the program.
You believe him, Landfill? It's a little sus. I don't know that I've ever used that term. Gerald Robinson on the chat says, Denton is worse.
Damn it, Gerald.
And a lot of people are like, who's getting married on a Sunday?
I said the same thing.
How much money do you save on a Sunday wedding?
See, when I was booking my wedding, it was cheaper to do it on a Friday, which is why my wedding's on a Friday. We saved like $4,000. I don't know that you save that much money on a Sunday, though. But it was significantly cheaper on Friday. It's also way smarter if you have people coming from out of town, so you get a recovery day and a day to be a tourist in D.C. You're welcome, everybody that's coming out of town to my wedding.
Thanks for the invite. Rusty's in Delaware. Who did it worse?
Invites haven't gone out yet.
So it's definitely Denton. And I'm going to tell you, so Jeff, I got your back here. This is Daddy calling from Delaware. I mean, Rusty calling from Delaware.
Got a lot of daddy talk today.
If there's any place that doesn't have signal, it's rural Delaware, and I can tell you all about that. But dude, you're going to have to, number one, get the man card laminated after this, because you're going to need this in the future. I'm coming to you as a married man of 10 years. I have missed a birthday for a Redskins playoff game in 2013. I have had weddings and things formed around Orioles playoff games, and I know they've been few and far between. There was a way to see this game, and I don't care if it was SOS mode or a TV somewhere. Dude, you should have gotten in front of a screen.
Yeah. Take that L, then.
I will take the L. I don't have headphones, so I have no idea what he just said. I was not playing for a call segment here. I thought we were going to talk.
Here's what I can tell you, and
I'll take the L, though. Like, I don't mind taking the L. It's the biggest L that I've taken as a Commanders fan, which is saying a lot.
I'll ask a serious question in the group, and I don't know the answer to this. I missed my sister-in-law's wedding. So my wife's sister. Well, my wife, I think, was best lady, whatever that's called. Because I had to work a Skins game. It was Skins Titans. If I remember correctly, I think it was Skins Titans when DJ Swearinger went nuts after the game. So
you're paid on salary, though, aren't you? You paid a lot more than me by your company, that's for sure.
But I had to work the game. That was my thought. You missed a game for your fiance's friend that you didn't know.
Yeah. I thought the wedding was going to be massive, too. It was not massive.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I would have hit, hey, babe, I'm here. I'm just not in the ceremony, but I'm here.
Landini, was I a jerk for missing my sister-in-law's wedding? My job.
No.
What's your relationship with your sister-in-law?
We're close. She's great. She's my accountant. All right. Final votes, I think Jeff's was worse, but Denton's is way more suspect than he led us to believe. Landfill?
Jeff's is way worse.
Scotty?
Y'all haters.
It's remarkable that Scotty never stops talking except when his microphone's on, and then he's incapable of talking. We will present the facts to B. Mitch tomorrow for the final verdict. Denton, thank you for hanging out. Nikki Jabala joins us next.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. We are still basking in the glory of that walk-off miracle in Maryland win. All the DC football fans thrilled with the Rays Hail Mary Sunday to beat the Bears. Commanders with the victory 6-2. They remain first place in the NFC East. Coming up this weekend, this is a big stretch starting over the next month. 3 of the next 4 games against division opponents, starting Sunday in New York against the Giants. Commanders a 3.5-point favorite. Giants lost in Pittsburgh on Monday Night Football. Brian Dable said today, a little earlier this morning, Jones will remain the Giants starting quarterback. Caps hockey tonight on the Fan. Caps hope to get back to their winning ways, returning home against the New York Rangers. 7:30 p.m. face-off, 7:15 for the pregame tonight on the Fan. Wizards get the first win of the season last night, 21 three-pointers to beat Atlanta, 121-119. Baseball season could end tonight. Dodgers, after a 4-2 win in New York last night, look for the clincher, look for the series sweep, 8-08 against the Yankees tonight in New York. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 the Fan. Now, listen, that had to be a strong pull for Landfill to keep Michael Jackson Day going, even though Nikki was on the line and we normally hear Petey Pop. Nikki Jobvala.
I would have changed, but our computer broke and I can't change the song.
There you go. So, Nikki, I hope you don't mind a little MJ. How are you?
All good. All good.
You did a really good job. You and I were sitting there together watching that game, watching the Hail Mary and just how it all unfolded. And it was just pure chaos. I think you did a great job, though, pointing out, a lot has changed in the universe as it comes to newspapers, and the actual print versions sometimes are like so memorable and arguable works of art. And I love that you tweeted out the picture. I don't know if McDonald took that or what, but the picture of Noah Brown 4 yards behind the scrum catching that Hail Mary on the cover of the Post Sports section is just so damn cool.
It was an awesome cover. Like our Matt Bonstia, he came up with the headline, which I thought was just perfect, and the way it was laid out, I loved it. To me, that's like one of those iconic covers that you end up framing. I'm going to frame it. But
well,
yeah,
it helps when your byline's
really cool
on it, so you should frame it.
Well, yeah, but even if it was like somebody else's, like I just think that moment, I mean, it's just like it's hard not to appreciate what you're witnessing. It's pretty cool, even if it like I almost had a heart attack in the moment.
Yeah,
but,
it was wild.
Yeah.
Wow, we got some breaking news out of Houston. Steph Diggs out for the year. Wow.
Wow.
We knew he was hurt. Didn't know he was that hurt. All right, so Nikki, as much as we've all just been enjoying this and looking back, and there's a million different angles, and the video's incredible, and the Bears DB's an idiot, and all of that, it's kind of, when you and I get to Ashburn tomorrow, we're looking at the Giants game, and and the organization's looking at 5 games until they're bye, and a couple of them look quite difficult, right? Let's start with a little bit of like injury cleanup from the weekend. Do you know why or what was up with Brian Robinson's lack of involvement in the second half?
I don't, honestly. He's been dealing, I don't know if it's injury related or if it was just circumstance, but he has been dealing with sort of that lingering knee injury.
Yep.
So I think they're trying to be cognizant of that, but, it was a tight game. So that's on my list of things to get clarity on going into the week. But yeah, he's one of those that I feel like we're probably going to be monitoring week to week. Same with Jaden Daniels. I mean, he was clearly uncomfortable there late in the game after taking the hits that he did. And, Quinn said even last week he's going to be week to week. So I'd imagine it's the same, maybe not to, the same degree, but, that if it's rib cartilage as it was reported, I haven't been able to confirm that part. But if it is that, that doesn't heal in 2 days. So, something they'll be looking at.
I talked to a surgeon I know last week as we were still trying to figure out if he was going to play. And basically the way the rib cartilage stuff was explained to me is it just heals when it heals. And you really can't set a timeline on it. And then it becomes a pain threshold thing. And Jaden is now, I'd argue, proven that the threshold is very, very high. So I don't think that, you know what I mean? Like I don't have concern about Jaden against the Giants, barring something else or a setback or whatever.
Right.
The
I mean, it was very fortunate that he wasn't dealing with anything structural or like a fracture or anything. The only other possible injury that I questioned was like if it was a bone bruise or something, but it was reported as a cartilage issue, so we'll see.
Right. The O-line, we saw Cornelius Lucas leave the game. We saw him in the locker room with a boot on. Maybe you get Brandon Coleman back this week, cleared from the concussion, but still your depth starting to take some hits. Biotish has been so good. He's dealing with that beat up thumb. I know Cosby and Allegretti got to have some aches and pains, certainly in their legs.
Yeah, I mean, it's you're getting to the point of the season where everybody does. The one I'm also concerned about is Wiley. I mean, he was slow to get up there on a number of plays. Is he dealing with something that, nothing that has so far held him out, but that's another one to monitor. But Cornelius, seeing him in a boot, not good. I don't know how much of that is precaution versus, they actually found something, but definitely the hope is to get, Brandon Coleman back out there this week if he can clear the concussion protocol.
That would help a ton. Talking with our friend Nikki Jabvala from the Washington Post. You can give her a follow at Nikki Jabvala, NICKIJHABVALA. Let's switch it over to the defensive side of the ball. We saw the Johnny Newton that we were told about.
Yeah. He looked really good. He looked really good. I'm still trying to get clarity on that. Would appear to be a sack, but I guess they determined that Caleb was a runner then, so it was more of a tackle for loss. I still think you should get credit for a sack.
I agree.
Yeah, I that's one where I'm pretty sure the team is going to submit that to the league to try to get credit for them. I mean, but either way, that was a huge play.
I did bring that up with the team official, and they said they would submit it. So they should.
Yeah, totally. I mean, because Johnny Newton bookended that game. I mean, 2 big plays on first and near the end, and for a rookie to come in and do that, it really stepping in for John Allen too. I mean, this is why they really like the guy. So this rookie class. I mean, I think it's magnified because of how poor previous rookie classes have been, but also these kids are really good too. But this rookie class has had an impressive impact so far. I mean, Mike Sainristil is really coming into his own, and he plays so much bigger than what he is. Jaden, obviously. These guys they're playing well. I think Coleman has really developed. If they could just get him back healthy, that would help. But it's been a good class so far.
For sure. I think Sainristil, the level of physicality with which he plays is remarkable for a guy his size, and I don't think it's going away. I don't think it's going to change. I think that's just how he's wired. And
he plays fearless.
Totally. And when Saban talked about him the way he did, and then Peters talked about him the way he did when they drafted him, and Quinn, and you could just tell he's a different beast.
Totally.
But so we talked Newton, we talked Sainristil. Defensively, all of a sudden they're hot. They're averaging, they've given up 11 per game in the last 2. They've climbed all the way up to 10th in the league in points allowed.
It's remarkable given how bad they were to start, or how out of sync they appear to start.
Totally, 100%. I mean, they gave up at least 33 in 2 of the first 3 games.
Right.
But how much of the success the last few weeks was a terrible Panthers team and Caleb Williams just playing awful for 3 quarters versus they forced the other quarterbacks to be bad?
I think both. I think this defense really is playing well together. They're playing more like, Dan Quinn and Joe Witt envision them playing, with that physicality and better communication, which is clear from the front to the back end. They still have their blitz, which can turn into big blips, like the DeAndre Swift run, where he forced 4 missed tackles, I think, on that one run. So they still have their moments that they need to clean up, but I think on the whole, they are playing much more in sync. They're able to create pressure. They're able to get home. The back end, they look like they know what they're doing out there. It's not always perfect, but there's definitely consistent improvement. And there's development, which again is something that we haven't seen in years, really, on either side of the ball. So to see that, I think that's what gives me the most optimism is you see guys consistently improving. You see, Luvu, I think he's unbelievable, that guy. Like, he's sort of the motor, the glue of that group. Him and Wagner in the middle. But, I've been impressed by the defense and sort of their progress so far. I wasn't quite sure if they'd be able to turn it around. They have some talent, no doubt, but it's not like they have otherworldly talent. I think there's still depth concerns, especially corner. But they've, made the most of what they have, I think.
I totally agree. I even said, B and I kind of argued about this after the Tampa game. I was like, I know that the offense can be much better. I know that week 1, I kind of thought Jaden was just kind of getting used to stuff. Maybe he had happy feet a little bit better. I thought he could stay in the pocket and really show his arm and win from the pocket. And he's proven that. I wasn't sure the defense would get better. And I think, dude, you watch the Giants last night, 11 penalties, god-awful 2-point conversion call. And you wonder, like, is that a well-coached team? But then you watch Washington and you're like, that looks like a well-coached team. You could see the difference.
Totally. I mean, when I watch the Giants, I felt like you're no disrespect to the previous regime, but it feels like you're watching a lot of what Washington experienced in previous seasons. Now, when you watch them, it's a well-oiled machine. It's not always perfect, but they are absolutely trending in the right direction. And I mean, let's be honest, a lot of it changes when you get a quarterback too. I think the staff is good. I think they've done a good job of, keeping it one message and developing guys. And, you retweeted at first that clip of Micah Parsons digs on that podcast talking about what Quinn does for a group and instills confidence in players. I think there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, you can see it in guys too. But having a quarterback winning and having a coach that really believes in what they're preaching, I think is sort of that trifecta that they've achieved so far.
It's been wild. So this is my new question. 5 games left to the bye. What's your prediction for the bye week record? 13 games in.
Oh man, are they 6-2 now? Who do they have left? They got the Steelers at home after the Giants.
They go Giants, Steelers, at Philly Thursday night, Dallas at home, Tennessee at home.
I mean, there's a chance they could win all of those, right? I think they're a good team.
I know we got to get
a good team.
I think 9-4 is entirely reasonable.
Totally.
And
I think so too. I think
really
the Steelers game will
good.
actually be tough. They look good.
Yeah.
I didn't think they would, but they do look good.
The Eagles have turned it around. The Steelers with Russ Wilson all of a sudden have a lot cooking up there. And everything. Oh, I kind of think the other 3, I think Washington will be favored.
I do too.
And against the Titans,
Dallas
it might be
is
2 touchdowns.
sort of a mess. Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing, I didn't know what to expect going into the season. I could have seen them being like the next Houston Texans or, having another dud of a season just because they're trying to pull it all together. I thought eventually they'll be good because I think Jaden is good and the quarterback changes everything. So I'm still not sure. I think they're a good team though. I mean, we've seen this consistently. I don't think it was, the Cincy game was clearly not a fluke. I think they're a good team. It's just how much better is their opponent going to be? How much worse? I think 9-4 is a solid solid estimate there.
I don't remember for you. I know I've been covering these guys for a while, and even
Mhm.
2020, it was COVID. They were 7-9. There were fun portions, but it wasn't a fun year.
Mhm.
What's the last fun year you had? Because there were some bad Broncos teams you covered too.
My first year on the beat, they
Was it
won
Super
the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was kind of a straight drop from there.
That was
Because
15?
then it's 2015. Yeah. So it was kind of the third wheel on the beat in 2014. So I got to see Peyton when he was still Peyton, and still like that was awesome to see. And then 2015, on the beat full time, and they won it all. Peyton was sort of a shell of himself, but that defense was incredible, and that was awesome. It was a fun team to cover. So much fun.
Yep.
And then you're trying to replace a franchise quarterback, one of the greatest of all time. So
Yeah.
you dealt with a lot of the same things that Washington has dealt with in recent years.
It's fun to have fun. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate
It
it.
is. Of course. Thanks for having me.
That's Nikki Jobvala. Give her a follow on X and Instagram. Read her work in the Washington Post. We got to make some bets. Love it. Landfill. Tuesday's becoming my day. Wendy and Skinner in the same day. This scene when the kegs kick, the days are confused. If you ain't been there, you're missing out. Away. Steph Diggs out for the year. If you missed that, honestly, the receiver position get pretty thin in Houston. I'd be shocked if they don't try to make a move. And the Colts, dude, Anthony Richardson's been awful. They're benching him. Going to Joe Flacco, hon. Colts trying to win some games, give up on the development of a young guy. Maybe he'll develop more on the bench. He's been so bad. Incredible physical gifts, just no experience. The Colts are 4-4 on the season. If the playoffs started today, and they don't, but if they did, I think the Colts would be right on the cut. Yeah, the Colts would be the 8 seed compared to the Chargers 7 seed. So they can win some games maybe with Flacco, which is a remarkable sentence to say in 2024. I do remain interested, I guess, in how Chris Ballard continues to be held in such a high esteem around the league and certainly in the media. I think he must just be very good to the media. He's 58-64-1 in his 7 seasons in Indy, 8 seasons in Indy. They've churned through coaches. They've churned through quarterbacks. I don't know the name of the sketch comedy show. I think it's like, I Know You Missed It or something. But have you seen the sketch where the guy in the hot dog outfit driving the hot dog mobile crashes into the building and he's like, man, if we find the guy who did this, we're gonna hang him up. Like, that to me is Chris Ballard. Like, we don't know who the quarterback is. We don't know who the coach is. If we can figure those things out, we got this. Chris Ballard's the Colts general manager. Everybody's staring at me crazy. Jeff, let's make some bets.
Okay, so JP, you did not hit your bet.
Yeah, dude.
B did not
I can't
hit
hit any bets.
And Landfill and I are both sitting at 1-0 for the week.
Congratulations.
I don't know who I'm taking tonight.
You know who B-Mitch gets tonight?
An
An L.
Yep, a big fat L. I don't
It's
know.
L Mitch today.
Damn, that's tough too. Maybe we know where B is.
Where's that?
The Raging Cajuns have a game tonight. Texas State.
I'm taking the Dodgers plus
Yeah.
1.5.
You got him for a sweep?
Yeah.
Damn.
Give me.
How are you guys going to handle getting swept in the World Series?
Give me Texas State. JP, honestly, after you said that about our pitching last week, and then I watched the game
I told
one,
you that bullpen was suspect.
I said, yeah, this is gonna be bad. Hey, I took 2 shocking plays in 1 week, JP. The home run to end the game and the Hail Mary to win the game.
That's kind of cool. I think the Caps play tonight, right? Danny Frank going to the game.
Yes,
Caps at
they
home
do.
against the Rangers. Hate again that it's an ESPN game, so I can't get Joe B on it. Give me the Caps puck line plus 1.5. I got it at minus 198, so I can take it. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to Tyler Dunn. Thank you to Wendy. And thank you to Nikki Jabala. Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium. Thank you to Wildcard Scotty. He's nuts. Shout out to B Mitch. We're all back tomorrow from Ashburn. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with some NFL news, a lot of it in the last few minutes. Starting with the Indianapolis Colts, you heard J.P. Finley talking about big quarterback move. The 4th overall pick in last year's draft, first-rounder Anthony Richardson, has been benched in Indianapolis. They're going to go with Joe Flacco on at quarterback Sunday night in Minnesota against the Vikings. Also, some bad news for ex-Maryland star receiver, Texan star Stephon Diggs suffered that non-contact injury this weekend. It is a torn ACL in his right knee. Stephon Diggs is done for the season. Giants lost to Pittsburgh, a pathetic effort for the G-men on Monday Night Football, 26-18. Brian Dable said today he will be sticking with Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback. Not sure what options they really have, but it's not a good one. Daniel Jones is now 3-11 since signing that big contract before last season. Yep, 3-11, not very good. He's also 1-15 in primetime games in his career. Now, Jones has had some success against the Commanders, 5-2-1 all-time against Washington. That's who they played this weekend. Commanders early in the week, a 3.5-point favorite. Hockey Caps hoping to get back to their winning ways tonight on the return home against the New York Rangers. 7:30 for the Caps face-off tonight here on the Fan. I'll have overtime before that up until 7:15. And the World Series, Dodgers look for the knockout blow in the Bronx tonight. LA won 4-2 last night. Freddie Freeman homered again. They're up 3-0, looking for the sweep tonight, 8:08 p.m. against the Yanks in New York. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
What's up? Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. We're Grant and Danny, and you are listening to The Fan. We have an outstanding show for you today. It's big. This is a George Mirasan show. At 3 o'clock, Noah Brown joins us. He caught the Hail Mary from Jaden Daniels to beat the Chicago Bears. At 5 o'clock, our weekly appointment with Austin Eckler via IT Cadre. Looking forward to talking to Austin today. And in the sandwich hour, right at the top of the 4 o'clock hour, we're giving away Caps tickets right here on Grant and Danny. Top of the afternoon tour, you sir.
What's up, brother? Big Tuesday. Big Tuesday for your pal. We had, if I could say this, the A-team over for pickleball this morning. All right, Robert came over. He's nasty. You underestimate him. He's left-handed. Puts tons of spin on the ball. He's filthy. Cody and Dan came over.
Cody and Dan didn't come.
They both came over. High-level pickleball games this morning. Now I'm trying to rest and recuperate because I got basketball tonight. That's a lot. That's a big day for a 45-year-old pudgy dude.
Danny's like the elementary-aged kid on a Saturday who's got multiple games.
We just did it, yeah.
You're trying to run from one thing to the next.
Might be a mistake. I don't know. The legs are barking a little bit. You guys just had me do. We got to put this on Instagram or something. The pretend hockey next to the boards puck battle and subsequent skate off bit that I do.
We have a huge glass panel window in our production room. I'll have to post this on Instagram, or maybe we'll do it live in one of the breaks. But we like to pretend like we're banging on the glass, and then Danny comes over using one of the putters that's in the studio for some reason.
Well, it's the closest thing to a hockey stick. We don't have one.
And then, well, I don't mean it's for some reason that you use it. I mean, for some reason it's here.
Oh, the putter's here.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway, he uses the putter as a hockey stick to try to win a puck battle right up against the glass. So Ryan and Darius and I all bang on the glass while Danny wins a puck battle, but then he pretends to skate off.
You do the skate off bit.
And it sounds ridiculous and like a big waste of time and something we shouldn't be doing at work. And that's because it is, but it's a lot of fun.
It's a quality bit. We get it. Then the latest kind of iteration of it is we get everyone to try to do it.
Yeah.
To simulate it, you know? And it's harder to simulate than you think. It's harder to pretend to skate with shoes on carpet than you think it is.
Correct.
Yeah.
But if I could say this, you're very good at it.
Thank you.
One of your skills.
Yeah.
Maybe you could work that in after your basketball game.
Physical comedy.
Pickleball in the morning. Hoops after that. And then a competition where you pretend to be ice skating on carpet in tennis shoes.
You have to win the puck battle first, right? Because you're up against the boards. I mean, you got to like hold your own, wave the other guy off with a kind of a stiff arm or kind of, you know, you're jockeying for position. You're trapping the puck between that and your skate. Then you get the imaginary puck out. Then you got to fly out of the zone.
I don't want to let the cat out of the bag too soon, but my double play today at 3:45. I've got an update on the haircut that I got.
Oh my God.
From the lovely young lady who I thought would make for a good dating partner for my buddy.
For somebody else.
For somebody else.
Yes.
I'm a married man.
Mhm.
And I told my buddy to book an appointment with her, and he did, and he has had that appointment.
He did have it.
So I will update you in the double play today.
I've got a very good Ryan Explains It All, which we'll do later too. We
I'm
we
excited.
tripped over it yesterday, but we were doing this whole Washington won on a Hail Mary thing, which was a blast. So we did that, but I got it today. It's in the holster.
So it's going to be a good show.
Yeah.
We got a lot going on.
Mhm.
You can watch us on 1067 The Fan's YouTube page. If you are at home, you can listen, of course, on your smart devices, on the Odyssey app, wherever you are. We are all over the DMV on 1067 The Fan. But let's begin with Monday Night Football last night. You just heard Earl talking about this. The Steelers beat the Giants 26-18. The game, I would say, for much of the evening was actually really close. The Steelers did lead 23-9 with 13 minutes to go, and then the Giants got right back into it. So this was a competitive game that both teams could have, should have won, I suppose. But Russell Wilson's been good.
Yeah.
I've been impressed. I thought going to him was a mistake.
I did too.
Benching Justin Fields was the wrong decision. I'm not a Fields guy, never have been, never will be. Don't think he throws the ball well enough. But I think he presents enough problems running the football that he's a better player, maybe not passer, but better player at quarterback than Wilson. And this is why Mike Tomlin, who weirdly enough knew more about the Steelers than I did, made that decision to go to Russell Wilson. 2 games, very small sample, but 2 pretty quality outings. He's got the passing game going. George Pickens matters at receiver again. Van Jefferson is making plays. They're a much better offense than they were a few weeks ago. And they're 2-0 now since the decision. They're 6-2 overall.
They all of a sudden efficient on offense, dare I say, right? With the occasional big play. That Russell Wilson rainbow deep ball is, now kind of part of their offense again, right? Where that seemed to have gone away in Denver. I don't know what exactly was going on there, but he was always been really good at that.
When's the last time he looked this good? Because the end
couple
of
years, at least.
End of Seattle, bad. Denver, bad. You felt like because of his age and how long it had been, he had nothing left. And maybe in a month we'll be saying the same thing. But this is the best string of a couple games I think he's played. They also can run the ball. Najee Harris looks better than he has over the last few years.
Yep.
I think that offensive line's improved. They're creating more holes. He ran for $114 last night, ripped off a near 30-yard run. Jalen Warren ran for 46 yards last evening as well, 5 a carry.
So that game was important to Washington for a number of reasons, but their next 2 opponents played last night. And now Pittsburgh's got a bye week and then Washington. I would rather they not have a bye week and then Washington.
Agreed.
I'd rather maybe they play this week or something else. But, this is one of those things where one of Dan Quinn's mantras, and he's got a bunch, the anytime, anywhere, any place, anybody, any floor of the elevator and any, slant of the field, doesn't matter. We're going to play you. Well, there you go. Pittsburgh's got an advantage coming into that game.
They will. The only thing I would say is you get to play the Giants on a short week. So you can't be angry about the bye week thing. Although that's 2 times in 3 weeks they'll be playing a team off a bye.
And a good one, too. Like that's more my concern. Like
exactly.
You could play Carolina after a month off. I'd be happy.
Yeah, the Bears with a bye didn't seem to really take much advantage to the extra time. But I'm guessing that the Steelers coaching staff, a little bit different than the Matt Eberflus-led Chicago Bears. But the Giants are going to keep rolling with Daniel Jones after another loss. Malik Neighbors, 7 for 71 last night. He's outstanding, but they're just short on playmakers. I will say that this running back that they've unearthed here, their rookie 5th-round pick, Tyrone Tracy, he's a good little player.
Yes, he is.
I think they found something.
I mean, the burst is there. That's obvious. There's the quicks. He's good out of the backfield, former receiver. Fits the bill. But there's some power to his. There's some violence to it that you wouldn't expect. Maybe defenders aren't expecting it either, but he's running through tackles. I mean, there were several times where it's like, okay, this is a nice little burst of 5-6 yard gain. That's now 12 or 13 because he's carrying bodies with him. Really impressive.
A lot of NFL news today to get to, including some breaking news in the NFL relevant to the region. We can get to that on 106.7 The Fan right now. Breaking news on The Fan brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. This via Adam Schefter of ESPN. The Baltimore Ravens have been seeking wide receiver help, and they may have just gotten it. Deontay Johnson traded to the Baltimore Ravens from the Carolina Panthers. Johnson is a PPR kind of volume assassin over the last several years in Pittsburgh and Carolina, gets a lot of targets around the line of scrimmage. We just saw him catch only one ball against Washington, but the week before that, 6 for 78 and a touchdown against Atlanta. He goes to Baltimore, where he will be the number 2 receiver, presumably, to Zay Flowers, the latest of the moves in the NFL today. But I mentioned there was a lot of NFL news. So that's hot off the presses. That's breaking. We'll react to that in a second. Other moves just today in the NFL, other news. Anthony Richardson's been benched by the Indianapolis Colts. He was the number 4 pick last year. He's made 10 career starts because of injuries. They're benching him and going back to Joe Flacco. Pretty stunning. And then Stephon Diggs with the Houston Texans in year 1 in Houston, out for the year with a torn ACL. They were hoping maybe he avoided the ACL injury. He did not. He will be done for the season. So that's a Super Bowl contender losing their number 1 possession guy. Their number 1 wide receiver is Nico Collins, who's great. He's also hurt. He'll be back soon. But they lose Diggs. In the case of the Ravens, another Super Bowl contender, you add a wide receiver. Yep. And then the Colts feel like they can make the playoffs, but maybe not if Richardson's playing. So they go back to the veteran, Joe Flacco.
Start with the Colts first, last thing first. They're in the postseason if it started today. The bottom part of the AFC stinks. Cincinnati's 3-5, nipping on their heels, but it's the Dolphins 2-5, Browns 2-6, Raiders 2-6. No threats there. The Colts, despite losing this past week, pretty close one to Houston, are 4-4 and in the postseason. So it's a weird thing, right? Where you drafted a project and the project is there, needing to be projected. Like he needs work. Everyone knew that kind of going in, but you don't really have time for that because you're a playoff team at this point. So they're right. If they're trying to win games now, Flacco's better, which again, we're still doing this, by the way, where Flacco's better somehow, either on his couch or as Billy the backup, but they're a better team when he's their quarterback. So they're going to, it makes sense.
Let me clarify really quickly. Mm-hmm. If the playoffs started right now, they'd be out. They would be the 8th team in the AFC because the Chargers are 4-3. So the wild cards would be Denver, Baltimore, LA from the standings that I'm looking at.
So I got them as the 7th seed here. What am I missing?
Well, the Chiefs, Texans, Steelers, and Bills are the division leaders.
There's 3. Yep. Ravens 4.
And then the Broncos, Ravens, and Chargers at 4-3 are a half game better than the 4-4 Colts.
So it's 4, 5, 6. Then the 7th team is the Colts.
Chargers would be the 7th team.
I got them as that's the 6th team. That's not important. Either way, they're right there. They're in the playoff hunt.
Broncos, Ravens, Chargers. 5, 6, 7. Do you get what I'm saying?
Nope. Pro Football Reference just has them right there at number 7. You tell me what team I'm missing on that little list. Okay. I know this is not the point of the segment.
Yeah. Okay. So
what have I done wrong
the
here?
Chiefs,
yep.
The Texans.
You see all 7
Bills,
of those teams. Yeah.
The Broncos, the Chargers, and the Colts. You're missing the Ravens.
Ravens are right there at number 4 on that list.
Okay. Do you have the Denver?
I sure do. They're all I had 7 teams right there. I'm sure everybody's having a great time. I'm telling you.
Do you have the Chargers? You do.
Yeah, Pro Football Reference.
Do you have the Buffalo Bills?
I sure do.
Okay.
You'll see them.
Do you have the Pittsburgh Steelers? I don't see them there. The leaders of the AFC North.
You know who's wrong? Pro Football Reference is wrong.
Okay.
The Steelers are nowhere on this list.
I'm glad that we got that.
Dude, look at this. How wild is that?
I mean, it's wild.
It's Pro Football Reference.
It's fine.
Someone should notify them.
Okay.
They kicked the Steelers right out of the league.
They did. Point of the dude's story.
Wow.
Is that doesn't really matter. They're a half game from the postseason at this moment, and it's solely because of the time that Flacco spent on the field, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole reason.
Yep.
So you have to give the team the best chance. And Richardson, let's just call it what it is, Danny. He's not good.
He's not good. He's not good.
I don't know if he'll ever be good. It's possible with his tools he could be, but right now he absolutely stinks.
Yeah, and I over talk about this, but this is I can't believe this is who showed up. Like, he was always raw. Like, the point wasn't what he did in college, right? The statistical numbers weren't great. Now, the running was unbelievable. Some of the bulldozing and athletic scores are off the charts. Wasn't accurate. Wasn't a great advanced thrower of the football just yet. The point was, you go, this is a raw piece of clay that could use some molding. Well, the problem is he went to a pretty good team that's kind of ready right now to compete with people. That doesn't really jive when it's project time, and we don't need a project. We could probably use the boring, steady veteran to check it down a bunch, hand it to Jonathan Taylor, and get it to a couple playmakers.
I don't think he's getting benched solely because he's been playing so badly. I don't know if you'll follow me on this one or you disagree. He's completing, by the way, 44% of his passes.
Like, that's impossible in this day and age.
If you're not Tim Tebow, that should not be humanly possible. 44% of his passes, 4 touchdowns, 7 picks. He started this past week 2 for 13 as a throwing the football. He finished 10 of 32. Listen to this. His last 2 games, he is 10 of 24 and 10 of 32. How is that even a thing?
I don't understand it.
Oh, my God. I mean, that's 20 for 56 in 2024 where everyone's throwing the ball at the line of scrimmage. I can't even fathom it. But I bring this up to say, here's why I actually think he got benched. Do you know that he admitted after the game to taking himself out because he was tired? Because full Mike Shanahan, Donovan McNabb, cardiovascular endurance. He pulled himself out of the game, and everyone's going, was he injured? What was going on? What was wrong? What was the injury? I'm not going to lie, man. I was a little bit gassed. That's what he said.
Oof.
We have the audio of this post-game. This is the quarterback of the Colts saying the thing out loud that you really shouldn't say out loud.
Anthony, can you explain just you subbing out? Were you hurt? Were you injured? Were you tired?
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there, what I did, and I don't think I was gonna be able to go that next play. So I just, just told Sam I just needed a break right there.
I told Shane, meaning the offensive coordinator or the head coach, the play caller, Shane Steichen, I needed a break. This might be one of those things that someone could tell me is not as big a deal as it's being made out to be. I think this is the biggest deal. I've never heard of a quarterback taking himself out of the game for being tired. Ever. Ever. That tells me you're not in good enough shape. Right? Isn't that what that means?
That's pretty much it. That's the summary. And even if you are tired, I bet you the other guys are tired too.
I think you probably got to figure out a way to just play anyway. Play through it.
Yep.
Especially, you would think. Anybody ever heard of the Wally Pipp story? Anyone know who Wally Pipp is? I'm going to tell the young people who Wally Pipp is. There's a guy named Lou Gehrig, okay? Lou Gehrig was a backup for the New York Yankees. Wally Pipp was the starter. The way the story goes, Wally Pipp comes in one day, isn't feeling very well. He's under the weather, takes himself out of the lineup, can't play. Lou Gehrig steps into the lineup in his stead, has a big game. Plays the next day, too. Has a big game again, they play him the next day. Lou Gehrig didn't come out of the lineup for 2,100...
For thousands of games.
And 30 straight games. 2,130 games in a row. Until Cal Ripken Jr. broke his record at 21-31 and eventually played in 2,632 straight games, the all-time record in Major League Baseball with the Baltimore Orioles. That was the record. And it all started because Wally Pipp took the day off and Lou Gehrig said, you'll never play again. If you're Anthony Richardson and you're already the second best quarterback in your building and everybody knows it.
Everybody knows.
But you get to keep playing because they drafted you in the top 5. And you're playing in a game where you're completing less than 50% of the passes, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure Joe Flacco doesn't come out there. If Joe Flacco waddles out onto that field, I might not get back on that field. I cannot believe, that it happened. And what's a bigger deal than that is that he admitted it publicly. Let's say you just can't go. Maybe he's sick. I don't know all the details. Maybe he's throwing up and getting IVs and he just can't do it. He's seeing stars and he's doing what's right for the team. Let's just give him the benefit of the doubt that he's not just out of shape and tired. Okay, no problem. Never admit
Don't
that.
tell people that.
Tell them your contact fell out. And they go, well, you don't have contact.
Exactly.
I do
Next
now.
question.
Right. Tell them you had to go to the bathroom. Tell them that your rib was hurting and just point to a general area like your Jaden Daniels. I don't care what you have to do or say. Tell them you were diagnosed with something by a doctor in your headset and they won't believe you, and just tell them that anyway. They don't need to know. What you can't say is that you were tired and that you went to the coach and asked out of a football game. You can't do that.
That's not for me. I know that we've come a long way since Bull in the Ring and Oklahoma drills and, headbutt the wall and, waters for weaklings and all the rest of it, right? We've come an awful long way. There's still remnants and there's still vestiges of this sport of the ultimate tough person, right? It's up there. Hockey, football, wrestling, not the kind of Monday nights for entertainment, but like actual wrestling where guys that get cauliflower ear and don't mind. You know what I mean? Like that type of stuff where you can't eat for 6 days to make weight and you're dehydrated, but you got to go grapple somebody with 1% body fat.
My brother, I'm sure this is healthy in high school, on the high school wrestling team. used to wear a trash bag on his skin.
Right.
And then put sweatshirts and sweatpants and all kinds of stuff on to go for runs, and then spit into a bottle all day so he could make weight. I'm sure that's healthy in high school.
Right. Tough guys. Bradley Cooper in Silver Linings Playbook, right? Trying to drop it. There's still a level of that where I can't have you admit that you're like a little sleepy or that you're a little peaked. You're like, I'm a little tired. I'm out of breath. Especially not the guy that's supposed to be leading us into the breach. We're trying to. This is a divisional. This isn't week 17 where the season's over.
No,
that's the team. You win that game, you're tied for first place in your division. They would have been tied for first place with the Houston Texans had they won both 5 and 3. Like, I can't have that.
Would he have been benched today if that moment didn't happen in the presser? I think no. I know he's been god awful and Flacco's better. I get that. I think that was part of it. I think this is wait, what's going on with this guy? Kind of, let's stop and reassess moment.
I think it was the cherry. You know what I mean? I think you're contemplating it. You're going, we're right there, not in the playoffs, actually. Just I want to be very clear about that because Pittsburgh. Anyway, but we got a shot at it. We're not out of it by any stretch. Nobody behind us is catching us, and we're a game behind some of these teams. We're pretty good, and we're better with this guy. But how long can we be patient for? Think about the long term. I think that kind of knocks the long term aside.
44.4% completion percentage. Since 2014, minimum of 125 attempts, the worst we've seen in a decade of NFL football. The names at the bottom of that list are Drew Stanton with the Cardinals, Jalen Hurts early in his career, his first year with the Eagles, Josh Allen, remember, early on, super inaccurate. So I guess there's hope. Cam Newton had a year where he was at 52.9%. Deshaun Kaiser, Mike Glennon, David Blau, who's on Washington's coaching staff. Old friend Taylor Heineke last year in Atlanta, 54.4%. That's still 10% better at that point than Richardson, one of two guys under 50% over the last 10 years this far into a season. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Hail Mary was amazing. We're going to talk to Noah Brown about it today at 3 o'clock. If you take that play out of the equation, though, I think there are some conversations that can and should be had about Washington's game against the Bears. A lot to like, but there was plenty not to like that they got to clean up if they're going to be a division champion. Let's get into that next on the Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. Noah Brown joins us in 30 minutes. Can't wait to talk to him about the Hail Mary touchdown he caught from Jaden Daniels to beat the Bears. Austin Eckler's on the show at 5. We'll get his vantage point. He was also on the field, throwing blocks, throwing his weight around, making sure that Jaden Daniels had enough time. There were 13 seconds that he bought there. So Austin Eckler had to block a couple of dudes.
That's right.
We'll ask him about that at 5 o'clock today on G&D. We spent most of the show yesterday discussing just how amazing the win was, how incredible the Hail Mary was. There's a lot of other areas of the game we could tend to, and they're not all pretty. I think for the most part, it was a effort that Washington can feel good about. It was a winning game. They deserved to win more than the Bears did, in my opinion. But not everything was clean either.
No, certainly not. You start to look into it. 2 timeouts squandered because they were going to take penalties. Multiple penalties that were assessed at key spots, especially in the red zone, that were procedural stuff. That was just focal points. That was just like, remember the snap count, or, they're so persnickety now about an eligible man downfield, but I think both were the right calls when it happens, but still, like, let's not have that happen, right? Because especially when they're that far away from the play. Then you add up the number of decline penalties, and as I said, the ones that they avoided by timeout usage, which came into play, ultimately doesn't matter because you have the miracle. But a few things process-wise that are, I don't say cause for concern, but it wasn't all great. Because if you take a recipe, minus the Hail Mary, of 430 yards, the time of possession they had, defensive, you shut them out in the first half, they don't score till late in the third quarter, you need to win that game handily. And there were signs of cracks. Again, the Bears are a good football team, but that's kind of the only thing I would say is, hey, that's a little bit cause for concern here. Has something been taken away, or have adjustments been made, especially when it comes to the red zone? Because again, historically, Kingsbury's teams haven't been great there in the red zone in terms of his offense and the efficiency. We've seen this once already with that Giants game. So I'm not saying, oh my God, it's a disaster, they suck. Not the case. That's a good team. But just raising my hand going, did we notice that?
Yeah, they've played 2 pretty good defenses, and they've struggled in the red zone in both games pretty substantially.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tell. Yeah, that's an area where you got to be better, obviously. Also, I said this yesterday, it is time to recalibrate the way that we view and critique and analyze the team, too. If they were just happy-go-lucky, struggle in the red zone sometimes, but they're let's say a 4-4 team, and things are trending up, and they got off to a bad start, but the offense is coming out of a slumber, I don't know that we have the same conversation. They're 6-2. They're leading the division. They're every bit as good as anybody else in the conference, maybe outside of Detroit at this point. They are a legitimate playoff contender and a team that could win playoff games. So it is time to start not looking around and going, man, I'm just happy to be here. I'm so lucky to be 6-2. This is kind of fun. And to start thinking about, well, how could they have been 7-1? Or how do they make sure that they're 6-2 in their next 8 games? And then, lo and behold, this team that hasn't won 11 times since I was in a diaper is 12-4, right? And the big area for them to improve on offense is the red zone, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the numbers. They're 3rd overall yards per play. They're 2nd in rushing. They're 4th in passing. They're 5th at not throwing interceptions. They are middle of the pack, 18th sacks per pass attempt. That's a little lower than I'd like, considering they're getting pretty good pass protection, but you'll take it, not a problem. They're 3rd in first downs per game. They are in almost every category. First downs, they are 4th. 3rd down percentage, getting first downs, they are 4th. 4th down percentage, converting, they are 1st. The one area where they are bad on offense is the red zone. They're 24th right now.
And so think of the early drives. I mentioned that Jay Gruden yesterday. He kind of, just sort of shrugged and said, yeah, not really that big a deal. Maybe they thought they had something. But to me, when they got down there were a lot of slow developing sort of straight ahead power runs to Brian Robinson. And nothing wrong with that inherently, but I'm going, that's not what makes their run game special. It's the one guy's going one way, the other guy's going the other way. No one knows which way it's going, and Brian Robinson's got a head of steam, and it feels quicker. Those felt really, Jaden Daniels takes the snap, meanders back, hands it off. Robinson gets it with his feet set 7 yards behind the line, trying to make a push. Chicago's there. And they deserve credit, too. That's a pretty good front, and they did a good job. But there just didn't seem to be much, I don't say creativity, but, trying to work the edges or trying to find some sort of mismatch. It was like, let's push them around. I didn't love that. Now, again, it's easy to say when it doesn't work. When it does work, I'm going, great call, play smash mouth. So just again, working back from a result.
Yeah, I think that's certainly how it appeared on Sunday, and maybe that is the case. I thought they did some of the same conceptual things to get down there. Like Brian Robinson was mauling Chicago on a couple of those drives, and they just tried to let him finish what he started. I'd have to go back and look. Was there more jet action or eye candy or things behind the line? Maybe that's the case, and they just went to a little more traditional power. But to me, it just looked like they tried to finish the drive off how they got down there, and the Bears bowed up a little bit, as you'd anticipate. What's interesting to me, though, is what you are taught early on is if you're going to be a really good red zone team, you've got to be what? A really good running team. That is the logic. The theory is the better running team you are, the better you are in the red zone. They're exceptional running the football.
Really good.
Jaden Daniels, think about some of the edge keepers that he's had, either the designed runs, some of naked boots, or just the same play they ran like 3 times to score and get down to the goal line. A couple other times where you get the pulling Sam Cosmi out in front and he just keeps it to the pylon. You would think with a quarterback that's a threat with his feet like him and a running game like they have, that they would be a juggernaut in the red zone. Those Cam Newton teams when he had a bunch of rushing touchdowns, like you couldn't. Lamar Jackson, I bet you look at Baltimore more years than not, they get down to the red zone. They're great. This year, by the way, I'm just going to look because I have not looked this up, so maybe I'll look like a fool. They're number 1 in the red zone, the Ravens.
Oh.
So, I mean, my point is like the running quarterback is normally the cheat code. So it is very odd to me. I don't know why they've struggled so much. It might be, you could say maybe that's where you could use another weapon, but you've got the size of Ertz going up the ladder. You saw him almost make a leaping touchdown catch this week. You've got the size of Noah Brown. They haven't really tried to take advantage of. McLaurin's outstanding down around the goal line. We've seen plenty
Catches
of that
in traffic for sure
this year. So I don't think of it as a weapon issue. Like if it was about size, then they would be throwing to the guys that are bigger. They haven't really tried to do that. I do think their offense, their passing game in general, Daniels is throwing normally to open guys, and it's not as anticipatory. Like it's not a timing thing a lot of the time as they're breaking. It's like, hey, he ran this dig or this crosser or whatever, and he's standing there. Let's throw it to him. It's also very horizontal, which doesn't work as well as you get down near the end zone.
You think about between the 20s, where if somebody's, there's routes heading into all 3 tiers, the short, intermediate, and maybe deep, then all of a sudden that swing past Austin Eckler is really, really damaging. Not the case when everybody's within, 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, aka the goal line.
So let's pose this question for people. Why do you think they've struggled in the red zone, and how should they fix it? 800-636-1067. I don't know if people will like this. I would run Jaden Daniels more in the red zone, at least for a week or two, to just show that and have teams petrified about it, especially in goal to go. When you get down to the 10, the 9, the 8-yard line, and as you said, you give it to Robinson and everyone's kind of funneling to stop him. He keeps it around the edge a couple times. I think that'll soften some things up for them. They're 19th, by the way, in goal to go offense this year. This should be a top 10 at worst, probably top 5 group in goal to go. And they've also, I think this has to be acknowledged. I'd have to look up the numbers. It feels like they've committed 1 million penalties in the red zone. As soon as they got into the red zone, the game where they struggled the most was at the Giants.
The Giants with nothing but field goals.
I want to say on like 4 possessions in a row, they committed a red zone penalty. And that happened again this week.
Yes.
That might be we're trying to figure out, is it play calling? Is it design? Is it personnel? It might just be you commit too many penalties down there.
Yeah, that's certainly a huge one, right? I mean, I think one of them was after a 9-yard run on first down. This is goal to go. You're at second and 1, I want to say, from the 1. Then you back up 5 yards.
Killer. Then
that -1 to Robinson all of a sudden pretty much ends the drive, and it's incomplete pass, field goal. So, it's the first possession. Nobody cares. Nobody really thinks about it. But as you're going, man, you just march down the field and it feels a little empty coming up with 3 there.
How would you fix the red zone issues? Do you think this is something that they can alleviate in the next couple of weeks? 800-636-1067. Also, any other concerns, little wrinkles that need to be ironed out? They're 6-2. They're really good. How do they get better? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. the return for the Carolina Panthers by trading Deontay Johnson. And Deontay Johnson is a free agent to be, so you weren't going to get a lot. But they basically did a pick swap to move up 15 spots from the early 6th round to the 5th round. So you get rid of your best wide receiver for the remainder of a season where your young quarterback, Bryce Young's going to be playing a bunch, whether he's the starter permanently or not right now. By the end of the year on this bad team, he's going to be the starter for several games. And you got 15 draft slots to do it. That's a terrible return.
They're paying pretty much the rest of his salary this year, I read. So, like, again, I will, God willing, 100 years old, sitting up, with all my loved ones surrounding me on my deathbed, and I'll hear about an NFL trade, and I'll go, I don't understand. And that'll be the end. I'll never get it. I will never get it right what somebody's worth. All I know is I want that kind of deal, whether you want the Deontay Johnson or what. I don't care. But I want that one where that's all they had to give up for him. I want that. I want one of those here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they've had a few of those recently with Adam Peters, I feel like, where they got more than you thought they might. Like the Sam Howell trade, I thought was amazing that they pulled off looking back.
I just mean I want to get the player. Like I go, hey, that's an impactful player. Then the guy plays well for the team. And it's like, he was acquired for that. I want that. But you're right.
They haven't been in that mode yet, but now that they might be in the acquiring players mode, maybe that's coming. As we welcome you back in to Grant and Danny, the question for you guys on the MGM National Harbor listener lines is, why have they struggled so much in the red zone? 800-636-1067. I think that the way that they operate as a passing offense is not necessarily conducive to getting a lot of like free looks, free releases, getting up the field vertically from the 15, the 18 down toward the goal line, number one. And I think they do have that horizontal passing attack, and they're often throwing the ball to guys who are open and not necessarily into like windows down the field. I think that's all part of it from a passing standpoint. But what I can't quite grasp and what I can't figure out or get past is they're such a good running team, and Daniels is so good as a rusher. How is that not equated to more red zone offense? I think it's coming. I think it's going to fix itself, and more sample will help them to do that.
So I think between the 20s, when there's more space, they're able to scheme a lot of things open, et cetera. I think when you get down, there's not as much space. They got guys that can win physically. Like, I don't think Ertz is separating from anybody at any point in time. I don't think McLaurin's a great separator at this stage. He's a great player, but I think they could really use someone who could, in a confined space, make some.
I'm not going to put the struggles on Daniels, but I think the fix is on Daniels. I think great quarterback play can be a great benefit in the red zone. That's where you need your guy to extend plays, to get out of the pocket. It felt like going back to the Cousins years. If the design was there when you had first and goal,
it's going to work great.
From the 10, it's a touchdown. But if I need him to get out of the pocket and buy time and create, you can remember a few plays over the years against Cleveland or something where he's like extending and scores. It was just so rare. That should be more normal. That should be something Daniels can do. And when you get out of the pocket and reset, all of a sudden, now it's just plastering, everybody spraying different directions. That's where guys get really open. I think he needs to do more of that down near the goal line. Let's go to Brandon in Woodbridge on G&D. How are you?
Hey, buddy. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Respect. I was just thinking, Daniels is hurt. He has his ribs messed up, and that's the main reason why they didn't do it this particular game. And the only other game that they weren't in the red zone and were successful was the Giants game, and that's pretty much the only game that we can go to. Other than that, they have been pretty successful in the red zone. And the other thing is, I don't understand why everybody in the league's running back always wants to rush it right down the middle with 10 people sitting there waiting for you to tackle. I'm waiting for the dude to run it in the middle with one running back in the backfield. Back in the day, they had two running backs. They fake it to one running back, run a play action, and throw it to the other guy, if not the quarterback running it.
You're spreading teams out, right? So you don't want the two backs in the backfield. You're trying to get into 11 personnel with 3 receivers, or basically buy more space in the middle for your back by spreading teams out. Appreciate the call. Just got a tweet sent to me here from Delta who says it's a stat from Kingsbury in Arizona. 2019 to 2022, 51.7% of offensive plays in the red zone were runs, 8th highest in the league during that time. And I'd have to look to see where he ranks right now. But I think you got to put a little bit more on Daniel's plate down there. Like, let him make a play or two for you.
Yeah, think of the Arizona game, right? Where it's student body right, but that Daniels sort of pistol, and he just, the whole play is designed for him to run to the right. There's a whole wall of blockers out there. Now, when they've run that since, it's been defended pretty well. People kind of saw it coming. So what's your counter?
Well, but they've gotten yards every time. He's gotten inside the 5 the other 2 times they've done it. But I don't even mean as a ball carrier, which is also true. I mean as a passer.
Yep.
I want to put more on his plate. You shouldn't be running 60% of the time in the red zone. Let's even it out closer to 50-50 like the rest of the league was during that era of those 3 years we're talking about there. And maybe let's say, hey, let's get creative. Don't be afraid to go off schedule down here. That's where you make your money. 3rd downs in the red zone. Let's go to Rod in DC. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
Man, I wasn't able to get in yesterday, but I was so excited. I loved the program yesterday. Amazing.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Well, thank you. We had fun.
But I think we should get some drag action going. Get Luke. Let's run some pick routes, routes, something. I do agree with you, Grant, with getting JD involved. Even if we do a naked boot, get a little naked booty and have somebody come dragging around.
Yep.
And we got the linebackers coming up, and then we got a wide open, tight end or Luke. Let's get Luke more involved too. I want to see Luke some more. Get Luke some tutties, man.
I'm with you. You're speaking my language. Thank you, buddy. Chocolate lava cake for everybody. What he said there that I love the most, and I think this is true, Danny, it seems to me like there's got to be a way I can figure out where this data is. Maybe True Media. I guarantee they run fewer pick plays and rub routes and like that kind of stuff to free guys up than the average team does. And that's basically what teams major in down near the goal line. I know they do some of it. I've seen some of it. I just don't know how much of a staple it is. I'd like to see more of it.
If you watch San Francisco, they'll put on a clinic.
Yeah.
I mean, you had Chris Collinsworth guffawing on the telecast the other night where it's like, I mean, if that's legal, you're going to see a lot of teams. Because like the receiver on the outside, he's like, oh, I'm falling down. Oh, no turbulence. Just barrels into the inside corner for an easy touchdown for George Kittle. And they're like, yeah, we didn't see anything. Like, try that.
Chris in Hyattsville, what's up?
What's up? Danny made quite an astute point. And I want to point that out.
What?
Is that, yeah, it happened.
No.
Kingsbury's offense, as we've seen all year, is really good 20-20, but that's because it's predicated on space and separation, right? And they've thrived in that way. But when you get inside the red zone, particularly when you're like in a goal-to-goal situation, all that space is compressed. So you don't have the opportunity to run all these, crossing routes and so on. And I feel like he's just like, like the kids say, he's not in his bag in that situation. And I feel like a simpler approach with a commitment to, like Brian Robinson, who is a beast, who can just pound the ball in the end zone. He's been effective his entire career doing so, would probably pay more dividends than what he's been running.
Chris, how old is your son?
He's 15, so I am deep into the jargon.
I was literally about to say, you can tell my guy has a teenage son. I feel like every call he's introducing, he's like, as the kids say, some new lingo. He must just hear it all the time.
Well, I have an 11-year-old. I hear it nonstop.
Yeah.
Like he told his younger brother last night that's cap. And I'm like, come on, really? Are we?
Well, it is cap.
It probably was. Who knows?
Did you hear Kirko change his pregame routine with the Falcons? He's like shouting out there, repeating after him. And he said no cap a few times.
No.
I'm dead serious.
That's tough.
I'll show the video.
That's a little cringy.
Noah Brown, wide receiver, Washington Commanders. You know him as the guy that caught the Hail Mary.
The Hail Mary guy?
He is on the show next. Please spread the word. Send a text to a buddy. Send the link to the show if you want to get brownie points and bonus points. Noah Brown next on The Fan.
Comes down to one last play. And it's going to be getting longer by the second. You're all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you can step into it. Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line. And the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh my goodness! Town is going crazy! It's a madhouse in Landover, Maryland! He did it!
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan all over DC. We are live in Richmond on AM 910 and FM 105.1 as well. You can listen to us wherever you are, coast to coast, on the Odyssey app. It's free, and it's available everywhere. You can also watch us on the stream right now and every day, the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. There are times in life when we see loved ones struggle, especially as they get older. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori and Murad can guide you through the process of managing healthcare or financial power of attorney, even securing a guardianship or conservatorship for a family member. Schedule a free consultation with their elder law and estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you a G&D. That way you'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Welcome onto the show, Noah Brown, Commanders wide receiver 2, and the gentleman who turned in one of the great plays in team history. 52-yard Hail Mary touchdown pass from Jaden Daniels ended up in Noah's hands in the end zone, and the Commanders were winners at home. They are now 6-2. So, Noah, when you get back to the locker room and you check your phone, how many missed calls, how many text messages were waiting for you?
Man, too many to count. Too many to count. My phone was kind of malfunctioning when I got back to it. But you know, it's been crazy. It's been a blessing, and I'm glad we were able to get the dub.
I believe it. All right, so let's go back to the play. Terry gets the catch, goes out of bounds, 13 yards. You're at about midfield. I don't think you guys huddled at that point, correct?
Correct.
So what is said? I mean, does Jaden literally yell the words Hail Mary and you're not worried about the defense hearing it because they already know, or are there actual more words to the play than just Hail Mary?
Yeah, well, the play before the Hail Mary, we were already lined up in Hail Mary formation, and Jaden told me and Terry to run out routes to try and steal a couple yards. So we did that, and then got right back on the ball, and he just called, regular Hail Mary, which isn't too different for us because, most of our offense is no huddle anyway, so that's how the communication is. But, yeah, that's how it went.
All right, so we've heard from Terry in the locker room that there's more to it than just playing 500 in your backyard, right? You guys have this diamond formation. You're the back man looking for the rebound. Is there one set Hail Mary play that you guys have, or are there multiples? Like, do you have to call that variation, or is that the one you guys use?
No, I mean, there's multiple. Obviously, you hope you're not in a situation where you need to use multiple throughout the season, but we're definitely prepared for more than one option.
Noah Brown of the Commanders joining us on Grant and Danny. All right, so you start running down the field. Do you notice as you're running that Tyreek Stevenson isn't paying attention and is looking in the crowd?
No, actually, I was unaware of that until after the game. With the Hail Mary being such a long play, the ball snapped. I just put my head down and started sprinting to the end zone with really no vision of what was in front of me until I got to about like the 10-15, and I looked up and tried to get in position. But by that time, I think he was playing the play. But, I didn't notice.
So you get down the field, you park, you turn around, and Jaden's still scrambling around. I mean, obviously, you're looking up at the board, and there's other ways you can kind of tell what's going on. But are you surprised at all as you get down there and plant your feet and look back toward the line of scrimmage that Daniel's still holding the ball, kind of moving around?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think, when you think about a Hail Mary play or how you install it, the normal timing of it, the ball is probably on the way already by the time you get into the end zone. So it was definitely a little bit off schedule, but that's kind of quarterback we had that can extend plays like that and give us a shot at winning the game, and it paid off.
When you get down there and now everybody's piled up, what's your coaching point?
Box out and try and get the best position that you can. We have kind of like Terry explained, it's a diamond formation. One guy's responsible for jumping and trying to get his hands on the ball. the other three are responsible for, if he doesn't make the catch, getting the rebound. So, that's the position I happen to be in the back of the end zone. So, that's how that goes.
So the ball lands in your hands. You had the most casual, nothing response ever. I mean, in the stadium, it's chaos. It's bedlam. People are going nuts. You just kind of acted like, I just found this thing. It's in my hands. I guess I'll walk to the back of the end zone. Why so calm?
To be honest, just blur of the moment, really. I don't even think when I first caught it and scored, it fully registered what just happened until after Terry had jumped on me. Then you see I start jumping around. It was kind of just a surreal moment.
Noah Brown on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. And then how about the chaos thereafter? What do you make of the way the crowd reacted and just really the scene at the stadium thereafter? I mean, that was 30-plus years of frustration for a lot of people. Plays like that not happening around here, all culminating in a moment that a lot of us will never forget.
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of thing you dream about as a kid, to be a part of a moment like that. It's definitely a blessing that I was able to be a part of it. But, yeah, I mean, that's a feeling just like the fans will never forget, that I'll never forget being in that stadium and pulling out a tough win with my brothers and being able to celebrate that with them is something I won't forget.
Noah, that word, brotherhood, and you guys being together really is being thrown around a lot. And, fans have seen so many different teams and heard so many different, catchphrases or sort of themes from teams. This one really seems real. I don't have a better way to say it than that. You guys really do seem to be all pulling the rope in the same direction and together. How does that happen, and where does that come from?
Yeah, I mean, it comes from the top down. The leadership we have in this program is amazing, from AP, DQ, and the leaders on the player leaders on the team. I've only been here since a couple of days before the first game, and I can say for sure the brotherhood is real. From the moment I walked in the door, I felt welcome and, excited to come to work every day, and things get done at a higher level when everyone's excited to do it and everyone's invested, and that's definitely the case in our building.
When you did get the call to come here, what did they tell you? What did they let you know, just in terms of what your role was going to be, how they envision using you, and why do you think that was such a good fit?
Really not much was said about, what my role would be or anything like that. It all kind of happened pretty fast, on cut down day, at the end of training camp. But, just me knowing DQ from Dallas and, we're from the same part of New Jersey, basically, about 10 minutes apart. I know a lot about DQ and the type of leader he is and type of program that he wanted to run. So, I was excited to get over here and work with him.
I love that you were in the Houston building last year, because there is this comparison people like to make between C.J. Stroud and Jaden Daniels, and the fact that Jaden seems unfazed and in year one is kind of turning everything around in the building like Stroud did last year. What comparisons do you see between those two players? What do they both possess that have allowed them to have the kind of early success that they have?
Really, I mean, other than being two phenomenal quarterbacks, I don't think there's too much comparison. They really truly are their own person. And the most impressive part about both of them is their leadership, but they lead in different ways. But the way that Jaden is fully prepared for the game plan, knows what looks he's looking for, and when it's time to execute, in the bright lights, he's unfazed and he follows through. So, I've been blessed to play with two great rookie quarterbacks in my last 2 years.
No, I'd imagine one of the difficult things about being a receiver with a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, I, of course, couldn't imagine doing any of it. I'm very slow and unathletic. But if it was, like you guys, knowing when to stop running the route because he's expanding the play or kind of staying alive and turn to blocking, like instinctively, how do you sort of figure out when to do that if you're kind of mid-play, running around trying to get open, when you convert then to putting the hands on somebody?
Really, I mean, with Jaden, I know he gets a lot of credit for the runner that he is, but, he's definitely running the throw first.
Totally.
With him, I don't really turn and start blocking until he passes the line of scrimmage, until he no longer can throw the ball, because I know until that very last moment he's trying to. So, just trying to work to get open to that moment, and then, if he turns upfield, fine work after that.
When you leave Houston, a team that won a division last year and is a Super Bowl contender this year, and you're for a couple of days waiting on that call, and then you come to this locker room. How quickly did you realize this team was pretty good? And are you surprised that they're 6-2 good?
When I got here, I recognized the brotherhood pretty fast. And it starts from, meetings early in the morning. You got coaches 15 minutes before meetings started jumping around, yelling, blasting music, just getting everybody excited about coming to work. And I know what that can do for a program and what that can do for just a day in general. And you stack good days, and before you turn around, you've improved a lot. So I'm definitely not surprised by where we're at right now.
Tell us about Cliff Kingsbury's offense and the fit and kind of the ideas and schemes as you're kind of going each week with game plans. As it looks like he's putting on a masterclass at this point of getting guys open, and the running games have been outstanding.
Yeah, no, Cliff's been amazing. His offense is very simple for the players. It allows you to go out there and play fast. There's not a lot of, mandating that you must do this, must do that. It's all based on timing, get to this spot at a certain time. And that allows players to be themselves and to, do the things that they've done to get them to this point without worry. And I think that's a big thing with Cliff is just playing fast and without worry.
Commanders wide receiver Noah Brown turned in one of the great plays in the team's history, the first ever walk-off final play on regulation win for a really proud organization with 3 Super Bowl titles. Joining us here on G&D. Before we let you go, a couple of things just to get to know you a little better, let the audience get to know you a little better off the field. What are your interests, your main hobbies, things you care about away from football?
I say away from football, I'm big into fashion, love food, very greedy off the field, and video games. Those are 3 things that I do pretty consistently off the field.
What games are you playing right now?
Madden 2K, new Call of Duty just came out, so hopefully I'll get some time to play that. But those are the things I like to do.
That's what I was going to ask you about. Are you a headset on? Some poor strange kid thinks he's walking in with a good set of competition, and you let him know. Like, are you a little bit nasty, talking trash?
Oh yeah, I'm a competitor now, so I'm trying to win, and I'm gonna let you know about it when I do win. So it's a lot of fun.
So let's say because you're into fashion, you got to give us then the best and worst dresser on the team. When they try to dress up, who's the best? Who's the worst?
Oh, that's tough. I'd say I'm pretty impressed with this. This is probably the best dressed team I've been on. I'll give best dress, excluding myself. I'll give it to Juice, Ben. I'll give it to Ben.
Ooh, BSJ can dress a little bit. Okay.
Yeah. I'll definitely give him that title. I'll keep my mouth shut on the worst.
What does it rhyme with?
I have no idea. I'll let y'all decide that.
You don't want to throw anyone under the bus. You mentioned food. So what's your favorite cheat meal?
Ooh, that's tough as well. I love Caribbean food. So oxtails, rice and peas, stuff like that.
Is there, give me your ultimate feast? Like, you're going to sit down, death row style, one last meal. You could pick and choose whatever you want. What goes on that plate, or multiple plates?
Yeah, probably just what I just said. Oxtails, rice and peas, a little mac and cheese. Yep. You can go collard greens or cabbage, either one. But that's the perfect plate to me.
Well, hopefully you had a feast to celebrate after the Hail Mary completion, the 52-yard touchdown. It's a moment many of us will never forget.
So cool, man.
Thank you for it, and thanks for what has been a great start to the season. We're happy to have you here in D.C., Noah.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys for having me on.
Noah Brown, yet another addition that it looks like this front office got right. Remember, Adam Peters gave a lot of praise to Lance Newmark for the Noah Brown acquisition. Said it was a guy Lance had been very high on.
That's right, yeah.
Advocated for. So he's the assistant GM. Him and Peters striking gold. And Noah Brown pointing out that the relationship previously that he had with Dan Quinn was obviously a factor. Quinn and him were in the building together in Dallas at one point in time. It is Tuesday on G&D, which means Commanders Survivor. There are just 10 players left on Commanders Survivor. And not surprisingly, a lot more players on the offense still remain hoping to win Survivor this year. A bunch of guys have been booted off on the defensive side. So let's get to it on a Tuesday. The several-year tradition of Commanders Survivor on G&D. In fact, 10 years of show.
That's right.
10 years of Survivor on this program. So Brian Robinson's immune again. He actually has gotten immunity more this year than any other player. So you cannot vote him off now that you would. On offense, you can vote to send someone home or give someone immunity. Here are your options.
Jaden Daniels, quarterback. You may have heard of him. Brian Robinson Jr., he's immune, so no voting for him this week. Austin Eckler, Terry McLaurin, Brandon Coleman, Sam Cosmi. That's on offense. On defense, Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, Jeremy Chin, and kicker Austin Siebert or Seibert. I've been going back and forth. I think Seibert.
Have you?
Seibert?
Seibert. He's been here too many weeks.
Siebert.
You've heard his name too many times.
Because I know I have a friend of the Siebert family.
Okay.
And it's spelled the exact same.
Got it.
That's on me. That's a me issue.
We're looking for Austin Seibert.
Cybertron.
He's not going home, I don't think, although he did miss a kick.
No.
I thought it was blocked. Doesn't sound like it was blocked. It was a bad miss.
Ground block that I
The
guess.
guy's had 2 misses all year and is leading the NFL in kicks made despite not kicking in week 1. So I have a hard time imagining he gets sent home. Wagner and Louvu were really good. They're not going anywhere. Chin was not as noticeable, but has played pretty well the last several weeks on defense. On offense, Daniels, Hail Mary, pretty good otherwise. Eckler was quiet. He's on the show today, by the way, at 5 o'clock. Had the long 29-yard run before halftime. Did some good things in pass pro. McLaurin was tremendous. I think he is a immunity candidate.
Good candidate there.
5 for 125 at a 61-yard snag. Brandon Coleman got a concussion.
And that stinks in more ways than one for our little Survivor game. But that's why I voted off. Not because you did anything wrong, but we're at that stage where a 6-2 team doesn't have a lot of villains. You know what I mean? There are no Emmanuel Forbeses left to vote off here, right? It's a bunch of good contributors.
He barely played.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah. Well, I should say he didn't play.
He was DNP, right?
Yeah, he was inactive in the game. He got the concussion 2 weeks ago, as I think about it, because Lucas was the full-time left tackle until he got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And then they went to Trent Brown down the depth chart, who's really just a receiver anyway. Remember, he caught the touchdown
That's
pass
right. That's a great pass catcher.
against the Bengals. And then Sam Cosmi did have a penalty. But yeah, Coleman not playing is probably in trouble. But you can go vote Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Give somebody immunity. You could say Brandon Coleman if you want, and send somebody home, boot them off the island. It is G&D. We'll give you our fastest 16 minutes in football. All of the games from the weekend that was in the NFL. We'll fly through those next on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We're taking you up to 6:30. We're giving away Caps tickets in a half hour at 4. We've got Austin Eckler on the show in 90 minutes at 5. Let's spin you around the NFL after the weekend that was. Our first look back at all the action, our fastest 16 minutes. Now, we normally do this at the top of the hour, right at 3 o'clock. Noah Brown came on at that time, so it's really going to have to be the fastest 11 minutes. Slightly smaller segment here, but let's get after it. We'll breeze through these games. The Bengals were leading the Eagles most of the way. I was busy at the stadium, and so I didn't even realize until after that the Eagles had come back and blown them out. 37-17, maybe they got right in the second half of this game. Saquon Barkley ran for 108. Jalen Hurts breaks out for 235 and a touchdown through the air. Devontae Smith had a 45-yard touchdown catch for Philadelphia. For the Bengals, they're 3-5. They basically have to go 7-2 the rest of the way to have an opportunity.
There's your summary right there. Philadelphia kind of finally found their stride, both offensively and defensively. Jalen Hurts had 3 rushing touchdowns and threw for 1 as well. Philadelphia looked awesome down the stretch of that game.
The Cleveland Browns behind Jameis Winston beat the Baltimore Ravens. Any given Sunday, game of the weekend here. There's always going to be one of these in the NFL. Winston nearly threw a game-losing interception that was dropped by Kyle Hamilton, and then moments later threw the game-winning touchdown, snatching victory out of the jaws of defeat. 334-3 for Winston. It's almost like going away from Deshaun Watson was a good thing for the Browns.
Yeah, so the Ravens got the bad end of this. This is a scheduling type of faux pas. Like if you played them a week ago, they'd have blown them out. But they played them this week, and you get the "we're free of Deshaun Watson. Oh my God, I'm having so much fun." And welcome to the Jameis Winston experience, by the way. Next week it'll be 3 touchdowns and 7 picks or 2 fumbles, and he'll eat his fingers or something. But it's a wild ride when that guy plays quarterback.
Watson does have a torn Achilles tendon, I should point out. So don't want to kick him while he's down. But it was just very apparent.
Yeah, it's obvious.
He was the biggest issue.
They're thrilled to not have him be their quarterback
with that team. Let's go to Detroit, where the Lions were home winners, 52-14. Jared Goff threw for 85 yards, and the Lions scored 52 points. This team is a wagon. They are great on special teams. They run the heck out of the ball. Jahmyr Gibbs, 11 for 127. David Montgomery, 9 for 33 and a touchdown. They've got great weapons. Laporta, a touchdown. Khalif Raymond, a touchdown. Their second tight end, Brock Wright, caught a touchdown. Amon-Ra St. Brown caught a touchdown. They have week to week running backs throwing touchdowns, tackles catching touchdowns. Ben Johnson alert. The Lions, a juggernaut.
Jared Goff threw for 85 yards in the game, in a game which they scored 52 points in. Tells you everything you need to know right now. Detroit right now is probably the best team in the NFL.
Texans survived the Colts. Anthony Richardson, 10 for 32 passing. He has been benched today. He did run for 45 yards, but he ran too much because he took himself out being tired. Joe Flacco going to be the starter moving forward for 4-4 Indianapolis. They're a half game back of playoff contention. Meanwhile, on the winning side, the Texans just haven't quite been right in the passing game. Stephon Diggs, 5 for 81, led them in this game, tore his ACL, out for the rest of the year. Dalton Schultz went for 52. Tank Dell, 4 for 35. Joe Mixon out of the backfield, 4 for 32. Mixon also ran for 100 yards and a touchdown. C.J. Stroud and Houston, 6-2. That defense is good.
Yeah, these two teams play each other close, but Houston's gotten the better of them 2 times. Game opener of the season, and then here most recently. For the Colts, they just made, obviously the big move to bench Anthony Richardson. They're better when Joe Flacco's quarterback. It's more Downs, it's more Pittman, it's more everybody else. So the Colts still have a chance, though. They're not dead.
The frontrunner for Coach of the Year right now, as of this weekend, is Dan Quinn, our own head coach here in the nation's capital. One guy I would say that is every bit as deserving as DQ, Matt LaFleur, who got yet another win with Jordan Love on the sideline. Love, 14 of 22 for 196 with a pick. On the sideline after injury, looks like he avoided a very serious groin injury, still problematic. Here comes Malik Willis, who they went 2-0 when he was starting. He comes in, goes 4 for 5 off the bench, throws a touchdown pass. Josh Jacobs runs for 127. Willis ran for 23, including a 20-yard carry. And the Packers lead and then get past the Jaguars. Late, fell behind, came back into the game. 30-27, they win at the Horn. Brendan McManus, who Washington cut, has had 2 games in Green Bay, and he's kicked game-winning field goals at the gun twice.
So these are kind of survival games for Green Bay. They've done that a couple times. It's, you could choose to interpret it one of 2 ways. It's, hey, they're letting Jacksonville hang around, and that's not that impressive, and it took something pretty big to finally end up putting them away. Or we don't have our best, and we're still going to find a way to win the game. It's either beholder type stuff for them, but Green Bay's a pretty complete team. They're good.
The Dolphins led 27-18 with 12 minutes to play and Tua back. Looked like they were headed for 3-4. And then they dropped the game. 28-27, a thriller in Arizona. The Cardinals get a touchdown from James Conner with 8.5 to play, and then a Chad Ryland 34-yard game-winning field goal to win the football game as time expired. Kyler Murray, 2 touchdowns, 307 yards. Trey McBride is one of my favorite players in the league.
Baller.
Young tight end, 9 catches, 124 yards. Marvin Harrison Jr., the rookie wideout, big game for him, 6 for $111 and a score. Arizona handed the ball to James Conner 20 times, just 53 yards. He did have a touchdown. Welcome back, Tua, 234 and a touchdown without a pick. They got Hill going a little bit more, 6 for 72. Still a quiet Jalen Waddle day, 4 for 45. Something's not right in Miami.
I don't know what it is about their offense, right? I've watched a lot of this game, whether it be a red zone or, kind of flipping around, and you just can't quite figure out why it doesn't look the same, right? All the weapons are there. Devin Achane is blazingly fast. They find a way to get him the ball in space. You still got the ultimate deep threat in Tyreek Hill. Jalen Waddle's a badass who they barely use. You just kind of can't quite figure out what they're doing or why it's not working, but bad loss there. They had Arizona dead to rights.
Speaking of bad losses, the Jets lost to the Patriots.
Gross. Shut it down.
They're both 2-6. Where's the detonator? Blow it up. It's not working. Aaron Rodgers was okay. Threw for 230 and a couple touchdowns, no picks, but okay is not buttering the bread at this point. They lose to New England 25-22. A Ramondre Stevenson 1-yard touchdown with 22 seconds left. The difference in the ball game. The Jets were 4-4 last year with Zach Wilson at quarterback. They are 2-6. Aaron Rodgers has the longest streak of consecutive games without throwing for 300 yards. They built the entire organization around him. They have done everything he's asked. They are 2-6. Juxtapose that with the Packers and the spot they're in post Aaron Rodgers.
Yep. Patriots gross. Ramondre Stevenson, 20 carries for 48 yards. That's 2.4 a pop.
Drake May
in the win.
Had a really nice touchdown run. Left this game with a concussion.
Yeah, banged up in this game. So it was Jacoby Brissett out of the bullpen. But I don't have how to say this otherwise. The Jets should be ashamed of themselves. Like, that's so bad.
Falcons, Bucks, Atlanta, big time win. They now have 2 wins over over Tampa, who they're a game up on in the standings. So they'll have the tiebreaker in the NFC South. Looks like a 2-horse race. This was Kirktober. Kirk Cousins in this month just lights it up. Think about his 2 games against Atlanta in the last few weeks. 9 touchdown passes and about 800 yards over 2 games. He threw for 276 and 4 scores. Kyle Pitts had a couple of touchdowns and 91 yards. Darnell Mooney, a touchdown, 86 yards. Bijan Robinson ran for 63. The Falcons hanging 30 on the road in Tampa.
So this is one of those where you'll never be able to predict sports accurately. You go, okay, Tampa Bay, they're without Chris Godwin. They're without Mike Evans. What are they going to do? They'll really struggle on that side of the ball on offense. Wrong. Cade Otton, 81 yards and 2 touchdowns on 9 receptions. Mayfield threw for 330 and 3 touchdowns. It was their defense that couldn't stop anybody. Who knew? That was the group that you figured they'd lean on. They couldn't. Credit to the Falcons for winning that one on the road.
The Saints are terrible. They're 2-6. It's only a matter of time, it feels like, until they make a coaching change.
Yep.
The Chargers beat them 26-8. Justin Herbert threw 2 touchdowns in this game, both to Ladd McConkey, who went for 111 through the air. The rookie from Georgia had 6 catches on 6 targets. J.K. Dobbins, 17 attempts, barely over 3 yards per carry, but he did score a touchdown. Spencer Rattler, Jake Hayner, Taysom Hill, all threw passes for the New Orleans Saints in this game.
New Orleans is gross. Remember, they scored 46 a game for 2 weeks, and since then, they've been one of the worst teams in the NFL. That's my summary.
That'll do it. Bills all over the
Woodshed.
Seahawks, 31-10. Seattle was great last week in Atlanta. They were terrible at home in this game. The Bills might just be really, really good. They can run the ball. James Cook, 111 and 2 scores. They can throw the ball. Josh Allen, 283 and a pair through the air. And Keon Coleman's coming on. I don't know if you saw his touchdown catch. It was pretty.
Grown up.
5 for 70 and a 6er for Keon Coleman out of Florida State, the wide receiver they drafted early. They also had a big game from Khalil Shakur, 9 catches, 107 yards. Amari Cooper was 2 targets, 1 catch, 3 yards, kind of a non-factor.
Yeah, they've kind of remade themselves on the fly here. I love it when teams do that, when organizations have to do it. Centered around Josh Allen, they've gone from we're going to sling it a million times to, we might smack you in the mouth a little bit. James Cook is downhill, $111 and 2 touchdowns. You referenced it. They're all of a sudden converted to a power team, right? Big, powerful receiver in Coleman, power running game. Josh Allen is about power, and he still hasn't thrown a pick, I don't think. Maybe he threw his first one in this game, but they are pretty damn good and not getting a lot of attention.
Did you see what Sean Payton had to say about the Panthers? The Broncos beat Carolina 28-14 in Denver. Broncos are 5-3. Panthers are 1-7. After the game, Sean Payton said, when asked about his offense, or his defense rather, playing so well, he's like, well, we played a really bad offense. He's like, I told them all week, this is a bad offense. I'm not going to be that excited or not going to go too crazy if we don't allow many points. He said, we should have finished the game better. We had them right where we wanted them. They scored a late touchdown. We should have held them to 7 points. But he made no bones about how bad the Panthers offense is. I thought this was a really good game for Bo Nix. There's a lot of people chirping about him and if he's any good. He threw for 284 and 3. They made it work. Cortland Sutton had a 28-yard completion in this game. They had a fake punt. Their punter threw a 3-yard pass in this game. They got creative when they needed to. Sutton went for 100 through the air. Nice touchdown pass to Troutman downfield, who made a nice catch for Bo Nix. As good as he's been this year, the rookie quarterback.
Yeah, kind of a no-frills game for Denver, right? You're just so much better than the opponent. You just, do what you have to do and get on the plane. But
they're sneaky okay.
That's
5-3.
Literally what I was about to say. They are sneaky okay. They usually start terrible. Remember last year Washington caught them. They were 0-2, looked terrible, and then they finished kind of in the playoff hunt. They're a weird 5-3 in second place in that division.
Remember Sean Payton, he wins. I mean, this is a successful guy, and I haven't forgotten, although it doesn't matter anymore, that supposedly one of the ownership groups, don't know which, but maybe it was the Hogs, had reached out to him at one point. Remember, he said that publicly about possibly coaching in D.C. Here we are now, several years later. He's in Denver, and he's doing a good job. The Chiefs beat the Raiders 27-20. I think a lot of people thought this would be some monster blowout for Kansas City. The Raiders had a couple players making fun of Patrick Mahomes with a Mahomes doll at training camp. Mahomes said, we'll handle that when we handle it. I don't know if it got handled or not, if this was the handling it. But he did throw for 260 and a couple of touchdowns. The Chiefs win again by 7 points. They're 7-0. Travis Kelce bounced back. He's been so quiet for much of this year. 10 grabs for 90 yards, which tells you a lot too. As long of 25. So otherwise, it was like 9 catches for less than 70 yards for him in the game. But they did have a touchdown catch by Kelce, touchdown catch by Xavier Worthy. Kareem Hunt has become a bell cow.
There you go.
From not on that team to getting 20 carries a week. He rushed for a touchdown.
A couple of things surprising. I think Kansas City's defense is among the best in the sport. They allowed the Raiders to move the ball and score more than you would have thought in that game. That's number one. And number two, I don't know that Kansas City has that blowout gene in them. You look at their results. New Orleans is playing as poorly as anybody. Kansas City beat them by 13. That's not nothing, but it's also not the 50-5 type that blowout that you think you're getting from them. They just win games very calmly and do what's needed, but I don't know that they have that blowout gene in them. Maybe I'm wrong.
Totally agree with that. Finally, Sunday Night Football, the 49ers all over the Cowboys. Score didn't really indicate it, but it was a 27-10 game going into the fourth quarter. Final 30-24. Dak did the thing he's been doing, where he's not very good much of the game, and then at the end of the game puts up a bunch of numbers. CeeDee Lamb, 13 for 146 and 2. That is a monster fantasy day.
Oof.
He's individually winning people fantasy games this week. For the winners in San Francisco, Brock Purdy didn't turn the ball over. Week after 3 picks and a loss, no picks. Their rookie running back, Ivan Guerrero, went for 85 and a touchdown. Brock Purdy ran for a score and 56 yards. And on National Tight End Day, have a day, George Kittle, 6 for $128 and a tutty.
It's super fun to go up against both Kittle and CeeDee Lamb in a big money league, which happened to me. But yeah, so if you play running back in San Francisco, you're probably hurt at this point. So it just shows you what their running game is about: scheme, design, getting people off balance, and finding guys that fit their deal. And Guerrendo's just the latest. He'll run for 7 yards a carry next week, probably.
Fastest 16 today was more like a fastest 12.
We did it, though.
But there you go. Everything you needed to know about the weekend in the NFL on Grant and Danny. Next, our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Our double plays driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Each and every day, give you a little glimpse into our lives, nothing to do with sports. Danny, the double play for me today.
Mm-hmm. It's a big one.
An update
yes.
on a saga on the program from last week. So I've got to get everybody up to speed as succinctly as I can. For those of you that weren't listening last week when I talked about this, I went and got a haircut at an undisclosed location from an undisclosed person, okay? She was a very attractive lady. She was very sweet.
Mm-hmm.
It came up over the course of her cutting my hair that she is new to the area. She came here because she had some family in the area.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't really know many people, and she's basically said something along the lines of, yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I should be going, what's fun, what I should be doing.
Sure.
If I were a single person, she's the kind of person I would want to show around town.
Well, there you go.
Luckily for me, I'm a married man who's in love with his wife and has children.
Mm-hmm.
But I've got friends who are single people.
There you go.
And so rather than saying anything to her and making it inappropriate and or uncomfortable, she's at work, she's cutting my hair, I just kind of filed the information away. And then I texted a couple of my buddies after, not on the same group text, but like both of them are single. And I'm like, hey, you should book an appointment at this place with this person. Here's the link. And good luck. You know, that was kind of the extent.
God bless you.
So on the air, I brought it up to ask you, did I do anything wrong? Was that awkward?
Yeah, not at all. In fact, this is Stockton and Malone. It's my favorite thing. I am so happy, but I also know that thrill and excitement of the new. And if I can't experience it, I would love for those close to me to experience it.
Right.
I love assists. I want to throw. I want Chris Paul with DeAndre Jordan and company, Blake Griffin. I'm just looking for that oop. I want slams.
You want Tyreek Stevenson to Noah Brown.
There you go.
You want to tip that ball up to be caught, right?
You get it.
Exactly. So I get a text on Friday from one of the two gentlemen that I sent this information to.
I like it.
It's a screen grab of a photo. It is a website booking appointment confirmation that he would be there in the seat yesterday to get his hair cut by this young lady. Similar in age to us. He's a good-looking guy. He works out all the time. He's got muscles on muscles.
He hates bread. Think about hating bread.
He's got a V-taper.
Hates it.
Like, whoa. So, I was very excited.
Sure.
I thought this is happening. 1 week from now, first date. 1 month from now, couple. 6 months from now, I got to prepare my speech for the best man thing, like the whole deal.
Yeah.
Kids in a year. So, I meet up with him yesterday after the appointment. He had an appointment. He got his haircut. Most of the time, if I ever give him like hey, this is something I think that would be interesting, or this is someone you should talk to, we don't see eye to eye on the person. So I thought there was a small chance he was going to big time me, Danny, when he showed up and kind of no-sell me a little bit, like you overrated or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He did not do that.
Oh,
he was extremely intrigued.
Thought
she was gorgeous. Thought she was very pleasant. Thought she was a catch. But he says to me, I didn't ask for her number. He chickened out. He went there, way out of his way, not near where he lives, got his haircut, but then didn't ask for her number. Wanted to. She did some of the same things in the conversing with him that she did with me. Yeah, I don't know many people. Yeah, I'm not that familiar with the area.
More people, your people.
He didn't ask. But here was his logic. I thought, well, maybe it was a packed house like it was when I was in there. Because I would have considered it if nobody was around. There were people around constantly. He said they were essentially the only people in there at the time. But his plan all along was to ask for the number when he paid. Because he thought it was inappropriate and unacceptable to ask.
Because if you ask in the middle of the haircut and she's like, no, is this a good hair length? Like, you're right in the middle, like, yeah, do we not finish the haircut now? Do I just leave?
Not only is that a terribly awkward rest of the haircut, but on top of that, and I think this is true, he's a good dude and he understands just general decency. She's got nowhere to go, really.
Yeah, you're stuck there.
She is working. She's performing. To ask her while she's working is wrong. So he correctly, I think, calculated, I'm going to ask her when I pay at the end. When he went to pay, I don't know how many places you go to, but they kind of walk you up, and then there's someone that like works the desk.
Yep.
So there's someone sitting there, and there was a one-person audience, and now there are two girls there. And he thought it would be too weird and might embarrass her if he asked in front of the other girl. So he didn't ask. The only thing he could have done, he said, was basically follow her back over to her seat after she went back over to where she cut the hair to like sweep or whatever, and been like, hey, I hope this isn't over the top, but if you do ever want to grab coffee, just let me know. I'd be happy to give you my number or something. What my wife said he should do, which I think is brilliant, is to get a receipt, write his number on the receipt, and just hand it to her and say, hey, I put my number down if you ever need someone to show you around or want to go out to lunch. Let me know.
Think of that.
So I think that's very smart.
That's a good idea. But where do we go? But that's over now, right? I mean, that's it.
Well, no.
Oh.
He's going to go get his haircut again. His hair must grow really fast because I think he's thinking about next week, which in and of itself is a bit of an issue. But he's going to go get a second haircut from her and try to finish what he started.
Because I liked it so much, or because I just feel like we need to take that much more off. Like he's going to sit down, like she's going to ask, what do you want? Your hair hasn't had that much chance to grow since I saw you 12 days ago.
So if he got his haircut yesterday, and then he goes next Friday, that is closing in on 2 weeks.
Oh, that's what we still have a whole weekend.
He's an every 2 week guy.
2 weeks. That's so little time between haircuts.
It is. What I told him to do is just wait in the parking lot till she went to her car and then run over and say like, hey, remember me? You cut my hair this morning. And just do it that way.
And what did he say to that?
He didn't want to do
He didn't want to do it that way?
I thought that would be hilarious.
What about like a...
Can you imagine?
Yeah, what about like a...
She leaves at the end of the night after a long shift and he had the day off, so he just sat there waiting like, hey neighbor, and he's just sitting there and she's like, what? And he's like, you cut my hair.
Don't be nervous.
I was your morning appointment.
Oh God.
Wouldn't that be fun?
What
or
about
maybe just, you follow her home and you hop out right as she gets out.
Just see where she goes. What about like a big movie gesture, like a prom thing, like a say anything type deal where it's like you're out there with a boombox in front of the haircut place and like with a big sign, like, will you go out with me? Like Big Leap.
What's the Christmas movie everyone always talks about with the signs in the front yard? Love Actually. Where he just like you cut my hair and the sign drops like it was a good time for me. Like I really think the play is, here's the problem. You got to go back and get your haircut again.
You got to go every week from now on, I guess.
No, you can't do that. But if you wait the requisite 6-7 weeks that it takes for your hair to grow out, there's a really good chance you waited too long.
Yeah.
This catch is going to be reeled in at some point.
If that's her set, I don't want to say set, but like if she's got kind of a formula of conversation, which she's now at least done it to a couple of folks, someone's gonna do a turnaround and ask.
Someone's gonna take advantage of an opportunity that presents itself.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him. I mean, again, I don't think
It's
this
tough.
was a shy issue. I think he did all the right things. The only thing he could have done better is a little more aggressiveness at the end there. But because here's the thing, and maybe a female will disagree. And if they do, I will defer to you because I'm not in your head. I've always kind of thought the difference between someone being creepy and someone who you want to date is just what do they look like?
Yeah. And
So,
everyone
like-
pretends it's not that, by the way.
Yeah. So if someone who is disheveled and gross and not attractive and, looking slovenly asks you if you want to go to lunch while you're cutting their hair or whatever.
Like, God, I hate being harassed at work. It's so awful. I can't stand it.
It's unacceptable.
Tom Wilson walks in. It's like, isn't it so great?
But
It's,
my
like,
guy's
it's my meet cute.
A good-looking guy whose second home is the gym. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
He's a handsome fella. He's a successful guy. I don't think it's going to be nearly as problematic if he just says, do you want to get coffee? In my opinion.
Yeah.
I think that she will actually possibly, like if she says no, fine. That's fine.
But you still have your haircut.
But I don't think you have to worry about her being overly bothered. You get bothered when the person doing it, it's creepy if they're ugly.
Yeah, like when the slob rolls in, it's like, well, are you busy later? I won't take no for an answer. And they're like, I hate it.
Why is Milton asking?
Well, I'm never finding love, even in the season of love.
I'll give you an update after haircut number 2.
What happens first? He gets a date with her, or you get your pizzas?
I've got an update on my pizza.
Do you really?
Yeah, I'll give that out as soon as we return. We've got to give you Caps tickets if you're the 10th caller as soon as we come back ahead of the Blitz on G&D. G&D on the Fan, getting ready for a Beltway Blitz.
The DMV's football team has a bright future. It's time for you to plan your future as well. This is the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We've got tickets to the Caps and the Penguins as promised. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 tickets to see the Capitals take on Pittsburgh. We hate Pittsburgh.
Yes, we do.
They are the arch rival of your Capitals. That's always a really good environment. If you haven't been to many games, you got to get to that one. For tickets and the complete schedule, visit thefandc.com/events. Austin Eckler is on the show at 5 o'clock. Let's get to our Beltway Blitz. And to talk about the Caps, the voice of the team on the radio, our buddy, John Walton, to get it started. 5 straight wins, games 2 through 6 of the season for Washington. And then they ran into a bit of a buzzsaw in Tampa Bay on the road on Saturday, John. What went wrong in that game? Because that was probably the least competitive game they played since game number 1.
Yeah, I think when you look at the offense, you say, okay, they didn't score any goals, but Spencer Carberry after the game was largely pleased with process, and even with talking with him before the game here tonight, don't think that he had a whole lot of issue, except for the fact that they just didn't get a lot of second chances against a very good goalie. Andrei Vasilevsky, couple of Stanley Cups and a Conn Smythe on the resume, so no shame in that. But as I was joking around with Spencer when I was in his office earlier today, doesn't get any easier tonight because you got Igor Shesterkin. So back-to-back, 2 of the very best in the NHL, and they're going to have that same kind of mindset, create those second chances against the Rangers tonight.
How much tweaking would you expect that this group does, John? Or would you like to sort of see them fold some of these new players into consistent spots for a while and maybe see how that goes? Like early on, moving Ovechkin to the right wing, for example, then he kind of found his way to the left, I think, throughout most of play. But even still, you see Coach Carbs sort of moving guys around a little bit. Does it feel like we're settling in?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, 3 of the 4 lines have been pretty constant since the second game of the year. The big change for tonight is Hendrix Lapierre is not going to play. He's a healthy scratch. And they brought up Michael Scarbosa from Hershey. And what the coach is looking for there is just to be able to have a little bit of intelligence to be able to jump in and say, look, this is what we do. Don't try and do too much. He's got great wheels. I wouldn't say that he's got a ton of offense in his history, but, you know, he's somebody that with some speed with Vrana and some speed with him in the middle. And Andrew Mangiapane has shown that he's got to be able to put on the Jets a little bit too sometimes. So I think when you look across the board, that's the line that they've got to get going. That's where you've got to kind of make sure that you've got some things that are changing there for the better. There just hasn't been enough offensive production there yet. I think by and large, second line's probably been their best when you've got Wilson and McMichael. They've been so good together. Protas has shown a lot of promise in being with Ovechkin and Strome. And the fourth line, I love those guys. I mean, Brandon Duhaime coming in and watching him bang around. And Taylor Radish has got a couple of goals. So they're getting contributions from across the forwards, but they're going to have to get a little bit more from that third line. Hopefully Scarbosa can help them tonight.
You mentioned Igor Shesterkin, what an assignment that is. What about the rest of this Rangers team? They're fast. They score a lot. They've been a pain in the butt for a couple years. They only seem to be getting better and better.
They are, and Artemi Panarin leads the way, so he's your first line left wing. Alexis Lafreniere is the number 1 overall a few years back. He's taken a long time to get to this point, but signed a big new deal last week, and now point-a-game guy. And Vincent Trocheck, he's a Pittsburgh native. You guys were talking about we don't like Pittsburgh. Well, they didn't like us either, and Trocheck grew up there, and he always seems to play some of his better games against Washington. So he's a part of that top line, too. And then when you come back with Kreider, Zibanejad, and Riley Smith, that's a really good top 6. So the Caps defense as a whole is going to have to be really good tonight. Matt Roy, by the way, guys, is getting a lot closer to returning. He skated today and is still the no-contact jersey. The reason they need him back is they got to ramp down Carlson's minutes a little bit. He's their number 1 D. You've got to, by necessity, get him out there, but you got to be able to get those minutes back down a little bit. It's a long season for number 74 to be logging the kind of minutes he is, but tonight against that top 6, he's probably going to be.
John, what are you seeing from Ovechkin? Obviously, just, I was watching some video of him as I do sometimes, going down memory lane of some of like the young bull in a china shop. It's like slap shot, 10 hits, one Russian trash talk per shift on average. Now it's like obviously he's a different player, but what are you seeing from him so far?
By and large, I think pretty good. I didn't see a lot from him opening night, and then after that, I was like, okay, it's coming. There's some hits, there's some shot attempts, getting some pucks on net. I think the back-to-back with Philly was tough in that second half for him, and then nothing was working for anybody in the Tampa Bay game. So I think after a couple of days, this is the kind of game with big stage. ESPN is here. The team that put you out in the playoffs last year is here. So this smells to me like something where he'd say, okay, after a couple of days, it's like the rest of us. I mean, you're getting older, you got to be able to have maybe a little bit more rest in between. I don't think he's any different, but I think this is the kind of game that he can really do some things, and hopefully he does tonight.
John, we will see you tonight. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
You bet.
Thank you, John.
Caps looking to make it 6 out of 7 as they play a home game. That's a 7:30 puck drop, 3 hours, 15 minutes from now, right here on The Fan. Let's talk hoops. The Wizards got a win. And I think Chase Hughes just dropped, Clary. I'm not sure why, but we could get him back on the horn.
He's like, I don't want to talk to those guys, not them.
Monumental Sports' Chase Hughes will be with us in just a moment. But the Wizards last night beat the Hawks 121-119 for a team that's supposed to win around 14 games to start the year 1-2, Danny. You got to like what you saw. Kyle Kuzma, 25 points. Jordan Poole's been very good. Scored 26. Corey Kispert scored 21. And Bub Carrington leading the kids with 13.
Finding their rhythm playing with Poole on the ball. So him playing point guard, he's not as natural, maybe a distributor as some other guys. So it was tough early for Kuzma to get some offense. They kind of found that way last night, and they were playing off each other really well. I thought the young guys really held their own last night. Really impressive.
Chase, what'd you make of the win?
Well, I thought it was a very impressive game compared to the first two, because I think they were playing especially a pretty good offense that Atlanta has. And the first two games against Boston and Cleveland, who are obviously superior teams, they couldn't keep it up past the first half. And in this game, they were able to sustain it further. And I think the most impressive thing to me was their defense on Trae Young, specifically Bilal Coulibaly's defense on Trae Young. Now, Trae Young was coming off a back-to-back, and, obviously his legs were probably tired. It's early in the season, but Bilal Coulibaly did a tremendous job defending him. In their one-on-one matchups, he held him to 0 for 7 with 5 turnovers. And for the game, Trae Young was 2 for 15 and 2 for 10 from the field, from 3. And the big stop came in the closing seconds as Bilal Coulibaly, forced a missed 3. And they barely won the game, and I think his defense was a big reason why.
Yeah, Trae Turner did not score in that game, Chase, to your point. No, stick aside. That's all I wanted to ask you about was Coulibaly on Trae Young. I was blown away. So the idea of Coulibaly to me is the flexible defender, can guard 1 through 4. You could switch him on everybody with, an offensive game. He'll punish you if you leave him alone. That was another level last night against Trae Young. I was wildly impressed.
Yeah, and as we've seen so far, it's not easy to do that. He's taken on some really tough defensive assignments. Beginning in the preseason, he defended Jalen Brunson, and then on opening night, it was Jason Tatum, and then the game before this, it was Donovan Mitchell. And, he's had some varying success against those guys. He actually defended Jason Tatum, probably the best of those 3. But this was the first time this year that we've seen him really shut somebody down, especially a really good player like Trae Young, who, is usually a walking double-double, can get you 20 points and 10 assists. And they assigned Bilal Coulibaly to him, and he was all over him. I mean, even on inbounds, off screens, it didn't matter. Wherever Trae Young was going, Bilal was following him. And obviously, he's got a big size advantage. He's 6'7.5". Trae Young is about 6'2". But Trae Young's very quick. He's very crafty. So I think it definitely showed the evolution of Bilal Coulibaly as a defensive player.
Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports on our Beltway Blitz. I look at this team through the prism of where are they going to be drafting? And I want Cooper Flagg like everybody else does. But have you looked at all into this draft class? Is it kind of Flagg and then nobody else? Or are there a few guys that are considered maybe 1-1s in last year's class that are going to be coming out?
Yeah, it's definitely not Flagg and no one else. Cooper Flagg looks like he could be a uniquely gifted prospect, especially in terms of his size, his athleticism, and his two-way potential. But he's not the only one. There's probably 5 or 6 guys in this class that would have been in the conversation for the number 1 pick this past June. It's that good of a draft class. And, you have Cooper Flagg at Duke. Rutgers has two
Two
players
kids.
who could go in the top 5. They've got Ace Bailey, who's probably going to be the second pick on a lot of mock drafts at this point. He's a similar player to Cooper Flagg, so it wouldn't be all that surprising if he ended up being the number 1 pick. He's about 6'8", and plays a similar game. And then Dylan Harper, who's the son of Ron Harper, is off to a really good start at Rutgers as well. You've got VJ Edgecombe at Baylor. And there's also another French player, a big surprise, of course, a point guard, Nolan Trier. So it's a deep draft class at the top, and I think the Wizards, as long as they get somewhere near the top, they're going to be in pretty good shape.
Chase, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me.
We will see you, pal. Hit that local 53 sounder. Sadly, that's going to be the name forever, but the team is good, so I will deal with it. Our buddy Nick Ackridge joins us to break down the local 53. Nick, they're 6-2, so are a few other teams. How good is this team really?
Yeah, I think they're very, very good, and I think they're for real. I didn't think I was ever going to say that going into this season. But, yeah, man, they're for real. I think their running game paired with how well Jaden's been playing and their defense really kind of stepping up recently, I think they're a legitimate team that can make some noise maybe in the playoffs, which, again, it's just wild to say.
I agree with you, though. I'm also saying the same things, and it is a strange thing to say out loud. If that's the case, they should be aggressive at the deadline next week then, right?
Yeah, I think they need some help in the secondary. I think that's pretty obvious. You've got some picks. I mean, you got a nice third-round pick from the Jahan Dotson trade that you can kind of shop out there. And I think the idea of, maybe not going all in, but, continuing to build up the core of this roster, I think isn't a bad idea. And I think secondary is really where you should look, and maybe some pass rush help as well if that's out there.
So, Nick, why aren't they great in the red zone? I want to, and then once you answer, I have a follow-up.
Yeah, it's just mental mistakes. I mean, we saw it in the Giants game as well. It kind of followed a similar script, other than the Hail Mary, of course. But, they get down to the red zone, they make these mental errors, pushes them back, gets them to 1st and 15, 2nd and 15, and then it's just kind of hard to recover from that sort of spot. You're not in a position to really go for it on 4th down. And, yeah, it's really just kind of the mental errors that happen down there.
All right, so here's my follow-up. I've been kicking this theory around, and it's one of those that I feel like I might sound smart at a party if someone has no follow-up questions for me. So I'm going to give it to you, and I want to see what you think. I think so much between the 20s, a lot of it is schemed up. There's enough space where, Eckler in the flat is worth a lot more down there on their own 30 than it is, with only 5 yards to play. There's not as much room. I think they could really use one separator down there, not a box out guy like Ertz or not a guy like McLaurin that makes so many catches in traffic, but someone that can really separate, aka like an elite wide receiver down low when they get into the red zone. Is that crazy?
No, I don't think it's crazy at all. I think you see some of the best receivers really operate well down in the red zone because, like you said, they can separate quickly, and it's not just being able to separate, but it's separating quickly. In that press man sort of situation, because as you said, everything down in the red zone is condensed. Everything it's smaller, everything's tighter, the windows are tighter. You have to be better in every single area, and I think someone that can quickly separate off the line of scrimmage is kind of someone that really, really thrives in the red zone. A lot of times you think of, red zone targets as these big guys that can go up and make some big catches on the dreaded fade ball that rarely ever works. But really some of the best red zone threats are these smaller, shiftier guys that can win, immediately.
Excellent information as always. Thank you, Nick.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
You got it. PFF's Nick Ackridge on our Beltway Blitz. We asked him about the trade deadline. It comes up a week from today. With that in mind, what should the plan be? I mean, it seems like this team is pretty good. How should they be viewing the deadline? We're Grant and Danny. Guys, it's GP for Fan We'll get into the trade deadline for the Commanders in just a moment. Welcome back on G&D. Couple of things that just came out in the last few minutes or so. You heard Earl mention this. Former Commanders first-round pick Jamin Davis has a new home. The Green Bay Packers have signed him to the practice squad. He may well end up playing for them as soon as this week. Being on the practice squad just means that's how they got him in the building. He could stay there in perpetuity, or they could have him playing every week, elevating him. But I'm happy for him. He needs a fresh start. Ideally, an organization where he gets to play linebacker again, I would think.
Yep.
You just can't convince me that with his speed and some of his instincts and things, he cannot play at the NFL level. Around here, he had worn out his welcome, and I think fans were down on him because he was a first-round pick. And as a top 20 pick, heavy lies the crown. There's an expectation he didn't meet.
That's right.
But now he's just a street free agent coming off the practice squad. Anything he gives you is a bonus. And when you look at him through that lens, I think Packers fans will be a lot more accommodating to whatever struggles he might have.
So this is not the same at all, but it jumped into my mind talking about it. Years ago when Griffin left here, we were always talking about what's best for him. And to me, it wasn't to go try to be a starter on a bad team. That was going to doom you. To me, it was go to some place with the most established quarterback that you are not a threat to at all. Like I picked at the time, go to San Diego with Phil Rivers, who's not going anywhere. Mentor, study, learn, and reinvent yourself and work back up that way, right? That was kind of my suggestion. Sort of the same thing here for Jamin Davis. Don't go somewhere where the culture is bad or whatever. Be a special team Sam and dominate in that role at this point, and eventually work yourself to put some good things on tape. That could be your role going forward, or you could find some defensive coordinator who says, "I know what you can't do, but I got something for you to do real quick.
Yeah.
I need you to go straight and go fast and hit." And he can do that.
Totally. I mean, that would be my plan if I just wanted to stay in the league for a few more years. If I want to be a starter and prove that I'm better than I was here, I think I want to be on the grass getting opportunities. I don't care if it's a good team or a bad team. I just want to play. Let me go out there. And
I get that.
Especially if it's a bad team and I can get on the field pretty quickly. I'm going to do that. But you can't go wrong with going to a winning organization. You're going to get to take part in national TV games, playoff games. They have had, for whatever reason, I don't think it's necessarily has anything to do with Matt LaFleur with his ties here, because nobody is still here that LaFleur worked with way back when in the Shanahan era. But they have had a propensity to grab some of Washington's players. So good luck to Jamin Davis in that regard. Another storyline I saw, this is via Albert Breer, who we have on the show a lot from the MMQB and SI. He is reporting that Ben Johnson this offseason, who of course Washington sought, and at one point in time it seemed like wanted to make their head coach. Whatever you think happened there, inevitably he did not become the guy. He's still calling plays for the Lions. He left them at the altar, or maybe they told him no thanks, but he called them while they were flying to Detroit to interview him for their head coaching job for a second time. And a lot of people think maybe to offer him the job. Not a good look for Ben Johnson. Well, Albert Breer is reporting that last year he wanted the Bears job, and it ended up not coming available. A lot of people thought they were going to hire a new head coach and fire Matt Eberflus. They stuck with Eberflus. But what's interesting about that is, obviously, if Eberflus gets fired this offseason, now if you're Ben Johnson, you would have the choice to go work with Caleb Williams and then that receiving core of Rome Odunze, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, those weapons. You might be able to dial something up there that you like. I don't know. Do you think he leaves Detroit, or is he persona non grata at this point where back-to-back years he's made teams look foolish and you just kind of move on?
It's my Josh McDaniels corollary. Someone's going to give him a shot. Someone's going to. Yeah, I just think I think that offensive mind is too good, and owners have visions of touchdowns and trick plays and people clapping like seals in their brains to say, we'll be the one to get out of it. We'll be the one to get this temperamental genius in line to coach my team. So again, I keep pointing. Josh McDaniels got multiple chances despite clear evidence that he has no business being a head coach anywhere. He got shots. That guy, just for being a weirdo one time, turning down some interviews, I still think he's going to go.
Yeah, it's actually 2 times though now, if you think about it.
Seriously.
So, I mean, there's no precedent really for a coordinator being unwilling to leave, essentially, to continue to be a coordinator. So that's going to give some teams pause. There was also the rumors that he wanted second contract money on his first contract, which isn't going to go over very well with every single team either. I know this, though. All that guy does is call plays that work. I mean, that offense is an absolute wagon. Every time they touch the ball, they score. Now, Washington is every bit as efficient this year, and Cliff Kingsbury's done an amazing job, obviously. But I'll be fascinated to see what happens. But Breer reporting today that he was very interested in the Bears job last offseason and that will be something to keep track of as we go forward. Speaking of going forward, the trade deadline is 1 week away. We've talked about the deadline a few times over the last month. Now we're a week out. They're still winning big. They're still 6-2. They're beating playoff caliber teams. They're at the top of the division, and they look like a legitimate contender. Danny, they don't just look like a team that might be able to make the playoffs. They're playing like a team that you don't want to play in the playoffs. They're playing like a team that could go on a playoff run. I am now of the belief, more so than I've been at any point, that it would be a mistake not to try to upgrade this team at the deadline in some capacity. I'm not saying you have to go all in. They certainly shouldn't do that. But to not do something would feel like a mistake and a botch because you're good enough to make noise in January. We're seeing that.
As we talked about last week, if I'm going to give up a really high pick, a 1 or a 2, it's got to be for something exceptional, not just a rental, not just this year, but I have a multi-year plan. That's my Max Crosby, my Denzel Ward, whatever. If I can get a superstar for very little, or for a high price, I will do that just because that person's going to be here for some time. I don't think that's likely, but if that happens, great. To me, those around the edges type moves, the Deontay Johnson type move, where a guy in a bad situation could go somewhere and help you for not that much, for better value than a 4th or 5th rounder is likely to turn out to be. That's where they should be filling in the margins, and I think you can. Now, it's a limited shopping mall. It's one aisle of the shopping mall. There are only a handful of teams that are fully, honest to God, out of it, no chance. And then everyone else wants those same guys too. So who knows? If a deal doesn't manifest itself, you don't do it just to hear yourself make a phone call, but you do it if the opportunity comes for a guy that can help you at a position where you may not be the strongest.
If they can make one move, or let's say it differently, if you ran the show ahead of the deadline and you were able to pull off one trade, what would it be? We can open up the phones right now on this at 1-800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. One trade. That's all you get ahead of the deadline next week. What position are you upgrading?
So all offseason and even for parts of this year, I would have said one more really good playmaker at receiver. I just don't think that's their biggest need anymore. Like, I think in the red zone against good teams, they're going to miss not having a stud. I'm going to say pass rusher. I'm going to say somebody coming off the edge, even though they've had great moments from Fowler. Dorrance Armstrong's had a good moment. Javonte Jean-Baptiste's shown very well. I need something else. I need a guy that on that 3rd and 8 in the must-stop moment can beat the tackle, disrupt the play, whether it's a sack fumble, something special. There aren't that many of those guys that would really and truly upgrade things, but that's what I would hunt for.
You got to look at the list and see if that player exists, right? And if it's not a rental for the rest of this season, which wouldn't be my priority anyway, then it's got to be a young kind of ascending talent with term who's still controllable. Now, you know my stance on this from the conversations we've had on this over the last several weeks. I would not trade for a player that is a free agent at the end of the year. Because as much as I do think they can win something meaningful this season, that would not be my priority. That would be a nice side effect. My priority is to have multiple bites at the apple. At minimum, I need a guy that's under contract through next season. I would like a guy who has 3 years left even, something like that on his deal. So with that in mind, I would, I think, be doing a little more big game fishing probably than you are at this point. I would trade for someone like Denzel Ward from Cleveland if they're able to part with him and willing to. If they're in sell mode, which after giving up Amari Cooper, even after their win, I'm assuming they are, and Ward is on the table, I don't know that he would be. He's 27. He's in his prime. He's a 6th-year guy out of Ohio State, which, by the way, he'd be well represented in this locker room. Played with a bunch of the guys on this team, including McLaurin, I believe, at Ohio State. But I would go to him and I would say, listen, here's what we think. We can pay you your $24 million against the cap next year. We're in a great situation. We are positioned to have you on our roster for the final 2 years of your deal after next year as well. So you could have 4 postseasons with him without reworking any part of the contract if you wanted to. You could also tweak the deal if you wanted to lower some of those numbers. But he's a 3-time Pro Bowler. He's an excellent player. So my answer is I'm upgrading corner. The player I would highlight in my perfect world is Denzel Ward. If that's not actually realistic, then okay, maybe Newsome on his own team would be the next guy that I'd look at. Greg Newsome, who similarly was a first-round pick, who's only 24 years old. They've already paid Ward, so if they don't want to trade him, maybe they're not likely to pay Newsome, who's in his 4th year and soon enough headed to free agency. And what I would do with him is I'd have him for a couple of years with the option, but I would immediately get an extension in place with him when I signed him. But corner is my play, and those would be the top names I'd start looking at.
I get it.
Think about how different this team is. If you've got a legit corner opposite St. Just, who's been your 2, Moonlighting is your 1. You kick San Ristil, who's playing well, back in his natural position in the nickel, and Igbenogany becomes your depth guy when you're taking on, 4 receivers at a time or something, rather than being an every down nickel. The whole thing changes. Everybody is slotted down. You're asking a little less from each of those players that are all being stretched thin right now and who are out kicking their coverage to take on the matchups that they are.
Because there are going to be games now where you're a better team than Dallas, right? But CeeDee Lamb's over there. That guy's hurt a lot of people, right? That he is a tough cover for anybody, even if you got a number 1. Go to Philadelphia, right? Those couple of games are coming up. A.J. Brown is still A.J. Brown. And there are a lot of sleepless nights for cornerbacks trying to deal with that guy. And then Devontae Smith's on the other side. We know that deal, right? So at some point, you're going to have to deal with, if you want to go somewhere in the playoffs, you're going to have to deal with Detroit and their offensive weapons. Everybody's got somebody that scares you or threatens you in some kind of way. So upgrading that area makes a lot of sense to me. But it's really about, for me, I think down in, down out, this defense maybe is more solid than I thought they were as of a month ago. I think that's given what they've done over the last month. But to me, there's still that lack of disruption. They don't have that. This is how you stop a great offense where somebody's unblockable or someone you can't throw to that side, whatever, like that big time playmaker.
The trade deadline's 1 week from today. First, do we agree that they should do something because they're good enough to win something meaningful? And then second, what's the one position you would upgrade? Danny says pass rusher. I'm going with corner. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
times. Williams. He's going to be taken down by Luvu or someone else, as it turns out, as he somehow broke that, but only lost more yardage as he tried to fight his way out of a jam.
Austin Eckler is on the show in 15 minutes. We'll talk about Sunday's Commanders win. We'll look ahead to the Giants as well. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 this evening. The Caps are live on the Fan at 7:30 tonight. The question for you, 1 week ahead of the trade deadline, if you could upgrade one position group, what would it be, and what would you be looking to accomplish? The deadline is a week from today. Danny, you want more pass rush?
Yeah, honorable mention to maybe a playmaking receiver, but I would say a pass rusher.
For me, it's a corner. I gave you Denzel Ward, Greg Newsome from Cleveland as the top of my hit list. I want someone that bumps everybody down the depth chart at that position and ideally makes a bad corner room solid or a below average one average. And I think that difference in this team could be the difference in a playoff win or not. Let's go to Logan in Richmond on G&D. How are you, Logan?
I'm good, fellas. It's good to be talking to y'all.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, buddy. What's good?
So y'all both pretty much hit the hammer on the nail right when I called in. DB and pass rusher. But I started thinking about it, and honestly, you remember when they were doing that draft board and they had all those commander guys, quote unquote?
Yeah, the commander tag.
Yeah, you want that tag?
Yeah. Let's go get some of those guys, man.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they'd like to. It's a matter of, do they want to give up assets? Last year, they were preparing to lure a GM. It turned into Peters, and a coach. It turned into Quinn. And so they wanted as much money and as much picks as possible to sweeten the gift basket. They're going into this offseason with a great pick situation and the second most money, $100 million to spend again. Are they willing to dip into those funds? I think they should be willing, especially if you can get somebody controllable who's still going to be here after this season. Because it's just like signing someone in the offseason. You're just giving yourself one more postseason.
You get them a head start. Yeah. Like, I'll make up a name. Will McDonald, who's I think still on his rookie deal, has 8 sacks for the Jets. Now, they're not probably that inclined to part with him, but you might have to sweeten the pot a little bit. Maybe take on some bad salary. I mean, you've got creativity here that you could do something.
You'd be a difference maker. James in Woodbridge, what's all going on?
What's up, Grant, Danny? How you boys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Hey, listen, I am going to go back to Danny from last week. I don't know what happened to him, but it's all about offense right now, man. Dan Quinn, he's a defensive guy. Hofstra University, man. They'll get it locked down on defense. The offense needs either a big body wide receiver, an A.J. Brown type, or some other electric weapon in the mold of a Debo Samuels. They're one piece away on offense that would make them lights out, because the NFL is offensive, man. I mean, it's great, but most defensive teams are not winning right now. You just need to have your defense be, able to shut down on occasion and let the offense cook.
You're preaching to the choir, for the record. I mean, these are the kind of narratives we've been pushing since the offseason, right? But they are number 3 right now in offense in the league. They're number 2 in rushing. They're number 4 in passing. He's right, though, Danny. As recently as last week, you were still on the go get a wide receiver train. It sounds like you've finally come to the side of it's always good to have more. It's great to have another, but they're moving the ball against good defenses. They are scoring points. They're the top scoring team in the league going into this past week with their current offense. My point is, I'm not bringing someone in and changing a bunch of roles and fixing something that's not broken. And maybe you're trending that way.
Yeah, it's my 1A. Maybe it's my 2 behind pass rusher. I mean, there was a third down in this past week's game where everybody was covered and it was relying on Zach Ertz to try to run away from somebody, and there wasn't much there. And Jaden Daniels threw an incompletion, and I'm going, we're gonna see, that's a thing. Like, come play now. That's one play, but to me, it's kind of a microcosm or a window. That third down war daddy, that other guy that can win. Good defenses will be able to go, we'll bracket Terry McLaurin and take our chance with everybody else. I don't want teams to be able to do that.
So let me be clear about something. You're going defensive end 1. You would, if they made a second trade, you'd rather it be a wide receiver than a corner.
Assuming it's an upgrade, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Now you've got corner 3rd. I can't imagine watching this team more than for 1 hour and not thinking screaming corner 1st. It just seems like to me they're going to have a really hard time covering legitimate weapons as this year goes on. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. What's up?
Hey, boys. So I will love it if we add one of any of the positions mentioned so far, because all of them are needed and will be upgrades to strengthen the roster. I love your slotting analogy, Grant. I see it often in hockey, what you're talking about there at the DB position. But to me, after Sunday, we have 3 offensive tackles banged up. Coleman, Riley, and Luke. And I'm sorry, Trent Scott, he is who I thought he was. He's a tomato can. Our precious commodity.
That's a good line.
Hey, he caught a touchdown.
Okay?
That tomato can's got a touchdown.
That's a touchdown catcher.
Yeah, good. He could be our 5th tackle. We need somebody going forward. We're only at game 8. So we got 9 more. We got 3 tackles banged up. If we can go get a young tackle, and I don't even say we have to trade him, but I think everybody's sleeping on that's a big concern going into Sunday and moving forward.
So I'm going to be a little bit hypocritical here and speak out of the other side of my mouth. That would be the one spot where I would not have a big problem trading like a late round pick or a nothing burger pick for just a rental veteran tackle.
Play that out, because the thinking is they've got it with Coleman long term.
The thinking is I don't have a need beyond this year because Coleman's going to be my left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even really have a need this year if Lucas is okay. Like, we don't really know the status of these concussion and should be back theoretically, hopefully as soon as this week, right? But the point is, in the event that Lucas's ankle thing lingers or the concussion comes back or whatever, you don't want to be in a position where Scott's playing a whole bunch. Fine, I agree. I'll give you a 6th in next year, and you give me your swing tackle who started 65 career games or whatever, who is a free agent to be, who's just a backup now because he's not very good. Like, I would do something like that. I don't think it's a huge need unless, and this is the big key here, unless this is a longer-term problem with Lucas and with Coleman than we originally thought with either of those 2 injuries. We've got Austin Eckler coming on at the top of the hour. We are looking for our question of the week for Austin from our listening audience, our fan question of the week. So you can tweet Danny or I at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. If you're in the 1067 The Fan YouTube chat, you could send us your question for Austin Eckler. We will pick one of those to ask him in our segment that starts right at the top of the hour on Grant and Danny. The DMV's football team has a bright future. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of this show is the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. That's the important stuff you got to think about. You start having kids, it is vital. Schedule a free consultation for their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you at Grant and Danny. They'll give you a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We have been jacked up for 2 days waiting on this phone call to talk to our buddy Austin Eckler. It's presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, presented by IT Cadre, where DC Sports Insiders share their exclusive perspective. And our insider with that insight every week during the football season is Austin Eckler, who was on the field and making blocks during one of the great plays in team history. Austin, wow, what a win for you guys on Sunday.
Man, oh man, hey, you said it. You said it. That was an incredible moment to be a part of, and just something that I will never forget out there in the DMV out here in this area. So I'm so excited to have been a part of that for not only our team, but as I continue to learn more about kind of the history of what this team has been through over the past few years. It's just great that we're bringing some new energy to the DMV area.
When did you think it might get caught, and when did you know it was caught?
I mean, I'm not really even looking down the field.
Right.
Really, I'm just looking to make sure Jaden has time to throw the ball. Let's keep these guys off of him. And then obviously, as I see the defenders looking up and looking at the ball, then I start to look for it. And then we can't really see from our angle that we were at because there was just a big ball of people jumping up in the air. And so we see obviously the ball of people go up, we see the ball get tipped, and then we can't even see Noah back in the back catching the ball, but we hear everyone going crazy. So we assume like someone like fell with it into the end zone or something like that. And, the thing that I distinctly remember and I will always remember is the eruption of roars in the stands and how it was so loud. It was almost even just like an energy. Like I just felt like I was a part of this big ball of just loud, passionate, energy. And then all of a sudden I see everyone running off the sidelines, flipping up their headsets and towels and everything. And, man, it was something that definitely got me emotional because I was like, wow, like all of this just happened in this one moment. It was pretty cool to share. So, yeah, wow. If anyone, and it's been all over the place. We keep seeing it. And I keep just continuing to be like, every time I see it, I just get excited all over again. So, pretty incredible.
Austin, cheesy alert here because this will be a little bit cheesy, but I guess two-parter. Number one, I've been going to games at that stadium for 25 years. That's the loudest I think I've ever heard it in terms of the pop, like the moment. I'm not saying that there weren't elongated cheers or, if you had like a meter to measure, it hasn't been louder. But what I call like in the Royal Rumble, when the music hits and your favorite wrestler's coming out and the crowd goes crazy, that initial pop, like that pop when he caught it. If there was a roof, it gets blown off. But the cheesy part is, I mentioned this yesterday. I want to get your thoughts. To me, only sports can do that. If there's other areas of life, I haven't experienced them, but 50,000 strangers watching one thing all together being kind of overcome with that joy where it's like, we've heard of uncontrollable anger at times or whatever. That uncontrollable, where's a stranger? Let me hug them and kiss their cheek joy. Like sports, man. What else can do that?
Well, I don't know. I've seen some of these Taylor Swift concerts. They might,
there you go.
That might be close. You're right.
It's going to be a different tone of pitch. It's going to be a little bit higher pitch, but who knows? But no, you were 100% right. Like sports is definitely one of those where it didn't even matter. Like it was cool watching the videos of people that even were at the stadium that were at like sports bars. They'd show like the footage of like the sports bar, and then everyone just hugging everybody and just cheering and jumping around and just enjoying the moment. And so, yeah, it's great that we're enjoying some of these moments out here because this city has definitely deserved that's been long overdue.
Your perspective on the play. You get the initial block on 95, like a traditional chip helping out 73 Trent Scott. And then you stay over on the left hash and you eventually, they were spying for some reason. They rushed 3, but like 53 was floating around on the logo. You end up getting in his way at the tail end there as Jaden hitches and throws. I mean, it was 13 seconds. Like, what's going through your mind as he's running around and you're trying to keep him
Are you
clean?
like, throw the ball, dude?
Yeah, but the only thing in my mind is do not get sacked. Give us a chance. Give us a chance. And I mean, if you heard any of his interviews after the game, that's exactly what he was thinking too. Like, let's just give the guys a chance. And so, hey, he needed some time to let guys get down there and get set up. And, fortunate for us, they only really rushed 3. And like you said, 53 was just kind of spying around. So it allowed us to have 3 double teams. There's 6 of us blocking 3 people. So we can block them pretty much all day. Well, at least enough to get the ball off, 12 seconds. We could have gone longer, but it was enough for him to finally, my head is just like, come on, Jaden, throw it. Finally, gave it a heave.
Austin Eckler with us here on G&D. So, Austin, seems to me, again, just watching at home, like Chicago was really concerned about you in the passing game. I felt like they were, whether it was shading your way or trying to take some stuff away, because I don't think they felt like having you catch a ball in the flat and go for like 13 or 14 as you've been doing all season long. Did you get that sense that they were really concerned about limiting you in the pass game?
Yeah, well, I don't think it was necessarily them limiting me in the pass game. I think it's just their defense that they play. I think more so them than any other team we've really played so far. Like, they really want to just sit in their base defense and play to their rules. As opposed to, maybe blitzing a little bit more than some teams do, or maybe doing some 5-down looks. We saw just traditional, pretty much 4-down looks all day. A couple blitzes here and there, but really, hey, there's always going to be someone matching you to the flat, where some teams might be like, hey, let's actually slough off a little bit and cover the deep route. Maybe it's a deep over or the deep corner, and then let them catch the check down, and then we'll come up and make a tackle, hopefully at 5 yards, is some of the philosophies. But yeah, they were like, hey, you got the flat, you are in the flat. And there was no slough off or no kind of variations that we saw in their defense. It was just kind of line up, play it sound. And that's been working for them. Like, they're a solid defense, as we knew going into that game. And because they are sound on their technique and their fundamentals, and typically come up and make the play. So for us, we knew it was going to be a grind. It didn't need to be as bad as it was for us. We had a couple big penalties that just like illegal man downfields that we got to get cleaned up. And obviously we have some things that we can clean up here and there, but especially those 2 penalties that it's literally just, all right, if we don't go down another yard, we have a touchdown or we have a run inside the 5-yard line. That definitely makes that game a little bit different as we go in there. But that's football. You go through it, you learn, you adjust, and try to get better for the next week.
Yeah, Austin, pretty much the only thing offensively that you guys aren't doing at a fairly elite level is red zone. You're ranked 24th. Yeah. And that, to me, seems like there's been just penalties and little things that have happened more so than maybe anything else execution-wise. But you tell me where you're at on the issue in the red zone, or if it's an issue, and like what you see there when you watch the tape.
We obviously want to score down in the red zone. I mean, that's where the good teams are able to separate themselves, especially later in the year. So one thing that I think I want to see us get better at is continuing to be able to run the ball in the red zone. I think that's what statistics has shown over years is teams that can run the ball in the red zone typically have more success of scoring points. So not saying, hey, let's take it out of Jaden's hands and throw it, but us as runners, and me selfishly as a running back as well, want to see us get into the end zone as well. So that's something that I know we're thinking of. Look, we understand where we're at with the red zone. We got to get it figured out. And that's our job to do that. So we're going to go forward, put a plan together, and then see if it works this week.
So speaking of Jaden Daniels, when did you guys know for real 100% that he was playing, and when did you suspect he might be playing?
We never really knew. I'm like, thank goodness we don't know, because we got people like yourselves out asking us all this stuff, right? And I don't want to be like, oh, Austin said. Well, no, Austin didn't say anything because he doesn't know anything, So for us, it's just kind of like, hey, whoever's up, that's who we're going to roll with, but we're ready for both. So for us, it didn't really matter. We had faith in both of our guys, and obviously Jaden was able to get out there and play.
Trusted insight from Trusted Insiders, presented by IT Cadre. Austin Eckler is with us here on Grant and Danny. When you found out he was going to play, at that point, do you just assume he's 100%, it's normal? Because we're all wondering, all right, is he just going to stay in the pocket? Like the third play of the game, he keeps a read option. And I'm like, oh, we're doing this thing. Like, he is fine. And it never really seemed, I know he got some treatment on the sideline, Austin, but it never really seemed like he was bothered.
Yeah, he's a competitor. I think
he'll continue to learn, and just, me as a running back playing in this league for so long now, like, you're usually always dealing with something. There's something that's achy or bruisy, making up new words, bruised or something, like you said, a little strain here and there. Like, the NFL is brutal. That's why we only play 17 regular season games, right? Because just the bodies can't really handle that much more. And so, he's going to have to continue as a competitor to push through and show that, yeah, he's meant to stay in this league. And especially at quarterback, you want to have a 20-year career like some of these guys are looking like they're going to be continuing to have. Like, you're going to have to find ways to stay healthy, find ways to battle through some wounds, find a routine for you that gets you back and ready for the field, because him, especially as a runner, he's going to be taking some hits that maybe some of these other guys don't. He's going to have to learn how to take those hits, when not to, when to go out of bounds. And look, he's still a rookie, so he's still got a lot to learn, but he's off to a good start so far.
Austin, for you guys in the run game, like you and Brian Robinson are such great compliments for each other. How do you kind of prevent teams maybe from sitting on certain things? I guess what I mean is, how often do you have to do something to show it just so you can run a counter later on? Or, are you calling, are things getting called to your strengths or Brian's strengths? Walk me through how that relationship works, and then kind of how the play calling is going to work to either set things up or have the most success.
Yeah, I think actually, you said some great things in there, and I think it's a little bit of all of that. Like, some plays are more schematical, where it's like, hey, we're going to run this play because we have a pass off this play, or vice versa. We're going to run this run play because we have a pass that looks like this. And so you set up different schemes, and typically you have players that you want to put in certain positions in those schemes that you think will have the best success. Sometimes you have just specific plays where you're like, we want to get this guy in space and let him just go and make a move and get open, go. I think, something that you see with us is Diami, he catches a lot of those bubble screen type things, or like, we like this guy in space. And so for me, I've been a screen guy for so long, catching so many screens in my career. So getting people in space where it's just like, this play is specifically to get you the ball in a specific way, is what you're going to see. So you're going to see a lot of schematics about it, but then also seeing plays that are specifically for guys to use their talents in the way that they're able to use them,
Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny. I'm sure you've seen the viral clip of Tyreek Stevenson. It was jawing at fans at the start of the Hail Mary play. Would you say anything to him as a teammate after that play, or do you just assume lesson was learned, he's already embarrassed enough?
That's a great question, because it's tough, because he's going to learn that lesson through all of the hell he's going to get from the media, from the fans, from the comment sections, like, for a long time. Like, that's not just everyone forgets about that this weekend. Like, that's going to be on your profile for, I don't know how you live that one down. Like, people are just going to remember you for that staple play, because it was such a massive play in a game, and the rookie showdown, right? And so, do I talk to him about it? I think I would just let him do his thing. You're like, look, man, you're definitely learning the lesson. And he came out and apologized. So he clearly is feeling the heat from other places. Like, how many guys come out and apologize for things? It's not very typical. We got guys apologizing now for how they played, which is typically not a thing that you see happen, meaning, okay, yeah, he understands that he shouldn't do that. So I think he gets the point.
Austin, I want to go physically here. How are you at this point? Like, the pace is good. Like, I would love for you to get more touches, and maybe you would too. But you guys are, there's a conscious effort, it seems like, to keep you fresh and ready to go, deep, as they're going to need you into December and January and beyond. How are you feeling physically at this stage?
Yeah, man, body is continuing to feel well. With kind of a committee that we have going on with Brian, myself, and Jeremy McNichols, it keeps us, as fresh is a relative term, because you still take some hits that, one hit is enough to, put you in the training room. But for the most part, it's limiting the contact that we're having. We're able to stay playing at a high level, and that's definitely been a benefit for my body over the longevity of the season. I know we're not even halfway. We're just at the halfway mark, this next game. So, the fact that I'm feeling like this at this point in the season is a really good sign. And I know, for other guys, if they're feeling the same way, that's what we want to keep. We want to try to keep up this level of play, and also this level of consistency with our bodies also staying healthy, because yes, regular season is absolutely important, but now you're talking postseason as well. You want to make sure that you can have enough juice left in the tank to get you through that as well. So there's a moderation. We're fortunate to be in a position to have that, honestly. because it's not always like that.
Austin, we will end the conversation with our IT cadre fan question of the day. And we've got a question from LA, who I guess was watching the Lions game, and David Montgomery had running back getting to throw a touchdown pass, because he wants to know, have you ever thrown a touchdown pass? Is that something you've pulled off before and could pull off?
Well, you see, I've had shoulder surgery on my right shoulder, which is my throwing shoulder. So my accuracy and my strength in the throwing motion isn't the best. So, or maybe I'm saying that because I want to throw off our opponent next week, and I'm going to throw. I don't know.
Exactly.
No, I've never thrown one before. And, sometimes, coach will draw up a play where it's like, hey, we're going to try this one. And you might practice it a couple times, and it might get thrown in, maybe not. But who knows? Who knows if we'll have a double pass in our bag. But I wouldn't say it's probably from me.
Unless
it is. Austin, thank you as always, buddy. Talk next week.
Yes, exactly.
See you,
We'll
bud.
catch
Thank
up,
you.
man. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
You got
Good
it. There's Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny, our weekly appointment with him. Always thoroughly enjoyable. Loving having him on the show. IT Cadres, trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. Danny, it sounds like if he were to throw a pass, he might be one of those three-quarter arm slot guys. He doesn't like going over the top, Ryan Zimmerman style.
Well, remember how Portis did it too? Like it was like, this is the most delicate football in the history of mankind, and it was just sort of this gentle feather shot put over people instead of rifling one in there. It might be like that.
I don't think you want any running backs rifling anything into small windows, right?
Yeah.
You're hoping for that wide open throw, back of the end zone, flat-footed receiver, nobody's standing around. That's kind of the dream scenario. But I'm going to say if they got that play in the playbook, to answer LA's fan question of the day, maybe it's B-Rob or it's Jeremy McNichols who's tossing.
Yeah, maybe McNichols was a high school pitcher or something.
How good is this team right now? If we're going to tier this, Colin Cowherd with quarterbacks used to put quarterbacks into tiers where they either didn't belong or there were like three groups of the good guys, right? He would say you can make the playoffs with that guy, you can win a playoff game with that guy, or you can win a Super Bowl with that guy. I want to have that conversation, but about teams, and see what bucket you'd put the Commanders in next on the Fan.
remix.
That was Bismarcky into whatever this is. I know this song, but who is this?
I don't know. This is like the late 90s, early 2000s where everybody sounded like this.
I think this is
This is lit.
No. This is way after. It's 2000s. This is either Yellow Card or like 1985.
Sub 41.
Is this 1985 by
This is 1985.
White
Yes, that's the
Snake?
song. No,
It's not White Snake. That's 80s.
1985 by, if I could pull this, I'll be thrilled.
Like American Pie 2.
No.
The Adventure's the same.
1985.
What was the main thing that you could do at the place that you guys went to on Friday?
Bowling for Soup.
There it is.
The band Bowling for Soup.
This was like when I
Yeah.
first got my driver's license in the 2006 timeframe. This song was popular.
So this is post like a lot of grunge, a lot of angst, a lot of flannel, a lot of like brooding teenager that gave way to this. This became kind of the next level of rock.
But this is like 20 years after like a lot of those bands you're thinking of from the 90s. This is like way, I don't know. We're talking way too much about Bowling for Soup. Can we play Ryan's intro music though? I want really quickly, Danny, as a Ryan explains it all, and then we're going to get back into the Commanders and how good they are.
So yesterday we were talking about the Hail Mary land. Oh, thank you. And that was fun. We had a great time. Just sort of kicking something around. We're having a little banter in the old aquarium in there with the gentleman Darius and Rhino. And I asked them something that came up. I quoted from a pretty famous movie, knowing that neither had seen it, because Darius always escapes kind of the shrapnel because he's seen 4 or 5 movies. And I realized none of them could talk about it. And then I even asked the following question, and I got blank stares from both of them. So hopefully they didn't look it up and cheat on this. All right. But I said, Mel Gibson. Now he's known for one thing lately, right? Lately, over the last handful of years, there's been some scandal with old Mel Gibson. That's not what we're talking about. Other than that, what's Mel Gibson known for? And again, they had no idea. They weren't even talking about Lethal Weapon, which I was talking about. The most famous movie, we went over it yesterday, probably Passion of the Christ. The most famous and best Mel Gibson movie. Ryan, what is it?
Star Wars.
There it is. He told me yesterday it was Terminator.
Close.
Close in the sense that it's a movie.
Yeah.
Ryan, what's the most famous Mel Gibson movie that everybody has a DVD of? Mel Gibson.
The Godfather?
The most famous Mel Gibson movie. I'm going to do this all day. Yep. It's not The Godfather. It's not Star Wars.
Do you know who,
Forrest Gump.
Do you know who Mel Gibson is?
No.
You can't picture him.
No. Cannot picture him.
I don't know if this is going to work, Danny.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
He's
now,
just naming films.
Now, what if I did this? Darius, what's the famous movie starring Mel Gibson from the 90s?
All right, so I know this is a Mel Gibson movie. I don't know if it's the most famous one, but I'm going to go with The Patriot.
The Patriot is a great film.
I'll accept that because it is a famous Mel Gibson movie.
But I don't know if it's the one that
it's not the one, but
Okay.
good for you for stepping in.
That is my favorite Mel Gibson movie, for the record.
Good film.
Do you know who Mel Gibson is now, Clary? Can you picture the star of The Patriot?
No, because actually you gave me that movie to watch a few years ago. I started it and I never finished it.
Okay. He's Benjamin Martin in The Patriot.
Okay.
He doesn't play that in this movie that I'm thinking of. It's a pretty famous movie starring Mel Gibson.
William Wallace is the name of the main character.
No file. William Wallace, the main character of the movie that Danny's talking about?
Yeah.
Oh.
Now, William Wallace is a real person. Who was William Wallace?
Gives an epic speech while on a horse right before a big fight. A war, some would say.
If this is your army, why does it go? I fight, and you may die. Run, and you'll live, at least a while. I'll go all day.
Oh. I know. It's
Do you?
Troy.
Troy.
Wrong. All right, I'm going to give you guys a hint here.
Okay.
Courage, kidney. Courage, kidney.
Wow, I got nothing.
Huh.
Troy was a silly movie, by the way.
Was it?
It was a silly movie.
That was good.
The couple of movie buffs over here.
Yeah. This one, I would say this one's a little better than old Troy Polamalu.
Wait, was he in the original Gladiator? No.
Are you asking me or telling me?
No, he wouldn't.
Okay.
No.
Sure? You didn't have a cameo or anything? He wasn't Russell Crowe. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, that, yep.
Yeah, it was Russell Crowe.
Totally confused.
Yeah.
I mean, my only guess at this point, this famous movie, in my opinion, probably the most famous movie of all time, is Forrest Gump.
Bold, Oregon.
Bold, Oregon.
There's so many people so mad at us in their cars right now.
I know.
Okay, think about the second word: spleen, kidney, liver.
Dumb and Dumber.
There it is.
What took you so long?
I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong, but
again, I couldn't believe it.
Courageous, bold, daring.
Dumb and Dumber.
No.
I can't figure
Dumb
it out.
does not mean those things.
Brain.
I'm saying, hold on.
Okay.
I'm saying words.
So the title of the movie is a synonym of bold,
courageous, daring,
audacious.
I don't know. I don't know the movie.
Okay. Don't worry about the movie, buddy. Okay?
I'm trying to think of synonyms.
Help your guy.
A firefighter. The building is on fire. He runs right in there. He is
a firefighter.
There he is.
Bold,
He's a firefighter.
courageous, daring, audacious.
A Disney movie.
Magical.
There it is.
If people are trying to fight you, you're lucky you have a friend who is
The Atlanta
Braves.
There we go.
Braveheart?
Hey!
Seriously?
Yes.
That movie's most famous movie of all time?
No.
That's not what anyone said.
No.
Danny was saying that it was one of.
It's certainly one of the most popular beloved movies
I said
of
his
this era.
his most famous role before he did Passion of the Christ and everything else is what he was known for decades.
Travis Darno.
Braves.
There it is.
There it is.
Oregon, you didn't liver, spleen, kidney, nothing. Danny was going.
I gave you the heartbeat for God's sakes.
No, I could not figure out because number one, I'm not gonna lie. I think I've maybe heard of this movie in passing. I've never seen it for sure.
Yeah.
Well, we know you've never seen it.
We got
because
that.
It's a good movie, and it's you could stop at the word movie.
Well, I like good movies.
I'm sure Braveheart isn't great, by the way.
This guy
I'm sure.
who tells us Benchwarmers is the best comedy ever.
Benchwarmers is great.
So wait, was I right on The Patriot?
Patriot is a Mel Gibson movie.
Okay,
yes.
all right, just making sure.
No, your takeaway from this can't be that you were right about the
No,
Patriot.
yeah, sure. Why
That
not?
is quite a takeaway for Darius.
Yeah.
Just to jump back in and go, so I was right about the Patriot then, right?
Me being right, Ryan being wrong. This is what this is all about.
Just to make it clear here, I was the one who first guessed Braveheart. You were sitting there. Your mic was on. You could have guessed Braveheart. I guessed Braveheart. I got the movie before Darius.
I don't know that I would spike the ball on this one.
Yeah.
After
Mike, just you're
between
down.
the two of us, so I'm gonna spike it.
when the firefighter runs into the building, what is he? A firefighter. You said that. I would
I
take
did
a
say-
playoff before I started
In
bragging.
fairness to Darius, well, yes, you got it. You yelled a lot of other things. Darius was kind of sticking with the, if I'm not sure, I'm not going to say anything. You were just shooting from the hip.
Well, I mean, all the targets were on me there. Like all eyes were on me. Like I had to guess something.
I agree.
I guess I was gonna say Star Trek. That was gonna be one of the next guesses. but
He's known for Star Trek.
Yes.
Old Mel Gibson.
Bold. Courageous. We got there,
A
though.
firefighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, our pal, our guy, our sweet prince. You're going to Seattle, by the way, right? You're making a trip to Seattle?
Yes. We are headed to Seattle tomorrow morning. 8 a.m. flight out of Dulles. Not fun.
That's a 6-hour flight.
That's a 6-hour
Are
flight.
you going nonstop, or are you making a...
Yeah, so we are going nonstop to Seattle. 6-hour flight. I mean, I can't get over the 6-hour flight part because, number one, I don't sleep during flights. I have to wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm charging my AirPods as we speak, so just to make sure they do not die on the flight. I'm sure I could charge them, but I need to listen to music. I need to have a drink in me so I can kind of settle down and relax.
I'll bet you can
The old
sleep
8 a.m.
tomorrow.
drink? That's tough.
I'll bet you can sleep tomorrow. 5 a.m. wake-up call does some things.
No, when I'm up, I'm up. Like, I cannot nap. I've never napped in my life, and honestly, I can't remember the last time that I've just genuinely have napped.
All right, well, enjoy Seattle. I want you to have a good time. Locke, you're going to go catch some fish at the Pike Market.
Of course. First thing I do.
He's gonna put, he's gonna grab the newspaper. They're gonna throw him the fish. It's every opening credit shot of every Seahawks game ever. Maybe we'll see Clary on Sunday from the stuff they filmed during the week. Is Seattle home? See Rhino catching a fish at Pike Market.
Love it.
When's the last time you went to Seattle?
It's been a minute. I did the what was the last time I was there? I did the Bumbershoot Festival forever ago that was always around the Seattle Center and the Space Needle. One of the coolest experiences I ever had, just a quick side. I had a great time in Seattle. So you know how like if you go to a city and have a nice time, you're like, that city's awesome. We should always go there.
I think Seattle's beloved for the most part. I went there 11 years ago. It was in my top 5. I spent a week there for the All-Star game for Major League Baseball last summer. It fell out of my top 5. It's no longer there. But I think Seattle's very cool. Depends on probably where you are, what you're doing.
Yeah.
But it's beautiful down along the water there in that little touristy Pike Market area.
So I did a 300-person theater. I was on a show with Pete Holmes, who's famous, Camille Nanjiani, who's famous, and me, not that famous, but whatever. Like we did the show and it was awesome. Great crowd. It was incredible. We walk out of the theater, 100 steps. I saw Wu-Tang Clan do their set. And then I took another 100 steps and I saw Death Cab for Cutie close out the festival. I go, that was a pretty good day.
That's a pretty
that's
strong,
a pretty neat day.
Yeah. I could understand having a pretty positive view of Seattle if that's the case. All right, here's where I wanted to go with the Commanders convo next. So years and years ago, I don't know if he still does this, but I heard Colin Cowherd talk about quarterbacks in this way once, and I actually thought it was really smart. Of the QBs that he considered franchise quarterbacks, so this takes most of the league and throws them out. Discards, I would say, of the 32 starters, let's say somewhere between 12 and 15 of them, right? For the rest of the 15 or 16 quote-unquote franchise quarterbacks in the NFL, if there's that many, he had 3 tiers, I'm going to call them buckets, that he would use to evaluate quarterbacks. And he would ask himself, is this a guy you win a Super Bowl with, you win a playoff game with, or you could just make the playoffs with? And the idea is maybe, let's say Baker Mayfield's a guy you make the playoffs with. More often than not, he could win a playoff game here and a playoff game there. But he's not a guy that you get to the playoffs, you expect to win playoff games because you have him. Maybe Jordan Love right now is a guy you would say, I can win playoff games with Jordan Love. He's that caliber of quarterback. And then we all know what I can win a Super Bowl with this guy looks like.
Sure.
Whether they've done it or not, it's Mahomes, it's Allen, it's Burrow, probably Lamar, although he's had his own postseason struggles, but like the elites of the elite.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any reason to have that conversation about Jaden Daniels, who looks fantastic, rookie of the year, possible MVP candidate. But I did think it would be instructive to talk about the Commanders through that discourse. How good of a team are they? So we're going to set up 3 buckets and we want you to give us your answer. Are they good enough to make the playoffs? They're just that team's good enough to be in the postseason field. The second category or bucket, that's a team that can win a playoff game. That is a team you could win a couple playoff games with. You get lucky, you get on a little run to the NFC Championship game. Or the third bucket is, that's a team good enough to win the Super Bowl this year. There's 3 options you're choosing from, and we're going to hit the phones on this next, so we want to hear from you guys at 800-636-1067. You can also tweet us if you'd like to do that.
At Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny for me. In fact, I'm gonna try something out here. I'm gonna post a poll. I'm gonna post a poll on this very topic.
How good is this team right now? Playoff good? Win a playoff game good? Win a Super Bowl good? You're listening to The Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We are live until 6:30. If you missed our interview with Noah Brown, first half of the show today, right around 3 o'clock, we'll play some of that for you before we get out of here next segment. Noah Brown, of course, caught the Hail Mary, heard round the DMV. Great information and intel from him on the play and how it came together and on what it's been like for him in the Madhouse celebration since. You'll hear that coming up at about 6:10 right here on The Fan. Caps play tonight at 7:30. We've got a Caps power play still coming your way before we say goodbye as well. The question for you right now, though, is the 2024 Commanders. How good are they? And we've given you 3 categories to choose from. They're a 6-2 division front runner, likely to make the playoffs at a 77% clip. Are they good enough to, 3 buckets to choose from, make the playoffs? Just a playoff team, not much more than that. Win a playoff game, they're good enough to actually end the drought at 19 years, back to 2005. This is a team that'll win a playoff game. Or do you view this team as good enough to win a Super Bowl? Danny.
They can win a playoff game. I don't know if they will. I mean, so much will happen between now and then. But to me, I need to see a bigger sample of really good play against good teams before I start anointing them even higher. They've already gone up like a rocket ship in my preseason evaluation. I go, maybe they'll eke out 7 wins. Jaden Daniels will play superhero a couple times, and they'll be just okay. This is really about future years. Wrong. They're way better than I thought. They're gonna tie or exceed that win total halfway through their season, pretty much. I mean, that's the pace that they're on. Remember, the preseason over-under was 6.5 wins. They're at 6 right now, 8 weeks into it with 9 to go. So I think they're plenty good enough to win the division. Whether they do or don't, we don't know, because Philadelphia is 5-2, and despite all the turmoil swirling, it's swirling very big. They're pretty good, and they're getting right at maybe the right time. This is a team that's right now plenty good enough, I think, to win a playoff game.
I'm going to say they're good enough, in my opinion, to win a Super Bowl, which people will hear and they'll think that's insane. My logic is not that they're going to, as you just said. They're not necessarily going to win a playoff game. We don't even necessarily can't guarantee that they'll make the playoffs. But in a league right now, where when you look at the standings, the 7-0 Chiefs wouldn't scare me this weekend. The 6-2 Texans wouldn't definitively beat Washington this weekend. In DC, they'd probably be 3.5-point favorites or 3 or something like that. The Steelers are the 3rd seed in the AFC. Their quarterback's Russell Wilson. Give me a break. No, Washington's a half game back of having the best record in the NFC. If I'm saying the Chiefs and the Lions are the best teams in football, and that's what I think right now, is Washington on the same level as them? No, but I'll take the Commanders' offense over Kansas City's in this moment. I think they absolutely are as good as anybody else. There's nobody that they can't play with. And that's why I'd say they're good enough to win a Super Bowl this time, this year, this time around. Now, I'm not betting on that. I still think it would be stunning and won't happen. But there's not a tier above them based on how they've played through 8 games. That's all. Especially the way their defense has trended. Where over the last 3 or 4 weeks, they're 11
They've been good, yeah.
away. Let's go to Reggie, who's in Charlotte listening on the Odyssey app. How are you, Reggie?
Hey, guys, I'm doing well. Thanks for taking my call. I think I would put them in the first category. They're good enough to get to the playoffs. The only reason why I wouldn't put them higher is because I'm not quite certainly sold on the defense. The defense, especially the run defense, teams tend to break off good runs and they tend to gash us here and there. And when you get in the playoffs late January, and it's like bad weather games, your offense tends to take a step back. And, I don't see us being able to overcome teams in the playoffs with our defense. So that's why I would keep them in that first tier. But that's good. And we still, high on the excitement on how well they're doing this year. So that's where I would put them.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Gotcha.
I think that's logical and makes a lot of sense. There are flaws and warts on every team, though. The Texans' offense isn't humming, right? Pittsburgh's quarterback situation. Atlanta's the 3 seed in the conference right now. They got dominated by Seattle the week before last. It was such a bad performance, not in terms of like any one part of their team, but they were down by so much that Michael Penix came in and handed it off a couple of plays at the end of the game. They're the 3 seed in the NFC right now. Let's go to Jason in Bethesda on G&D. What's up, Jason?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I was,
From Bethesda!
was at the game Sunday, first game in 3 years, so still kind of relishing it. But To answer the question, I think it's a no-brainer. I think it's a second bucket. I think there's no doubt this team's good enough to win a playoff game, and I also think there's no doubt they're not good enough to win the Super Bowl. You don't have to beat great teams to win a playoff game. If they stay in the 3 seed, they're playing a 6 seed. That's a team that they're definitely as good as or better than. Grant, one thing I got to disagree about your logic is you mentioned only AFC teams. I agree with you on that, but I don't think we are in the same league as Detroit. So I don't see us getting to the Super Bowl because I feel like playing in Detroit in the playoff game, we would have no chance.
See, that's where we'll disagree. I don't. If they played in Detroit this weekend, I don't think they get worked. I don't fear that game. I think the Lions move the ball on them. I think they move the ball on Detroit every time they touch the football. I don't think the Lions' defense is that good. In fact, I know it's not. The numbers bear that out at this point. But Jared Goff, it scares you? You can't beat the Lions and Jared Goff. You can't find a way to move him off his mark.
Again, it's not to say that the Lions aren't better. I mean, they got the best point differential in the NFL.
Definitely better.
They are good and they deserve to be favored in that game. But I guess the point is, you sure Washington couldn't compete in that game? I would pick Detroit. Detroit should be favored, but that's not a pushover type situation. I think that's
picking the Lions every single time. Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. The question for you is 3 buckets here. Make the playoffs, win a playoff game, compete in a Super Bowl for a Super Bowl, like actually make a long playoff run. Where would you have Washington? I think it's super easy to say they're a playoff team because they obviously are.
Mm-hmm.
Even to say they'd win a playoff game, that one makes a lot of sense too. Convince me why they can't hang with Detroit. We'll do that next. Convince me why they can't hang with the Kansas City Chiefs. Also, your last chance ahead of the top of the hour to go vote. Commanders Survivor. We're kicking a player off the island, giving a player immunity. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Stretch run of Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30 tonight. Thanks to Earl for the update. As is the case, occasionally with the defense of the local footballers, there are times in life where we see loved ones struggle, especially as they get older. The sponsor of this show, the law firm Kondori and Murad, will guide you through the process of managing a healthcare or financial power of attorney. They can secure guardian or conservatorship for a family member if needed. Schedule a free consultation with the elder law and estate planning attorneys they have. You can do that by visiting kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Earl just played a clip from our Noah Brown interview earlier today. We are going to get into that interview again and let you hear some of that coming up in about 10 minutes. He was tremendous. He caught the Hail Mary everybody's been talking about.
Yes, he did.
In town. Danny, the polling, I want to know, I'm curious how people are voting on your poll.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 27% of respondents saying they think the Commanders' ceiling is a make the playoffs caliber team. 65% of people are in that middle bucket, which I think is pretty reasonable, saying this team's good enough to win in the playoffs. And by the way, I don't know how you couldn't feel that way based on what we've seen so far.
Right.
You're baking in the other shoe dropping and them regressing if you don't think they can win a playoff game. They're the number 2 team in the conference.
Yeah, it's not to say that they will. It's to say they have a matchup this weekend in the playoffs against another playoff caliber team. You give them no shot.
They're good enough.
Really? Yeah, exactly.
Or the third bucket, which is where I am. It's very rare that anybody else is voting on this, but they are good enough to win the Super Bowl. And that less for me is about Washington and more about everybody else. I don't see a super team. I don't think there is an unbeatable team. The teams in the conference that I thought would be really good, San Francisco, maybe Philly or Dallas, none of them are. The Lions are the best team in the NFC. I don't even know if it's particularly close right now, and respectfully, and I'm not a Jared Goff hater, but it's a good team with a good quarterback. There's nothing special or unique or scary about that outfit without them playing better defense at this point. So I actually think they're in the elite. A power ranking comes out today. Where do you have Washington? I saw 5th on NFL's. I've seen 4th to 6th on a lot of them.
Yeah.
Sorry about it. They are every bit as good as anybody else in the league right now.
Yeah,
they are.
Yeah, any given Sunday, they could lose to Pittsburgh or they could beat Pittsburgh. I mean,
Exactly.
Other teams that are in their tier, right? Because I don't think there's any juggernaut. I know Kansas City is 7-0, but they've got half the point differential, for example, that Detroit does with, both those teams are at 7 games. So that's not like they're dominating teams. Again, they have a winning pedigree. This is the 2-time defending Super Bowl champ. They're going to the AFC title game again. I'm not criticizing Kansas City, simply saying they're on kind of cruise control until January. There are a few teams that like to hit that fast forward button, but Washington is in that conversation.
Today is Tuesday. That means Commanders Survivor. You've been voting all day at facebook.com/Grant and Danny. You've booted somebody off the island. You've given somebody immunity. The tabulations are done. Let's get to it. You can vote every Tuesday. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Last week, you kicked Quan Martin off the island. He didn't do anything wrong. Poor kid was just playing a decent football.
Played well.
There are only 3 defenders left. Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, Jeremy Chin. There are still 6 players on offense remaining. Brian Robinson's immune today, so he'll be safe in the next week. Daniels, Eckler, McLaurin, Brandon Coleman, and Sam Cosmi. And Austin Seibert, the last special teamer, still hanging around. So first, let's figure out who's going home this week, joining Quan Martin on his way off the island.
This week was a very tough vote, but we are sending off Brandon Coleman, the rookie tackle.
He didn't play. We're deep enough into the season and the team's good enough that if you don't post, you're probably getting sent home, right?
That's where we are. What has he done wrong? Nothing. He's exceeded expectations. They might have found their left tackle of the future. He's been really, really good, but you missed time. And when you're 6-2 and there are no villains, right? There's no bad guy. There's no, I cannot wait to vote blank off. You're now having to go, oh, damn, is this guy? Like, that's rare this point of the year. Usually it's the last couple of weeks where it's like, oh, I love Terry.
Clary, sorry to put you on the spot here, buddy, but may I ask, Was there anybody else that got a lot of votes?
Yes, actually, Austin Eckler. Austin Eckler was second in voting, I believe. Here, I can tally this up real quick.
Friend of the program.
What?
Friend of the program got around 15 votes, but Brandon Coleman, I believe by count right now, he got around 35 votes.
All right, so rough math there, 35,000 votes to 15,000 votes.
Percentage.
34 million votes,
60.
2 million votes,
Carrot,
1
yeah,
million.
divided by.
So it sounds like it was very close.
Close.
It was very close.
Yeah.
Very
Okay.
close.
All districts reporting.
Wow. All right, that means Darius is going to tell us who's getting immunity this week.
And what I will tell you is that it was not very close. When you have a rib injury all week and you go out there and battle and play and throw the game-winning Hail Mary, you get immunity. Jaden Daniels, number 5.
Jaden Daniels.
With the immunity this week.
I believe that kid JD, or is it that kid Jaden?
That kid, Jaden.
That kid Jaden.
Yeah.
378 total yards will do it oftentimes. Yep.
378.
Sorry about
By
it.
the way, that was the quietest 378 in the world. But I guess you get 52 on the final play.
Sure.
But even still, 320 all purpose. That was
Yeah,
pretty
how about that?
quiet, I felt like.
Mm-hmm.
No points, no touchdowns, a lot of drives stalling. It felt frustrating. People are complaining about the offense at points of the game.
And yet here we are.
They had the best game against that Bears defense that any offense has had. In fact, they ended up with their most yards gained in any game this season. I think the Hail Mary gets the assist.
Helps you there, yeah.
But still, Jaden Daniels making plays. That's the thing, man. He's got the easy button playmaker gene. So there's going to be some stuff left on the field, maybe, especially as a rookie, as a young guy.
Mm-hmm.
But you can have 2, 3, 4 decisions you want back or drives or whatever. Never puts the ball in harm's way ever. And he's inevitable. At some point, he is going to make a play to change the game. It's going to happen.
It's those, like some of those little moments that get lost. Like I can't get over the one where a defender is bearing down on him from behind. The guy dives and Daniels goes, I know that the person probably dove at my feet. I don't know how I know that, but I know. I'll just do this little Super Mario high step like I'm breaking a brick over my head thing and leave the guy in the dust casual as I look down the football field. Like, how? How do you know how to do that? Like, there's no way to see the person. You just kind of know. You sort of feel it. It's because you're a Jedi with the Force. I have no idea, but he's got it.
Have you seen the photo from that, by the way? That's an incredible photo. Whoever took that should make a lot of money. The linebacker, TJ Edwards, is literally face in grass while Jaden Daniels is in the air.
Oh, it looks
looking
amazing.
just smooth and cool and calm. What an unbelievable
He
photo
just,
there.
here we go. And then kept moving.
That whoever took that picture, I agree. It's got to be their best sports picture that they've taken because that's going to be sold for years and years and years. You guys haven't seen that. It is time for a Capitals power play as we get ready for hockey tonight. Now, remember to hear part of our Noah Brown interview from earlier today. Keep listening because we'll get to that in just a moment. But to get you ready for some puck, Dylan Strome leading the Capitals with 9 points. Connor McMichael through 7 games, 8 points has been fantastic. A team high +6 in scoring differential on the year among the forwards. Ovi looking for goal number 3. Tough customer in net tonight in Shesterkin of the Rangers, maybe the best goalie in the league. This is a good New York team.
They're real good.
National TV. Nice little litmus test. If the Caps win again tonight, we got something developing here.
This is one of them low-scoring affairs, at least on paper. The Rangers have only given up 16 goals on the season, and they are 6-1-1, 13 points second in the Metro. That is a good club, so you work it out for you. There's not many nights off in the NHL these days.
Noah Brown was on the show earlier today. The interview began with us talking about how many text messages and calls he had received as he got back to his phone in the locker room. He made the catch, heard round the National Football League.